Good evening, everybody. This is a meeting of the Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission. This meeting is being recorded and it's being held pursuant to the governor's executive orders regarding virtual meetings. This evening, we have only one item postponed. It's item number 3, Salvatore and Chimenti Trust, Glenn Angiolillo trustee at 1429 East Putnam Avenue. In addition, Mr. Levy will be absent and Mr. Peter Lowe will be seated for him. And finally, this is the first hearing at which we are welcoming our new regular member, Dennis Yeski, on the Planning and Zoning Commission. And welcome, Mr. Yeski. It's a pleasure to have you be here as a regular member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your service. It's deeply appreciated. And also thank you very much for all the hard work you did during the POCD. Our first item this evening in the regular meeting is a discussion item, Lamasa Realty LLC, for a pre-application review at 28 Hollywood Lane. Before we start that application, I'd like to clarify for any members of the public that are here that this is an 830G application. It is regulated by the state statutes rather than the town's regulations. The way the state statute is written, it is the burden of proof is placed on the Planning and Zoning Commission of a town to indicate that if there are any health or safety considerations or any other major issue that surpasses a town's need for affordable housing. Those are the only grounds on which an application, 830G application, can be rejected by a commission. A commission may modify an application, can request that an application be modified to address these issues. Otherwise, if there are no issues that rise to that level, they cannot be considered as significant factors by the commission. So if members of the public are here when it's your time to speak, please bear in mind that you have to speak to health and safety or other major considerations. Greenwich does not have enough affordable housing per the state statute, and therefore this 830G application is the governing situation. Mr. Haslam, before you start, well, why don't you start and then I'll give you the comments. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Chip Haslam from Johnson, Haslam & Hogeman for the applicant, Lamasa. I hope that with me online is Anthony Manganiello, excuse me.
Anthony is how,
Tony?
It's Mag.
Manganiello, Manganiello.
I'm not seeing MANG as a last name.
Okay, well, I'll text him in a few minutes and make sure that he's able to get on.
Okay.
Pat Pulitano, who's the architect, is also should be on the Zoom meeting too. It might be under Rob Pulitano. Hopefully he's joined as well.
Nothing here under the P.
Yes, yes, he is. He's
no, Madam Chair.
Pulitano. Okay, Pat got ahead of me.
Good. All right.
I see Tony.
And Tony Guest, there he is. Okay, you got him, Pat? I got him. I got him.
Yep.
Okay, so welcome. And
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Tony, what was the last name again?
Manganiello.
Manganiello.
Yeah.
Manganiello.
My apologies if I've tortured that, but
Manganiello, we got it.
okay.
Okie dokie, Pat Pulitano. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Haslam.
Tony's the principal of Lamasa, the owner of the property. So this is a.
Hold on a second, Mr. Haslam. Victoria has a question for you.
Before you start, just I hope you don't have any client files in the background, just for.
Oh, thank you. I did check to see if the labels were legible, and I don't think they are. But and they're all public record.
All right. So. Go ahead, Mr. Haslam.
That's funny. This involves what was once 4 lots down in the subdivision on the western part of town in Pembroke. It was actually laid out in 1897 as multiple lots, including these, which are very close to the Byram River. There are now 3 lots, which were formerly 4. and 2 are directly in Hollywood and 2 are behind on the river, essentially, adjacent to River Street. The only 1 lot is improved with a single family home, although there are accessory structures which serve that home on another lot behind it. And then there's an unimproved lot as well. So this is in the R6 zone, and Tony came to Pat initially and asked him what he thought he might be able to do with the property. He was interested in creating multifamily and possibly affordable or moderate or something of that nature. And so Pat came up with some original concepts, and then they came to me and we discussed them some more, looked at the property, et cetera. And so before you tonight, it's just a very preliminary concept of what might be able to be done with the property, which would involve constructing 21 units, of which the 30% would be affordable under 8-30G of the Connecticut General Statutes, which would compute to 7 units. So the application also has a component to it, which Tony thought of. He thought that it might be a good idea to have childcare within the facility itself, which I guess he met with Katie very early on and discussed this as a possibility. He just thought this would be beneficial for the residents of the building, as well as possibly the greater neighborhood as well, if the zoning were to allow it. So that's another component which we can delve into a little more deeply in a moment. It is in the AE flood zone, but the buildings as designed by Pat would be compliant with FEMA regulations for that zone. And there is River Street, which was accepted by the town in 1970, which is to the northwest, and it adjoins the property to the rear. It is not completed across the back of the property. It's only completed at the point where my client's property starts. So I can go into greater detail about that too. I guess DPW has some concerns about that, or doesn't necessarily agree with my analysis. And I've indicated to Pat that we're happy to meet with DPW to discuss that. And also there was a suggestion that we should probably meet with the Greenwich Fire Department also to discuss this project. Although Tony tells me that before he even came to consult with me, he also met with the GFD and to discuss the possible uses of this property. So we will follow up with that though and talk more that now we have the concept on paper and see what GFD has to think. So
Okay.
that's basically where we are at the moment.
Okay, so let me just throw some real fundamentals out for you in terms of the major issues. First of all, as I know you listened to the briefing yesterday, and I did some more research today, you need to take a really long, hard look about what's going on at the state level with affordable housing being in flood zones. There's a lot of concern about it. Katie raised it in terms of deep. In fact, I found there's some legislation that addresses whether or not the state can fund affordable housing in flood zone. There's a lot of pushback throughout the country about affordable housing having gone into areas that are high risk. I think it came out from from the hurricanes and people being trapped in. So I would suggest that your highest priority would be to explore this issue of the flood zone, how it affects you, not just that you be FEMA compliant, but also that you're not going to get afoul of what the state is thinking about.
And
Okay,
Madam Chair, I have
yes,
comment
ma'am.
from Goucher on that, if I can just read quickly. As
Good.
I mentioned yesterday, he was kind enough to comment on a previous application that was not an 830G, so we know where he stands on it. And so he's made a few comments here. He just says, from a flood hazard perspective, we'd be looking to see if there is a dry or near access egress for the units in a predicted 100-year storm, which I believe obviously is the case in this situation. I can weigh in on this aspect of the application on a preliminary basis if I have the flood zone site plan and ground elevations. Obviously, if there's a significant coastal area management inconsistency in this regard, then both the applicant and the commission will be well served if this information is shared sooner rather than later. So I just mentioned to John that the best thing to do would be for me to advise you, Chip, and your team to get together with Goucher before anything proceeds, you know, in submitting something back, just because we did have very, very strong comments on the 6110 application that was at 777 West Putnam for a property in the flood zone. So strong, in fact, that the application was withdrawn.
And to that, to what where Katie was building on what I had said to you, Chip, the state, the act concerning state funding of affordable housing is from 2010, and it has a whole lot of stipulations. So you can look it up. I'm just saying it's Public Act 10-139, but it doesn't prohibit, but you're in territory that you need to understand and that
Thank
you
you.
need to fully explore. The next thing is this issue that we raised about fire equipment, fire safety. There's no turnaround in your proposed design. Delivery vehicles, you've got this alleyway, et cetera, that goes down between the buildings. We aren't clear how that's going to function, whether it's safe, children playing, coming down those stairs, all those issues that you don't want to create a situation where anybody's put at risk by the fact that you're creating affordable housing. The next question, and as you know, the state statute is silent on the issue of commercial uses in an 830G. It neither prohibits them nor endorses them. What I was able to learn on this topic is that basically the underlying zone regulations control what use goes beyond the 830G residential. So an 830G application would be subject to what the state statute says. But if you have a use that is not part of that set aside, that isn't the residential set aside, you would now have to conform to Greenwich regulations. If you want to have a daycare, you would have to make it not for profit because this is a residential zone. It could not be a commercial operation. You could do it as an amenity, but you could not do it because it's prohibited in the underlying zone as a commercial use. So those are the key things. I would then add that I would definitely explore all your utility issues, your sewer issue, your sewer capacity issue, any utility issues you have so that you don't get locked into that. Those are the 830G issues. Now, I honestly, the town, the commission, for myself, I would like to give you two comments on the small scale 830G applications we have seen in town and what they have looked like and how we would like to see you evolve this one if you were willing to do it from your goodwill towards the town. You're not mandated, but what we would like to see is that when people are doing small scale 830Gs in town, they are putting a street face that is consistent with the neighborhood and looks like a 1 or 2 family home and that fits in. And they are only building to the extent that it is necessary. We've not seen one as big as 22 units in this small scale. We've seen them, Katie, at 12 and 15. And so if it were up to us and we were able to mandate that you consider something, we would ask you to reduce the scale of this building to something like what other builders have proposed in Greenwich that is closer to 12 or 15 units. We think that that would give more open space, et cetera. Finally, coming back to the significant issues, I have personally been in touch with the state about the issues raised in the pandemic and whether they need to be considered in affordable housing. As you know, there's no state regulation on that topic, but we do ask you to consider whether or not the residents will have access to social distancing, open space, play areas. I'm not clear that design you have now with the shared landings, et cetera, if that will work. I just ask you to consider that, because I wouldn't be surprised if we do eventually see that the very high mortality in affordable areas does create some sort of standards from the state. So I would definitely keep them in mind. As you may have inferred from what I've just said to you, I don't believe that those two flights of that 2-flight staircase that faces the front looks like a residential 1 or 2 family use. I think it looks commercial. I'm sure it's practical and has some great issues, Mr. Politano, no offense. I'm sure you thought of it for some very good reasons that of practicality and use of the site, but I feel like it's a little bit inconsistent with how the rest of the neighborhood looks. So I would ask you if you would kindly consider that issue. With that, I'm done. People on the commission have anything else?
Mr. Haslam, I think you saw the information from DPW about River Street. We had
point.
not received any hard detail on that. I think that's probably one of the biggest concerns to resolve. It seems that actually your ingress egress kind of critical for that. I think also if the daycare is considered specific details on the children, their ages, the area inside the building that's earmarked for their use, that kind of thing would be a critical issue for us to understand. And the playground information adjacent to the building. Also, who would be running the daycare center? That kind of thing.
Again,
You had provided, I guess, some deed information on access to River Road. I would be important for us to actually make sure that that's still something that's viable. Maybe even run it past our law department through staff.
Mhm.
But I think actually one of the critical things is really to talk to DPW, seeing is that what I read of your information, River Street has been accepted, but it's not been accepted down past your property. It ends right at the corner. And it's my understanding that the property that's adjacent to your lots is actually owned by the state or by the town. And I don't believe I saw any kind of easements or anything on the maps that were provided.
So I guess what you're saying, Nick, is to the extent that they're assuming, as is in that write-up, that they're going to use the River Road as an access and egress, that you're going to have to clarify that whole situation some more so that we know that
Yes.
it's allowable. Anything else?
No, not at this time.
If I could just respond to that briefly, I won't take up your time. I'll deal with DPW on that issue, and we'll obviously have to work that through. Thank you for the tip on the state of Connecticut's issues. I mean, clearly those have got to be issues that are going to affect all properties within the AE zones, not just multifamily. Otherwise, it's going to be.
Yes and no. The language I saw, and to be honest, this is about state funding of affordable. The language I saw specifically addresses a high density use. So that here, that's going to be, so if you went to 6, you have 3 lots. If you did 6 2-families, did I do that right? 3 2-families, you did 6 units of 2 families. That's what I'm trying to say. You wouldn't get the pushback because you're doing a lower density development. But again, it's up to this. It's what you can find out about deep in the state and affordable housing and how you do the set aside if you can't qualify for an 830G, for example. And that's what Katie would probably have to connect you to the housing department.
Okay, we'll pursue
Okay.
that. Thank you for
All right.
bringing that up.
Okay, if
One
nobody,
last thing, if I could
Yeah,
just read from you though, how does the commission feel generally about the daycare facility? Because my client isn't necessarily married to that concept. If it's going to require too much work, whether it's going for special permits.
it's are you doing it as it basically would have to be a not-for-profit
Yeah.
and an amenity for the residents. I don't think anybody had an objection to it being a resident amenity that's a not-for-profit. Katie, you want to say something?
Yeah, with the exception, Mr. McRae mentioned this yesterday, with the exception of the drop-off pickup and all of that jazz.
So resident amenity would have no car drop-off.
Right.
in order for it to be successful, you would assume it would need a certain number of children attending. So then that begs the question with the, I think you submitted this as two bedroom units for the most part.
Most part.
Yeah, so is that really driven? I think it would be good to get an idea of the need for families for 2-bedroom versus 3-bedroom, et cetera, just to make sure that it can be filled also.
I mean, on-site daycare is a great thing, very cool, but is it workable? Can you do the drop off? Do you have enough square footage to do it right? And would there be safety issues if you had outsiders using it? Because your access way is not looking conducive to pick up and drop off because there's no turnaround point or any waiting area for the kids to come out.
Okay.
I might just note, thinking of this yesterday, 55 Henry Street, I think you're familiar with that, Mr. Haslam, but that is a very similar looking design and that has a turnaround at the end. So you might want to just check that out and see how you might apply that concept with the turnaround here.
I think I did part of that project.
I think you were involved in that.
I think I did. And actually my client went by there today to look at that as a possibility because it is very similar to what could be done here. So thank you.
Yep.
Okie dokie. If nobody minds, we'll turn to public comment.
One
Before-
minor
yes.
question,
Yes, Mr. Hardman.
and it's probably just a typo, but on page 25 of our briefing material, which are, I think, part of the building plans, Mr. Haslam,
Yes.
there's reference to condominiums, and I don't know, at one point those were contemplated, but I just wanted to make sure you were aware of it. So lower right-hand corner, the description of the architectural plan.
Okay. No, I wasn't aware of that. I didn't catch that, but I'll look at that. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, with that, if members of the public wish to speak about this pre-application, would you please raise your virtual hand? There's a little picture of a hand on your screen and you punch that. And Pat, do you have a timer?
I do, Madam Chair.
Okay, we're going to ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes, only because we've got a couple of really hefty items tonight and we don't want to prejudice the people who come last. Limit your comments. If you would kindly not repeat what the previous person has said and try to, add new thoughts, we'd be very grateful. And with that, the first person is Trisha. If you would identify yourself. Ma'am, Trisha Hall, with the problem with the clock, maybe can you do it off screen, Pat?
I could split it, Madam Chair. Let me just,
Okay. Trisha Hall, Trisha, Trisha, can you unmute yourself? And you can start your video if you wish. And just identify your last name, please. There you go. Hello, Trisha.
Can
Your
you hear
last
me?
name? Yes, ma'am, we can. Your last name?
Adams.
Hello, Ms. Adams. If you would go ahead and give us your comments.
My concern is related to the population density being so close to the Byram River, not being very far away from the water at all. And in January 2012, there was a Byram River watershed report that was submitted to the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, specifically about the pathogens and E. coli that's in that section of the river going all the way up into the New York watershed. So I'm concerned about that, the number of people living next to the river and the potential contamination there. I'm also concerned because there have been, while I don't live near the river, I do know several people that do, that there is an eastern box turtle that resides in Caroline Pond. And that box turtle is an endangered species, according to the Connecticut Deep. So I did not see that addressed in any of the plans that were submitted. So that is those two issues are my concern.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So, Mr. Haslam, I think just generally, as you know, environmental concerns that are major should in fact be addressed. Our next speaker is Stephen Hall. Mr. Hall, if you would go ahead. Mr. Hall, I'm sorry. If you would unmute yourself, I accidentally muted you. My bad.
Can you hear me now?
You're all set.
Okay, I'd like to raise 2 points. One is that I believe that the river at this point may still be tidal. And as such, it might come under the jurisdiction of coastal zone management. As a previous application did, I think it was 777 Putnam. And there was a letter issued in regard to that, and particularly in regard to increased use in the floodplain zone. 2, I'm not sure that you've been aware, the planning board has been aware that the dam immediately above the property here at 200 Pembroke has been designated as a high hazard dam. And Fred Camillo is aware of that. I'm not sure that he passed that along to you. I can read what that says. If I can.
Actually, Mr. Hall, the most helpful thing would be if you forward that to Katie. It's Katie.DeLuca.
Yes, I know Katie's address.
You know Katie.
I have
Okay, if you
sent-
would send that to Katie, because that's exactly the issue that the applicant's going to have to address with DEEP. And this is the state concern about putting affordable homes in danger and flood zones. So this is what the applicant's going to have to just double check on.
Yeah, may I continue? I still have a few minutes.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
All right. The point of this is that I'm not sure that the town in general is aware of the fact that this is a high hazard dam. It hasn't been inspected for 6 years. And I have previously sent emails to the planning board, but they don't seem to have registered. I will be happy to do it again, and I hope that you can take some action on that. But the very fact of trying to add another 60 or so residents to this area in this under this condition would seem to me ill-advisable.
Okay. Thank you, sir, very much. Is there anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jan. If you would kindly identify yourself with your last name. Uh-oh. Jan, your sound isn't coming through well. It's very distorted. Could you try again? Nope, it's coming through completely distorted. I'm gonna put you, nope. No, we can't. No, ma'am, we can't understand anything you're saying. Can you, I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you, I know, but we can't understand what you're saying. Can you please call? There's a number in the link for the meeting, and try using your phone and not the computer and see if you can get a better connection, and we'll bring you back up when you call back in. Just raise your hand. Thank you. The next speaker is Irene LaRusso. Ms. LaRusso, would you go ahead? Yeah, thanks. Ms. LaRusso? We should be able to hear you if you want to give it a shot.
I'm here right now. Can you hear me now?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much for this opportunity for us to present our concerns about this project, which is just absurd. Honestly, we've lived here for 57 years on Monica Road. And just so that you know, the traffic, the high density of the traffic is just immense. It's unsafe. As it is right now, the safety issues are beyond. You know, you can't even walk your dog down the street without having to walk onto someone's grass as it is. The thought of having possibly 50 or 60 people, additional cars on these roads is never gonna be feasible. It's another issue that is, besides the health and safety, is local resources. A fire truck can barely get down these roads as it is on Monica. Down to River Road is, there are cars parked on both sides of the street. A car, an ambulance would have difficulties getting down there. Number one, getting down there. Number two, turning around down there. It's never going to happen. That is of the utmost concern for us. It's mostly a safety issue of the increased traffic and not being able to call upon. I mean, my parents are senior citizens. If there's ever a fire or we need an ambulance, it's complicated to have an ambulance come down here, this road on Monica. Hollywood Lane, again, there are cars parked on both sides of that road, overcrowded as it is right now. We do not need 21 units, is just insane. It's just never going to come
River Road.
And then if the access cannot be on River Road, number one. There's so much traffic going up and down already on the street. I can't even imagine. We cannot imagine.
Oh, we've asked them to address the fire safety and the traffic safety issues, and the applicant will do that before they come back. Is there anything else, ma'am?
I just want them to be able to just come down here and see for themselves. I mean, there's just no way that this is going to work.
Yes, we'll do it. The commission's been down there already. Thank you very much, Ms. LaRusso. Our next speaker is William Reyes. Mr. Reyes, if you would go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, hello, go ahead.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking this call. Irene, to Irene's point, I just wanted to add everything that she said. I agree 100%. I live on 25 Hollywood Lane, and I actually submitted pictures to the commission. So just random pictures to illustrate visually what we have to go through. For instance, let's say Verizon or a garbage truck or FedEx or UPS, we can't get by. And hopefully, you guys could see the pictures. It is a 20-foot width between on Hollywood Lane. So if it's double-side parking, let's give or take a car being 5 feet, now you're only giving traffic flow 10 feet. I mean, how is that? How's a ambulance? And I don't, like, to your point, I don't want to repeat things, but hopefully the commission could see the pictures, and it would, and then also the beauty of our community, the kids playing. If you're the population, it's just going to the traffic. It's just going to be a hazard to the kids playing. I have a 3-month-old baby, and my dream is to for her to play and ride her bike like everyone else, like the opportunity the other residents have. I just want to say thank you, and hopefully from the bottom of my heart, I love this neighborhood and want to preserve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. The next speaker is Cornelius Refuse.
Okay.
If you would identify yourself specifically, please. Go ahead.
You need to unmute.
I asked him. If you would unmute yourself, sir, or ma'am. Cornelius, are you able to unmute? They're not able to unmute. Oh, you got it. Great. Hello.
I'm Cornelius. I live on Hollywood Lane also. When the Klinka family, which is the property, was trying to sell the property, they had a hard time getting anybody to buy it because the Army Corps of Engineers was supposed to complete a study to figure out, this is my understanding, I'm not sure if it's correct, but they had to do a study first before there can be any more building down by the river. If someone could look into that, why this person can do it without any problem. Also, the bridge down at Carvel is going to be, we're trying to get a cohesive between Greenwich and Portchester to fix that, because that's where all the flooding comes back from when it's not a square bridge, it's an oval. So a lot of stuff gets blocked and that backs up all the water into Pemberwick. And I think the last flood we had was back in 2000 something. And my house was flooded up until the first floor, luckily. It didn't go any higher. So if you have all these buildings, it's a major concern to the people on Hollowwood Lane that it's just not feasible. It's very dangerous. And I don't see how, you had said before about the property adjacent down on River Road. I thought it was their property. You said it's the town's property. So I don't understand how they can have an outlet down there if it's either or. Either the person that lives there or the town, how they can make a byway through there. And with suppose people have 3 cars in their household, where are they going to park? There's no parking on the street, as it's been stated before. Where are these cars going to go? That's about it for now.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Cornelius. The issues you've hit, I think, are broadly what we've asked them to return with answers on. Thank you very much for coming to speak. Our next person is Andrea Bloom. Ms. Bloom, if you would go ahead. I believe you need to unmute. Ma'am, if you would unmute, you'll be all set.
Hello.
Hi, there you go. You're perfect.
Hi there. Okay. My name's Andrea Bloom, and I am a resident in the neighborhood. I have lived here for 12 years. I'm very familiar with the area and with the Army Corps of Engineers flood mitigation plans over the years, and even the most recent one, and also our recent POCD have been involved with that. So I'm pretty familiar with the area, and also part of the Pemberwick-Glenville Association. So I'm familiar with a lot of the input and complaints and issues that we've had in the area that have been brought to us by the community. And, you know, many of them we've talked about the congestion and the safety, and there's also a issue with speeding. So a lot of these things, but the biggest issue really, one of the biggest issues is the flooding. And I think when we talk about a daycare, which I can't even comprehend how that would be something that would be a great idea to put there, because it's a flood zone. I mean, we've seen people taken out of there in boats in the past when it's flooded. So we know that that area floods. It's not a question of does it, could it, it has. So it's, you know, we've seen that. I think also with the increase of, you know, pickup and delivery, or even the increase of, 40 cars in that area, you have an increase in pollution. You have an increase in impervious surface area. When you look at the size of that building, I mean, it's just, when we're already in a flood zone, to take away any green space with a building of that size, it really adds to the possibility of flood. And then as far, it's already a densely populated area. And I think one thing that we all love so much, especially during this time of a pandemic, and where we're trying just to get out of our houses if we can, is greenscape. So we lose that greenscape, and we lose that, and again, that contributes to the pollution because we don't have the trees and the green, and so something to keep in mind as well. And I think also when you increase the density and you add that many more people to an area, you're looking at the infrastructure itself. And so we're looking at the roads, we're looking at the pumping station. The pumping station in Pembroke is in need of some repair. I think when 777 was being looked at, that was definitely a big issue over there. So, and then I would also look at, when you're looking at a daycare, you know, is that really a need that we have in the area? We have the Civic Center has a daycare in it. There's a daycare at the church up the street. You know, there's multiple daycares. And so I don't even know if that would be something that at this time would be a need in the area. But I don't want to review all the things that other people have said, but I know those are some of the major things.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bloom. Our next
Thank you.
speaker is Brian Rainey. Mr. Rainey, as we just promoted you, if you would go ahead.
Ms. Alden?
Yes, Mr. Rainey, hello.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing from me and all the neighbors. I live the next street over, and this is obviously a concerning project in a number of ways, as everyone has been discussing. I'd like to point out a couple of things. The first off, to follow up on Ms. Bloom's comment about impervious surface, I believe with 777, that was a concern not just for flooding coming over the impervious surface, but also for runoff of contaminants into the river from impervious surface. I believe 777 had some sort of trap pits included in their design to try and mitigate that. Of course, if it floods, that seemed kind of ridiculous, but at least they had something in the design to cover that. I did not see anything like that in the documents I reviewed for this. Second of all, also with Ms. Bloom's comment about daycare, there are 2 daycares within 1 mile of this particular location and in Greenwich, not even including what's on the Portchester side, plus you know, the Civic Center and anything else. So there seems to be quite enough daycare. I'd like to address the elephant in the room, which is the 830G nature of this application. Frankly, it does not put the developer off on the best foot to invoke 830G from the start. That seems to be a thumb in the eye to our town and our zoning regulations. And also to invoke that in an already densely crowded, affordable neighborhood seems to be a bit of a slight to the neighborhood, with the recognition that it is a working class neighborhood, and where this type of development on another part of town, say Old Greenwich or Riverside or Backcountry, might be met with resistance from the flesh-eating lawyers that those folks can afford. We cannot. And so I think this is really getting off on the wrong foot in terms of slighting the zoning regulations of the town and trying to put one over on the neighborhood. Extremely disappointed with that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rainey.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Monica Martins. Ma'am, if you would go ahead. You should be able to, there you go. Oh, perfect.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. So my comment is going to be a little dramatic because I'm in the hospital right now. But this project affects me and my family particularly because we are at 27 Hollywood Lane, right across the street from where this is gonna happen. I have a chronic illness, and so does my son. He's 5 months old. We're constantly coming to the hospital through ambulance. Today, I was brought here by ambulance, and it's really difficult. It's really difficult. It takes the driver of the ambulance extra minutes just to get out of the Hollywood Lane. I just don't understand how anyone thinks that is a good idea to put more strength on the streets right now.
Okay.
And I'm gonna leave it at that because I just don't feel well. But I want you guys to know that it is a problem. It is real. Real people live there, and we get sick, and we need to be driven to the hospital. And it's just not okay to play with our health.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Martins. Hope you feel better.
Thanks.
There's another speaker with the address of 27 Hollowwood. If you would identify yourself, we normally ask that only one person speak per household.
Yeah, well, hi, my name is Isa Audi. I'm actually an owner there. It's a 2-unit.
Okay, good, great.
I have actually a question.
Yes, sir.
I know you started by saying, you know what, this is going to be governed by state because of affordable housing.
Yes, sir.
And it can circumvent a lot of the Greenwich regulations of building. My question is this: if this is creating an unsafe road conditions, is the town making plans to actually widen the streets and to build the infrastructure that can accommodate so that we can live with the state mandate?
Generally, there are two ways that it can go, but the simplest is that we have to demonstrate that there are safety or health considerations that are so important that we cannot approve an 830G application. It is not upon us to change our infrastructure in order for the application to be approvable. However, the state expects us to suggest modifications to the application, which would, if it can be brought to a safe level, if that makes sense to you. So in other words, we could say, do this instead. But
I understand.
But we are not required to then widen the road.
I get it. Thank you. So to the extent that you can't modify this to make the street safe, as a neighborhood, we should get together and force the town to give us bigger streets and to, you know, you're going to have to deal with one of us, either the neighborhood or the state. But you can't just let it happen simply because it's out of your control.
Right, exactly. If there's a health or a safety issue or anything else that's so important that we feel it exceeds the need for affordable housing, we can turn down the application or request that it be modified. And I'll ask, Katie, do you want to add to that?
No, I would just note, though, that this statute has been around since the 80s, and there's been a multitude of lawsuits throughout the state of Connecticut. And I can say that the bar is extremely high. So just an increase in traffic, cars needing to park and drive around neighborhoods to figure out parking has been found not to be a health and safety issue. So that's just something to keep in mind as we go through this process with the applicant, that the bar is very, very high. And you can easily do your own research on this and see for yourself how case law is handled throughout the state. But I would just note that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Stephanie Hastings. Ms. Hastings, you should be, you should be able to speak now. Let me try that again. Ma'am. Oh, there you are. I'm asking you to unmute. There you go. You're all set.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, yes, this is her husband, Michael Hastings.
Okay.
I currently live at 4 Hollywood Lane.
Yes, sir.
And to get back in kind of to the traffic and the safety of the street, you know, we're already kind of going through, because I live on the corner almost, and what seems to be happening, and if this increase of traffic comes, which obviously nobody wants and I don't want, the cars that come down from Monica, then coming around into Hollywood, you know, poses a threat every day to my kids playing on the road. I currently have to stand there to kind of be the point of impact if anything was to happen, so nobody would, you know, in fact, hit my kids. Going back years ago, I believe a child was hit on this road. and it's just kind of a big safety issue now that has to be addressed. Never mind a safety issue that has to be addressed when, this thing was ever to take place, which hoping it doesn't. So that's my concern and how they kind of broadcast speed bumps, some kind of safety. I have markers out for my kids with the flag and everything and signs up for people to slow down. That seems to not really do any justice for anybody to pay attention to that, because it just constantly happens every day, whether it be, UPS trucks and whatever. But I think that's a raise of an issue, and increased traffic and safety for my kids and neighborhood kids and families that are trying to start families to, have their kids grow up in this neighborhood. So.
Thank you, Mr. Hastings. We will, Mr. Haslam, I think if you could dig out the accident data for Hollywood, it's looking like something that would be relevant. Jan, who attempted to speak before, I'm going to give it one more shot and see if you are able to speak, if we can hear you now. Just so you know, you were completely distorted before. So give it one more shot. We can give you the call-in number.
Hi.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, great.
Great.
Okay, yes, just in reference to what you're asking about the child was on a bike. I heard screeching and a slam, and I ran back to help the child, and the ambulance had to be called. But I can't really remember. I would guess it's like 8 to 10 years ago that that happened.
Well, we've asked them to get all the accident data so we know whether there are specific issues on the street.
Yeah.
Anything else, ma'am?
Yes.
We don't have your last name, ma'am. Could we have your last name?
Janice Carroll. I've lived on the street for 30 years.
Yes, ma'am.
So I don't want to repeat anything, but one point about traffic flow and parking is someone mentioned, well, they'd be coming onto River Road, but everything dead ends at the river. So Den Lane dead ends and Monica dead ends there. So if someone is coming from the Post Road, they're going to take the first left onto Den and then a right onto Hollywood and go half the length. So, I mean, that's going to be a lot of people doing that, going out to the grocery stores or into Portchester. So it really, the traffic would flow down Hollywood a lot.
Okay.
So, again,
Thank you.
the density is just over. I actually live in the condo and we're on the streetscape, but since I've lived here, they keep using the double lots. So it's taken away all of our trees and all of the view that we had, and people are living in backyards of people. That's what they've done with all these lots since I've lived here.
I'm sorry, ma'am. People are living in backyards?
Yes, if you come along, you'll have condos that are on the street, and then you'll have condos in the person's backyard. So it's like they built on the double lots.
Okay, all right.
So, yeah, I mean, it'd be good if you came down and saw it.
Yeah, I got it. I just didn't understand your point. Yes, I think the whole commission has driven the neighborhood.
Okay, and also on the flooding issue, it's not
Yes,
a
ma'am.
100-year storm. We've been evacuated 3 times in 30 years.
Thank you very much. That's a useful piece of information.
And the people who were in the prior town housing that was put up, there's 4 units there. They had to be taken out on a, we were away on vacation when the big one happened, I think 2008. People had to be removed from the street and payloaders. The water went across the street, as Mr. Cornelius mentioned. He's on the other side, I'm on the river side. Flooded 6 feet into basements. The person next to me raised their house 6 feet.
Yeah, this applicant plans to build it to FEMA standards. The question is, will they be able to? Ma'am, is that it?
No, I just hope that they rethink this.
Thank you very
for being
much.
So informative and everything in your introduction.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And thank you for taking the time to speak. Mr. Reyes, I see your hand is still up, but Mr. Del Giudice, did you want to speak?
I did. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I just had more a question related to process. Could the committee elaborate on the criteria used to determine that conditions are in fact considered unsafe? I mean, are there objective metrics or thresholds that we look at related to density or accidents? Or
I've
is this
never
ultimate-
seen, I've never
ultimately a
seen them.
judgment call made by the committee?
It's a judgment call based on the case law. So we find an issue and then we look at the case law and we see if this, how this compares to the case law. And then we explore our conscience honestly and see whether the case law has addressed it. So there is a piece that's a judgment call, sir.
Because I've heard you reference a few pieces of information that would be helpful. Could you spell out maybe what types of, pieces of facts would be helpful in informing your decision? You
Katie,
mentioned
can you?
accident history.
Well, we've asked for accident history. We've asked for the state on the floodplain. We've asked them to explore sewer capacity. We've had applications for which the town has not had sufficient sewer capacity. We also have had an application that wetlands found was, did not meet their standards. And because of the environmental power of wetlands, that didn't go forward as a result. So environmental considerations that are significant do have standing in court. Towns' lack of infrastructure can have standing. It just depends on the situation. But as Katie said, to the extent that we don't have enough affordable housing in town, and we're halfway there. So to the extent that we don't have enough affordable housing, the burden of proof really falls on us. So there have to be some very significant reasons. Yes, sir, you were going to answer. I'm sorry, Katie.
And that's why the commission is asking for as much information as we can get from the applicant. I mean, this is just a pre-application, Madam Chair. You didn't, that wasn't mentioned in the beginning when you were talking.
I did say it.
About the pre-application. Okay, so this isn't a final application that has standing with the court. This is just a discussion with the public and with the commission. But at the appropriate time, we would ask for that's what the commission's asking, saying when you come back for an application, then we need the documentation because the burden lies with the commission to prove that there's a health and safety issue. I think Mr. Yeski wants to say something, Madam Chair.
Mr. Yeski, I'm sorry, I can't see you, so go ahead.
Can't see me?
No, you're not up on, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to add in this case, I'm not sure about ambulance access. That might be a town issue, but we've seen them where fire trucks cannot service the site has been a significant issue. And it sounds like there was some issue on this site too. So I just thought I'd throw that in.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yes, that is why we asked about emergency access because it's a safety issue. If you can't, it's an evacuation. One of the issues with affordable housing in flood zones was apparently the ability to evacuate people. So that's one of the things that in a flood situation, you've got to be able to get people out. And that's one of the things that we asked Mr. Haslam to explore.
Mrs. Albin.
Yes, sir.
Just to maybe address one of the things the last speaker had. I think one of the things they're kind of maybe looking for these three issues that can be kind of simply spelled out as part of the A30G applications. I think actually kind of in the text, very, very kind of complicated text, but it comes down to should the commission reject or approve an affordable housing application in any appeal brought by the applicant, the burden shall be on the commission to prove based upon the evidence in the record that either the decision was necessary to protect substantial public interest in health, safety, or other matters which the commission may legally consider. Such public interest shall clearly outweigh the need for affordable housing, and such public interest cannot be protected by reasonable changes to the affordable housing development. I think those are the three standards that govern, and then we get into the weeds upon those. For example, as you said, Mrs. Albin, the interests in health and safety or environmental issues, as in like say a wetlands consideration.
Mr. Del Giudice, thank you very much, Mr. Macro. Mr. Del Giudice, were you done?
Process-wise, what are the next steps following this hearing?
They will likely file a preliminary application, but in any event, once they've gotten this feedback, they go back, they revisit, they think it through, and then they prepare a formal application to the commission. And it'll be noticed. We'll make sure the neighborhood association is aware. We generally reach out if they don't reach out to us first. So you'll know when it comes in as a formal application, and you'll see the material and the research that has been done by the applicant.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank you very much, sir. There are a couple of people who have raised their hand again, and I'm really sorry, but we were only letting people speak once tonight. If you have another comment you'd like to make, would you kindly just send in an email? And we'd be happy to include it in the public record, and Katie would be, or Patrick would be happy to answer any questions you have. So Mr. Reyes, I see you still have your hand up. Just so you know, that's why I haven't called on you. That's about it. That's it for the public comment. Mr. Haslam, I think you have your work set out for you.
Yes, and thank you once again. I just want to say to the commission and to the public who spoke to, that's why I think this pre-application process is working so well, that we can get feedback from the commission in the neighborhood before we proceed with any plans, to make sure that we can maybe adapt our project to satisfy the commission's concerns and neighbors' concerns. So thank you, everybody. And I will strongly recommend to my client too, that before they do file an application, we reach out to the neighborhood association.
Great idea. I wanted,
try to meet.
that would be fantastic, because the feeling of it's a poke in the eye, it would be great if you could do something to address that. The town does need more housing options. And I think people would welcome the housing diversity if they felt that it blended in with their neighborhood. So if you could address that, it would be fabulous. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Mrs. Albin, before Mr. Haslam steps down, would it be a good consideration that if Mr. Haslam makes some headway in the work that he's going to be doing in the future, come back as another pre-app, just so we know where we are before we get a formal application?
His choice.
I'll recommend that to my client as well.
Talk to
Great, thank
Katie
you.
and see if you want to come back in as a discussion item, and you don't have to file anything formal, and we can kick it around and get more neighbor input. But if you've reached out to the residents, that will probably be fantastic.
Good.
Great. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you all.
With that, the next application is Benedetto Malazzi for a final subdivision. It's to confirm a lot at 0 Byram Shore Road. And who's representing the applicant, Pat?
It's Mr. O'Donnell, I believe.
Of course, I knew that.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. Mr. O'Donnell, yes, thank you.
Mr. O'Donnell, is he here? I
He
got him.
wa-
He's got his hand up. I got him. Okie dokie, Mr. O'Donnell. All right, there you go. Hello. You need to unmute, sir.
Good
There you go.
evening, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Hi, Katie. Hi, Pat. Hi, Tom. Good to see you.
Okay,
Well-
sir, if you would go ahead.
Absolutely. I attended the briefing and I was grateful for the comments and the feedback. And I know that you have a heavy agenda tonight, as you do many nights. So if you'd like, I can just briefly walk through the title summary, or I can just start by making comments on the encroachments that we discussed.
If you would address the issues that we discussed at the briefing, that would be terrific.
Okay.
And anything else you think is pertinent that we may not have discussed.
Okay. Well, I would just say it was, I really did appreciate it. It was obvious to me that you had carefully reviewed the materials that we submitted. So my client and I were both grateful for that. So to restate them very briefly, the original, this was land of Milo Mead at the turn of the last century. Milo Mead sold it to Masline, who sold it to Waterman. It was about 3/4 of an acre in the middle of a vast tract of land that he owned. And in 1923, he sold it to the predecessor entitled to my client, which was Henry and May Kinzel. So that was 1923. In 1926, Greenwich adopted zoning regulations, placing the property in the A zone. And at that time, as a whole property, It was, again, almost 3/4 of an acre, so it was conforming. They, in 1926, in July of 1946, that's when they subdivided, or they divided 10 Byram Shore, not subdivided, but they conveyed 10 Byram Shore out. And that lot is a conforming lot. It's over 12,000 square feet. It has adequate frontage and meets lot shape. And that is the same time that they recorded the map indicating the two separate lots, one 6,700 square feet, and the other I can verify, which is present day 8 Byram Shore, including at the back of 8 Byram Shore, a 12-foot wide right-of-way to provide access from Doran Avenue to 10 Byram Shore. And included in my narrative letter and my research was review of the 1934 aerial photography, just to get some sense of the history. And there is a driveway that serves 10 Byram Shore Road that crosses the Kinzel property to Doran Avenue. So you could see, if you, I think I included a copy of that photo in the letter, but you can kind of see that this driveway has existed for a very, very long time, and prior to any of the divisions of property. Although we don't know exactly where the driveway was located at that time. So shortly after they recorded the map establishing the 8 Byram Shore lot and the 0 Byram Shore lot, that's the subject of this application, and they conveyed 10 Byram Shore out to SADE 11, the zoning regulations changed again. And that's when the code was reformulated in 1947 with the R6 building zone regulations. And the property became moderately non-conforming as to lot area. Where 7,500 was required, the lot contains 6,700 square feet. In 1954, up to 1956, when the state of Connecticut was preparing to and constructing I-95, the entire neighborhood was significantly impacted. So this lot was adjacent to the rest of that Milo Mead property, which was nearly 30 lots with an average lot area of 5,500 square feet. Nearly every lot on that map was consumed by the construction of I-95 and Exit 2. And that's why I think this lot appears unique, because it was one of the few that were untouched by the highway improvement. And in fact, 8 Byram Shore experienced a minor taking at the front of it. So this lot really would have, I think, blended into the neighborhood very well in the past, but now we just have I-95 where we had all these other 5,500 square foot lots. So that was the way the property existed for a long time until 1973. And by the way, the introduction of I-95 is why the lot has a Byram Shore address and not a Doran Avenue address, because as they were taxing it through the 40s and early 50s, it was taxed on Doran Avenue, and it had the Doran Avenue, it was on the Doran Avenue Grand List. After they completed the installation in 95, there were no other lots on Doran Avenue except for this lot. And so they added it to the Byram Shore list rather than the Eugene Street list. But it had that same tax treatment through the inception after the lot was created. And then in 1949, one of the two original purchasers died. Henry Kinzel passed away and title vested completely in his wife, May Kinzel. When May Kinzel died in December of 1973, her two sons, Henry Elwood Kinzel and Harold Kinzel, inherited the property. Harold conveyed his property to Henry Elwood Kinzel and his wife, Helen. Henry passed away in 1986, and title then vested in Helen Kinzel. And then the estate of Helen Kinzel, by way of the executors of her estate, conveyed 8 Byram Shore to Lamb Company LLC and 0 Byram Shore to my client and the applicant, Mr. Malotzi.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
Sorry.
No,
So
go ahead.
The overall concept in merger, as you correctly identified, Madam Chair, is that the wording of the Greenwich regulation requires consideration of what case law has upheld in the state of Connecticut. And by land use attorneys, and I'm sure perhaps you as well, often lovingly referred to Schultz and its progeny, being a line of cases suggesting that legally non-conforming uses do not automatically abate without the intent or other action by the owner indicating their intent to then terminate or abandon a legally non-conforming use. And if you'd like, I can talk a little bit about, in my research and reviewing a number of cases along this line, of the factors that are most frequently discussed in merger case review. So as I indicated in my letter, there's no single factor that is dispositive, but the factors that I found referenced most frequently were ownership of the parcel, and that is to say whether or not it's in common ownership is one factor. Taxation of the parcel. So if I have several lots, have they been taxed as individual building lots or just as one block of land? The deed descriptions. So if you have a deed description that includes multiple lots, so if I got 45, 46, and 47 as one lot, that's not a dispositive factor that I then have 3 lots, that they could be merged. The access and the location of the driveway, and we'll return to that here. Structures, accessory structures, such as tool sheds or garages or pools. Again, these are single factors that are relevant, but no single factor is dispositive. And the use of the bulk zoning regulations from one lot, or the land area from one lot, to satisfy the bulk zoning requirements for development on a second lot. So if I use my FAR in my vacant lot, then that would be a factor that you would consider to say it was obviously my intent to merge the lots. And one factor that seemed to hold a significant amount of weight in most cases, where when you had development or improvements like the primary residence, when it straddles a lot line. And in many cases, while no factor is development, is dispositive, that seems to be a factor that's weighted heavily. So in this case, 7, we've talked about 7 potential factors, and I would represent to you that the first factor is certainly the common ownership exists. And then the second factor is the driveway and access. And I can talk a little bit more about that because I know that was one of your specific concerns during the briefing.
Well, it was the issues raised by the Department of Public Works. And if you were amenable, what we would do is we would have you add the notes to that lot when you file it.
I don't object to that. I think, Scott, is the commission privy to Highway's updated comments?
I don't know if we have the updated comments. Pat is looking like the deer in the headlights. So is Katie. Let's assume none of us have seen them.
So Mr. Marucci's initial comments, he indicated that the driveway, that only one driveway could serve this, all
Exactly.
3 properties.
And we were going to have you do that as a note on the Mylar.
Okay. And what I would ask you to consider is Scott revised those comments.
Oh.
I asked him to reconsider them and he graciously did, but he revised those comments the following day to indicate that what his goal was is with the existing driveway location serving 8 and 10 Byram Shore Road, it would be difficult to meet the DPW highway standards to put a new driveway in at 0 Byram Shore Road, the subject site. So unless that driveway moves, I think looking at the survey, I'd estimate 5 feet over and is completely is no longer in front of the subject parcel, then a new driveway wouldn't work because it couldn't meet the highway standards.
Right, exactly. But here's the thing. What you're getting into is, we haven't seen this. Do you have a copy of this that you can send quick to Pat?
Yes.
And he can then send it to us.
Your comments, I believe, include this.
But
The updated.
This is a development plan?
It's not, the survey I submitted shows the location of the existing driveway.
Yeah, the only comment I saw was that they were not, they would have to continue to share the driveway. So let me suggest this to you. I would say, if you're amenable to this, let it stand. Because when you come in with a development plan, you can work out the driveway issue to what you want to do at that time. And I actually think that would give you the flexibility. We would make a note at this time when you file it, but if you come in with a site plan, at that, you could change the driveway configuration, you know, with DPW. At that point, you would not be coming before the commission. Katie, right? It goes on the Mylar. But if they can get DPW to agree to a different driveway configuration down the road, then you do that.
And it is in the CAM zone, so it would at least be an administrative application with.
So Katie and company would see it, and then you would revise it. So for now, we'd have you say, since we haven't seen this, we would just have you say that you would use the existing driveway and have the Mylar filed on that basis, because
Just
it's
a quick,
hard. Go ahead.
Right of way, so Duran Avenue, that right of way abuts the property, right? Because there was one map that appeared to show that, and then there was another map that maybe looked like there was a piece of land in between, but there's not, right? It goes right up to the property line.
Correct. It goes for the right of way properly that's in the deed is actually located on 8 Byram Shore. It's 12 feet wide, and it goes from Duran Avenue and allows access from Duran back to 10.
No, I know about the
Oh,
right of
sorry.
way. I meant the parcel itself. So the parcel property line is also coincident with the right of way line, right?
Oh, correct. It fronts,
Yeah.
it fronts directly onto Duran Avenue.
Okay, all right, that's what I want to thank you.
Mr. O'Donnell, that the Duran Avenue right of way, is that state or town?
I believe that's still a town road at that point.
Okay. The comments that you received from Mr. Marucci, is that something that happened today or?
He said it happened the next day, and I'm saying, let's just drop it and let's just, because we haven't seen it and you're asking us to review it on the fly now. I'd rather not compromise ourselves, you know, getting that. I hate when we get stuff at the last minute. It's too bad we didn't get it, but I don't think it limits your flexibility in the lot development. So Nick, I would just suggest that when they do a development plan, they amend the driveway configuration to what works with that development plan. And heck, they may end up keeping the existing driveway because you have a very small lot. So the moment you lose to a driveway, you have less land area to work with. You may end up wanting to do that anyway. So if you change your minds, you can come in when you do the CAM. Okay.
And would you just consider one alternative suggestion is to say
Sure.
that rather than note the plan that say you could only use one driveway, is to note the plan that says any development, any driveway must meet the Department of Public Works highway standards, which would be
Perfect.
consistent with what you're asking me to do.
Yeah,
I would
so
accept.
Nick, something that says the existing driveway will be retained, and if amended, it must meet Department of Public Works standard. And the other thing is, of course, it has to meet, any development plan has to meet coastal area. Does anybody on the commission have any comments on this application? Does any member of the public wish to speak? If so, would you kindly raise your virtual hand? Yes, sir. Mr. Mark Reynolds. Moving you up to panelist. Mr. Reynolds, you should be able to speak now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. So I live at 10 Byram Shore Road, and I just wanted to make a comment, and this may or may not be the form, and I'll apologize in advance for not knowing the right form or the procedure, but my comment really and my concern, no surprise, is the continued use of the driveway that we have. Either A, because that I don't know if the deed is to 0 or not, and I have no real issue with the usage of the driveway between 3 properties. My bigger concern is the way the property lines are delineated. The 12-foot right of way, and I'll address you to the last page of Mr. O'Connell's application, the map there. That 12-foot right of way, right or wrong, is really 6 feet of the driveway and 6 feet of land. There's a stone wall there, and there is grass. And I think the intent of that 12 feet was to continue to allow to have the access. My concern would be And what I would like to see resolved before any application is approved is continued use of the actual driveway, which part of that is on the 0 Byram Shore lot. I would say half of the driveway that I use to get into my house is technically not on the 12-foot right of way. The half of it is, and half of it's on 0 Byram Shore Road lot. So any development that restricts my access means I can't get in and out of my house.
Okay. Mr. O'Donnell, would you comment on that?
I agree. I think Mr. Reynolds is correct in that this commission doesn't have those controls in place, and that would not be a part of this application. I do think that may be appropriate at the time that some proposed development is submitted.
Okay.
Well, I mean, hold on
Katie?
a second, because how if a property can't access their lot, Casey, then how, I mean, that doesn't strike me as reasonable. Is there an easement over 0 Byram Shore?
There's not, I've combed through the title very carefully, and there is no easements for the existing portions. The only thing that's in the deed is this right of way that reservation is made. And I don't think it's accurate to say, number one, I don't even think that you could begin to find a practical resolution to this until you're looking at how the property would be developed. And then I think that's also a very difficult resolution to try to find when you talk about it. The goal of this hearing is to say, is this a separate and unique lot,
Correct.
or is it not a separate and unique lot?
We can't address the right of way issue unless we're creating a nonconformity, and by you know, whether we're not eliminating this person's access. And I think under
Correct.
the law, it would not stand up that the development plan restrict this person's access to their property.
Yeah, I'm not asking to deny.
Sorry,
I just-
Mr. No, Mr. Reynolds. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I think the law protects your access to your property,
Okay.
that the case law does. That's my take. Victoria,
Well-
would you?
I mean, it might behoove us to consider, I mean, as Mr. O'Donnell stated correctly, this is about a lot confirmation. This is not about any development at this stage. And as I've said, that any development because of the location of the zone would have to come into staff. And as it relates to coastal area resources, but Madam Chair, you may want to, just thinking out
Elevate
loud.
it. I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, you may want to require that this comes back into you.
Yes. Yeah, Mr. O'Donnell, I think that's a really good idea. Katie and I had the same thought at the same time, which is really dangerous when we do that. So yes, I think the easiest thing, given that this is this whole driveway situation and the access, that we would like to see it when it comes back for development.
I don't object. I think that would be a natural occurrence if we submitted the admin plan. And I've, been before this commission, honored to be so, where neighbors had concerns with private roads and private rights of way. And once that specter got raised and staff recommended it to the commission. So I'm comfortable with allowing staff to recommend it to the commission. And if you find it most appropriate to make that a condition of the lot confirmation.
We
I don't
can't
object.
actually condition the lot confirmation. So we would just say, because it's a lot confirmation, so it is or it isn't an existing lot. But we're just going to note for ourselves that when this comes in, that the commission has agreed that we would review it, that it would rise to the commission.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
All righty.
You wanna
Okay.
Would you want to put some note to that end on the plan, Madam Chair?
We could do that. I'm thinking, can we put it on the Mylar?
You certainly could, yeah.
Okay, because I think what we're going to say anyway hits it. Any proposed development must meet the Department of Public Works standards for a driveway standards and
Before you get into that, should we, that statement, should we make a motion first?
no,
Or do it-
I just want to kick it around for a second, what a Mylar note would look like if we were to approve this. So it would have to be to DPW standards, and can we make a comment about would not prejudice access by any of the lots or something like that?
While you're thinking, if you don't mind, I'll look at the CAM coastal overlay zone and see if I can suggest language that I think would achieve your goal.
Well, we'd have to do it right now.
Right now, it's happening right now. I just want to let you know. I'm
Okay,
thinking.
Katie, thoughts?
Yeah, I'm just thinking that it's not so much of a CAM thing as it is just a protecting of the other property rights thing.
Yeah.
So I mean, do you recognize, Mr. O'Donnell, that the driveway goes over your client's property and that it would be something that could be sustained into the future so they have access to the property? Because what did you say? You're at 10 Byron? Because does that right of way cover the access for 10 Byram?
The right of way is specifically for 10 Byram. 10 Byram, there's no way, shape, or form that this application impacts the right of way access. I cannot render an opinion, and it wouldn't be appropriate, nor would I have authority to make a representation exactly that you asked for. But I'm sure Mr. Reynolds has, looked at the land records, and I spoke with Mr. Reynolds, and this is the same conversation I had at this time, was that this application is not relevant to his driveway access. But what I will point out to the commission, I think it'll assuage your concerns, is that my client, long before retaining me, recorded a copy of the map that you see before you in the land records. And that map has a date. And so that would be a definitive indication of the location of the driveway and other improvements. It's in the land records. We can look and see when that occurred.
I think if we did the notes, Katie, I think if the notes just say that any site development plan must be reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Commission, number 1, and number 2, that the driveway access must meet DPW standards, because one of the DPW standards is bound to be that you can't block people from getting to their house.
There's
So I
no
think
blocking people from getting to their house.
So
yeah,
My only concern would be if there was development that would occur, and I don't, again,
okay.
depending on the FAR, et cetera, I don't know if part of that driveway can be taken away from me, then I can't use only half of the driveway.
Right.
well, that's the point. I mean, it seems if there's no room, I mean, I understand what you're saying. There's a 12-foot right of way, but if there's physically no room for, should your client decide, Mr. O'Donnell, to remove the 6 feet or whatever it is of driveway that's on their property for this property owner to access their lot, that is a problem as it relates to the confirmation.
It's the development plan. We can only.
Well, there's an easement by necessity. There's a legal structure known as an easement by necessity, which an owner could use.
I was waiting for her to say
If an
that.
owner has to get to their house.
Exactly.
You have that legal concept coming into play.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That I didn't know what it was called, but I remember I've seen it. So I think the development plan has to incorporate that by default. So whatever note we put on the Mylar can be appropriate. And what I would suggest, Mr. O'Donnell, is that you have some discretion in how you word this note on the Mylar, and then we'll read it when we get it.
Okay, that's great. And I'll email it.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Katie.
Mr. O'Donnell, would you consider keeping this open so we can kind of get all of this
It's
really
not the-
hashed out?
The problem is, Nick, that the lot confirmation has nothing to do with the driveway access.
There might be, Ms. Albin, because there might be an adverse possession claim. I'm only just saying this because if that lot has no access, then and they're acquiring a piece of this land that you're trying to confirm, that could be subject to adverse possession so that they have access to their property, that could potentially be a problem.
Wait.
All right, if Mr. O'Donnell is willing, we'll just kick it back onto the next agenda and do it fast. I don't have a problem with that. If you two are willing.
I think you have settled it tonight. And Katie, I think, and Victoria both, it's prescriptive rights that we're talking about. Those prescriptive rights, and I'm confident to make an opinion on, do not meet the level of adverse possession, which requires exclusivity. So that's not here, but there may be rights. And I think Mr. Reynolds I can't give Mr. Reynolds advice on that matter. And Mr. Reynolds, you recall our conversation on this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you may recall I said that this application doesn't have to do with that. And unfortunately, I can't give you information on that. But if you wanted information on that, the appropriate thing to do would be to contact an attorney who's familiar with real property or title And the first attorney that I would call would be the attorney that did your closing.
The only thing I'm thinking though, I do understand what you're saying, that obviously it's in your client's best interest that there is no adverse possession claim, but it does concern me quite a bit. I'm going to be honest here that there's no easement. I understand what Ms. Goss is saying, but that's just theory or concept. I mean, there's nothing on the plan. So if you were willing to add at least an easement onto your Mylar, that would solve the problem right away. It just concerns me that I understand your hesitation, Mr. Donald, completely, but the worst case scenario for the commission would be that they approve a lot confirmation that then you get to use against another property owner. I mean, that feels wrong.
Okay.
That is true, but I'm suggesting that the inverse is the case. Right now, I'm not even sure with confidence I could come to an agreement or negotiate agreement or fix this problem, because when we're talking about this lot confirmation, we're talking about whether or not this is an independent lot, and that is going to significantly impact whatever the ultimate resolution of these longstanding encroachments are. In addition to that, this condition, there's been some form of driveway over the site since we know the photograph in 1934 was taken. There's been there was a specific easement that was put into the land records, and then conditions have occurred. Mr. Reynolds, I think prior to your ownership, did you do the addition in the property or somebody else? I think it was maybe
we're
9 or 10 years ago.
It might be better.
By the previous owner.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, Mr. Don. I'm just going to say, if you and Mr. Reynolds could maybe sort this out and then come back to the commission.
Okay. I got two people asking me to leave it open. One of them is our planning director. The other one is the secretary of the commission. I think I'm going to accede to that, and we're going to leave this open. Does anybody else from the public wish to speak? Please raise your virtual hand. Okay, nobody. Anybody from the commission have any comments?
Yes,
No?
before we move on, I just want to make sure that we are going in the right direction, that we're looking for, actually first, Mr. O'Donnell, if you, whatever comment you got from engineering that's updated, make sure staff gets that. Last thing I had was from 12/29. So anything, because I'd love to know what they're thinking in writing.
And actually, that's the easiest thing. You're right, Nick, because he can finish resolving this with DPW. Okay, go ahead, Nick.
Okay. So actually, we were talking about language that the driveway meets the development standards for the town of Greenwich DPW. We were talking about actually adding language about that the properties to come back to the Planning and Zoning Commission at the time of development. What else do we want to make sure that we include as language that we'd like to see?
Well, we can give feedback to Katie afterwards. We don't have to do it right now.
Mr. O'Donnell, just one quick question. I want to make sure I understand. In the 12-foot right-of-way from Doran to number 10, you said that you had searched the deeds and everything, but did not find a language of an easement or anything that provided the access to 10. It was just a right-of-way?
The 8 Byram Shore, who is not my client and is not here tonight. 8 Byram Shore.
That's Lamb Company.
Right, has it deeded. That's reflected on the survey map that is both recorded in the land records and twice it's recorded in the land records, and it's in their deeds that indicates that 10 Byram Shore has a right to pass over 8 Byram Shore.
Okay, great. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
That exists, and it's not being challenged or taken away, and it can't be. I don't have the power to, nor does my client have the power to modify that.
Right.
I think what Mr. Reynolds is, and I apologize, I do find this punitive to the applicant because we did contact Mr. Reynolds, and in fact, I did have a conversation with Mr. Reynolds. So then to hear this again tonight at a public hearing, rather than at any moment prior to public hearing, it's punitive to the applicant. But I do appreciate the commission's position. So Mr. Reynolds is attempting, and not, I don't think maliciously, but assert his prescriptive rights. And that's not an issue that can be resolved prior to resolving whatever it is, whether or not this is an independent lot. Because if this lot has merged with another lot, then that means that we have to have 3 people coming to an agreement. So Mr. Reynolds will then, his claims would be adverse to the owners of 8 Byram Shore as well.
Okay.
So approving this application as you have originally suggested and requiring the applicant to come back at the time of development, I do believe sincerely addresses your concerns to make sure that nobody's going to get bullied here and to make sure that all lots have access. So
Yeah.
I would
But
beg you
yeah,
reconsider.
I realize that, but our practice is that when any one member wants to leave something open, we do in fact leave it open. And I've got a member who, unless Mr. McRae has changed his mind, I have a member who has twice said he wants to leave it open. Mr. Hardman, you have your hand up? Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I'll lower it for you.
Mr. O'Donnell, I think it's just, I want to make sure that we are clear here because I'm understanding you're going to be coming back with the, at the time of development. And I just want to make sure that we're all set and there's no question or issues at that time. That way, when you're coming back in with your whatever happening to this lot, we've addressed everything and that we're looking at development of the lot and not any other extenuating issues.
Okay.
Okay, I still don't, I can't.
So we'll put you
it's
on.
impossible to solve the prescriptive questions that Mr. Reynolds has that he's bringing to the table tonight.
What we're
until-
asking you to do is to give us the wording for the notes on the Mylar when you return. That's what all I'm looking for is
Okay,
how the
I'm
Mylar
sorry.
is going to be worded. That's all I'm asking you for. And then we will
and
vote
just-
accordingly.
Just to
Thank
clarify,
you.
because I mean, just, I think that the key issue is that you're not creating something that or there's not a situation that minimizes your lot size. That's my only concern, because with a map that you're going to be filing on the land records, we want it to be accurate. So that's why I want you to sort it out now, that if for whatever reason that lot size needs to diminish, then the commission should know that now before they confirm a lot.
So
We'll
put you early on the next meeting, okay?
Thank you.
Like tonight. Okay, so we're going to leave this open. Thank you to you both. With that, Mr. Court Reporter, we are now beginning the public hearing. And Mr. Court Reporter, I am just verifying that you are ready. Mr. Court Reporter.
He's got his mic off, right? There you go.
There he goes. Okay, Mr. Court Reporter, we are now ready to open the public hearing. Are you ready?
If you just give me a minute, I had to change my device because the other one was freezing up, but I've just about got this ready.
Okie dokie. That's why we checked to make sure that you were on board. In the meantime, representing the applicant, Mr. Leroux, if you would bring up the applicants for the next application while we're waiting for Mr. Basili.
What is the next application?
The next application is for Orchard LLC.
Okay, was 1429 just postponed or was it withdrawn?
It was postponed.
Great, thank you.
So Mr. Cohen, is there anyone else with you, Mr. Cohen? This is weird, Pat. I can't tell if his sound is on. Mr. Cohen's. There he goes. Oh, there he goes. Okay. He's good. Mr. Cohen?
Well, he's not good because the audio is not coming through, but.
There's Mr. Canning. Oh, I can always talk to Mr. Canning. Mr. Cohen, try now. You're on. Oh, no. You should be good, Mr. Cohen. You're unmuted. You want to give it a shot?
You need to test your microphone and speaker.
You just muted again, Mr. Cohen. Now there. Oh, that's Mr. Canning. No, you're muted, Mr. Canning, but I can see you. Mr. Cohen, nope, you just muted again.
Tell him that it's a Christmas party.
You know, he does good at Christmas parties, doesn't he? Okay, Mr. Cohen, are you set? Now, you should be good. Try it. Well, what should we do here? We can't hear Mr. Cohen. He's unmuted, but we can't hear him. Joe Pecora has his hand up. I just promoted him to panelist. So, Mr. Basile, you don't have to record this part.
Why? Is this not open the public hearing?
Well, we opened the public hearing, but we're not saying anything because we're waiting for the attorney.
Oh, okay.
It's safe to say that we have a significant portion in the public wings here also
Yeah.
for this application.
Well, we have Mr. Canning, who's ready to go. And we have Ms. Cronin. I'm thinking if Mr. Cohen can't activate his audio, Mr. Pecora, would you be all right with having Michelle Cronin?
Oh,
Mr.
Mr. Cohen has had success in the past calling in. So do you want to just give him an opportunity to call in?
Sure.
I'm trying to do that right now.
Okay.
And should we then just wait?
Yeah, I think if we just give him a quick second to call in, because he's done that in the past. Mr. Leroux, you've received word that he's trying to do that?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. So he should be here momentarily then. Do we, Mr. Leroux, you know what number he's going to be? Oh, here he is. Okay,
I do.
good.
I'm going to change his name here.
Can you tell him how to unmute himself? Maybe he can hear.
Is it star 9?
Yes, *9 to unmute, *6 to raise your hand on the phone.
*9, Mr. Cohen? If you can hear us. I keep.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. *6, I think.
*6.
I think it's *9.
There he is.
Yay!
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello. Okay.
Well,
All
I'm
right.
so
And so
sorry,
now we
Ms.
start with the public hearing. This is application for Orchard LLC, which is a final site plan final site plan and special permit, and it's a coastal as well for an 830G set aside development. Okay, now Mr. Cohen, if you would proceed.
Thanks. I'm sorry for the delay. Oh, I'm getting a feedback here.
I think I fixed it.
Now I think you
Did
have to mute your other, yeah.
I did. I dumped his other one.
Hello?
Okie dokie. Yes, you should be all set.
I am using the computer audio.
Just turn the volume down on your device, on your.
I'm gonna kick it out of the meeting, actually. I'm gonna just remove his computer from the meeting.
Well, no, it's not going to work because his phone is picking it up.
No, I'm fixing something. I just disabled the talking on it. I think that'll do it. Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Cohen. Wait, where did he?
Yeah, you removed him from the room.
No, he's, okay, wrong one. All right, go ahead, Mr. Cohen.
You need to allow him to talk if he's on the phone, and then now
He is allowed to talk, but he's muted.
Right, because he has to unmute again. You have to.
Okay, Mr. Cohen, if you would unmute again. There you go. Okay, all set.
Is that better?
Yes,
Yeah.
and
Oh, good.
we've kicked out your other one, so you should be all right.
Okay, I apologize.
No
I do
worries.
represent the applicant in this set-aside development at 4 Orchard Street in Coscob under the provisions of Section 8-30G of the Connecticut General Statutes. The project, as you know from our application materials, generally is described as a 15-unit residential development, 5 of which units will be considered affordable under the 8-30G standards. Tonight with me are, as you know, John Canning, who'll make a separate presentation when I'm through to talk about traffic and parking issues, and Joe Pecora, one of the principals of the applicant, to answer your questions about the development as a whole. Pat, could we turn to the images that we sent you so that I can accompany my comments with those? Thanks, Pat. The property, which you can see from this photo taken from Orchard Street, is in the R7 zone, fronts on Orchard Street. It's to the left, you'll see the Coscob Elementary School, which the property immediately abuts. Right in front or next to the school is the retail florist business. That's a part of the property, and to the right of that is a single-family residence, which is also a part of the property. Pat, the next photo is taken from the post road, backing up a little bit from the prior photo, and it shows that across the street is a commercial zone with a gasoline station. The property is not, to the north of it. There are single-family residences. To the rear of the parcel is the school, and also to the south of the property. Property is served by town water and sewer, is within walking distance from a number of local retail shops, and is located on the 311 and 311B bus line. Pat, the next image is a site plan of the existing conditions of the parcel. It's about 26,000 square feet in total. The southernmost building is the retail florist business that fronts on Orchard Street with a greenhouse connected to it. There are separate other buildings that you can see behind it, including a freestanding garage and an old greenhouse in the rear of the property. On the north side of the property, or I guess northeast side of the property, is a 2,900 square foot single family residence. The residence has had occupants for many years, and the florist business, although somewhat diminished, is in operation. The next group of photographs, which I'll ask Pat to go through kind of quickly, are photos taken from various points around the property to give you a general idea of what we're talking about as existing conditions. That, of course, is the florist business, used to be known as Designed by Lee's. It's been a florist shop for as long as I can remember, which is a long time. Pat, next one is taken from the north side of the property, going around further in back. Pat, the next one shows the connection between the existing greenhouse and the florist business. Pat, going further back in the property, now looking toward the west is the greenhouse and connected storage building. Pat, Further back of it is a storage shed, and then to the right, Pat, if you would move it ahead, is that freestanding garage that I mentioned. The next one, Pat shows the, that's another picture of the garage. Next one shows the freestanding greenhouse, which it looks to me like it's not been used for a while. Next picture also shows that freestanding garage. Next picture is taken actually from the Coscott School parking area into our site, showing the residential building beyond the old greenhouse. Pat, the next picture is of the single-family house that's on the property, still a part of the property. Pat, I'm not sure how many more we have. I think these are.
Yeah, and Mr. Cohen,
next-
you showed us all these the last time, so we are familiar.
I do, but we weren't
And
on the record at that time, and now we are.
Oh, I see. Okay. And we've also, as I mentioned to you the last time, the commission is all familiar with this property. We
Yeah,
usually,
I know that.
usually
but we
walk
do
the
that, but-
sites. We usually look at all the
Oh,
sites. Okay,
I
sir, go
know that
ahead.
so
So
well.
here, you've got the site plan.
So this now is the site plan of the proposed development. The development is essentially 4 buildings, as I indicated. The building that fronts the Orchard Street street is a building that has 4 units of 1-bedroom apartments. The building behind it is almost a duplicate of that. The buildings to the rear are 2 buildings that each have 3-bedroom apartments in them. The building number 3, which is the building in the middle, has 3 of those apartments. The building to the rear has 4 of those apartments. I think I would like to talk a little bit about one point that was raised in the staff report that I think is of interest. Pat, could you go to the next image? It shows the same development plan. This is a landscape and lighting plan, but it kind of shows the buildings and parking areas a little better. The issue raised in the staff report really had to do with how the 3 and 1-bedroom apartments were allocated as between residents whose income is not more than 60% of state median and those whose income is not more than 80% of state median. And there's a suggestion that 3 of the units would need to be in the 60% category and 2 in the 80% category. That is what we are providing. So I think that issue has been resolved, but so there's no question about it. I'd like to be clear about the specific requirements of 8-30G in this regard. To qualify as a set-aside development, not less than 30% of the dwelling units must be sold or rented. They'll be rented in this case to persons or families whose income is not more than 80% of state median income. And of those, and in this case, we're talking about 5 units, not less than 15% of all dwelling units must be rented to persons whose income is less than or equal to 60% of state median. We provided for that. That's 3 units. And the remainder of the affordable units, 2 in this case, go to the 80% category. So in the case of this development, 3 units are at 60% and 2 units are at 80%, and there is a mix between the 1-bedroom and the 3-bedroom units. There are spread out around the site a total of 25 parking spaces. The parking plan is part of what you'll hear from John Canning about. It's been reviewed at an earlier date by the town's consultant Beta, who found that the number provided in this case was reasonable. Before I turn this over to John, I would like to address a couple of issues that were raised at yesterday's briefing schedule. First of all, there was a discussion regarding the existing non-conforming commercial use of the premises by the gardening business. And a point was made at the briefing that the continuation of a commercial use might be subject to further approvals by the commission, and that could very well be true should the existing commercial use be modified in some significant manner. However, just because the current extent of business operations have been diminished over recent years, Connecticut statutes and case law make it very clear that a non-conforming commercial use continues to be legally protected at this site, and it's highly conceivable that if this project did not proceed, a more successful and diligent operating company such as McCardle's or Sandbridge or CC Brothers might wish to take over the business activities and could do so without significant involvement by this commission. And any continued commercial operations would involve normal business activities for the business, like truck deliveries, retail customer parking. And we believe that certainly from an impact point of view, both parking and presence in the neighborhood, that a residential development such as the one that we are proposing in place of the existing non-conforming business makes very good sense. Makes very good sense at this location because of its proximity to shops, the bus line, the school, where teachers and staff would be very interested in nearby new residences within walking distance. A second issue that was raised in yesterday's briefing, Mr. Yeski, I think, suggested the proposed residences would be sold. That's not the intention of our client. This property will be acquired by the applicant under a binding contract, our client intends to construct and to manage those apartments as rental units. And as I believe you know, the applicant or companies that are affiliated with the applicant has developed and leases and currently manages successful 8-30G developments at 180 and 303 Hamilton Avenue. And actually, there's an aerial photo a little further on that I want to turn to show one of these projects. Can you could pass those by, Pat? Yeah, that's an aerial photograph. I'm not sure when it was taken, but it couldn't be long ago. If you remember, this is the development in the back of the two-door restaurant at 180 Hamilton Avenue. And so you see that, pardon me?
Nothing, Mr. Cohen. I just think that showing us other applications at this point is not really helpful. But go ahead.
To the extent that my client has developed another project not dissimilar from the present, immediately adjacent to a school with school kids, driveway out to Hamilton Avenue, parking arranged, and as you can see, there's only, I think, 4 or 5 cars parked at this kind of random moment. I don't know when it was. But the point that I was trying to make is that it's important to my client that he proceeds with this development as part of his business. He's attempted to reach out to the commission in his desire to make 8-30G projects acceptable in terms of what you see from the street. And in this case, and Pat, I wonder if you could back up again to there you are, to the next one.
I'm sorry,
can
Mr.
you go to
Which image?
the elevations?
No.
Thank you. It's the lower left elevation that is the elevation that will be facing Orchard Street, and that it's that building and a building almost the duplicate of that will be the first two buildings from Orchard Street. And I believe following a meeting with the ARC, some changes were made to address their input, and we end up with a building we think that meets the commission's interest in having let's say a street-friendly building.
Mr. Cohen, I absolutely agree with you. I think this building, the facade it presents to the street is just terrific because it looks consistent with the neighborhood architecture. It appears as a two-family home and does not change the architectural nature and the sense of place in Cos Cob. So I think that the applicant has done an excellent job on this.
Well, thank you for saying that. The point that I want to make, though, is we think that this is a Greenwich appropriate development, notwithstanding that it comes within the aegis of the 830G requirements.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead.
I was dying to ask you a question. We haven't talked about this before. When we got the parking comments, one of the things that Beta said about the parking, in the application, you are leaving the parking open, and they suggest that the parking be actually assigned because that it be unbundled from the tenancy, because that encourages people to use public transit. And that this is now best practices. Obviously, you don't have to do this if you do not wish to, but we thought the idea was very interesting at the briefing. And since there is a bus line there, I mentioned it at the briefing, I'd love to have you guys consider assigning the parking and unbundling it so that people pay for their parking space, have it assigned. And so if someone chooses to go all public transport, they can do that. So if your client would be willing to consider that option, that'd be great. So yes, I'm sorry, I just because when you mentioned the parking, I didn't get a chance to get it out. Now you were on the architecture at this point and how it's been revised.
Let me quickly address your comment.
Thank you.
We disagree with that comment.
Yeah, I know you do. Go ahead. Okay, you did. Okay.
With it is because when if we don't assign the parking, when that person who has a car there decides to take the bus, the space is filled. When he takes the car somewhere else and goes away for a couple of weeks vacation, the space is empty and no one's using it.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
And we think that John Canning will agree with it, is to manage the parking. And I thought really that's what Beta was getting at. And we manage the parking by a couple of techniques, and they've proved to be very satisfactory in the other projects that the Pecora family has
it's your call.
Developed.
It's your call. I mean, best practices per the consultant is to do this to encourage people to use public transit, but this is not an item that, as you know, rises to the 830G in terms of, safety issues or health issues. So it's just your call on this. I thought it was interesting that they we're proposing a way of encouraging people to use public transit. So anyway, as you said, and as I had just complimented you that I really think that the architecture is consistent with the neighborhood. What's next from you?
What's next is I'm going to turn this over to John Canning to talk about the issues that are of most interest to the neighbors and the parents of kids at the school, which is the traffic issues and of course parking issues.
Mr. Cohen, before we move into the traffic, because it's going to be some considerable time, I'd like to address something before we move off the this front facade. And I have a question. If Mr. LaRoe, can you bring up page 45? This is the site development plan for it's page 45 in our
Site development
application.
plan?
Yeah, that's
Not this plan?
that one. Yes. Can you zoom in right there at the facade of the front building at the street?
Nope. Sorry.
Just a little bit closer, please. Great, that's good. Mr. Cohen, and actually Mr. Pecor at the same time. What I'm seeing here is Mrs. Albaum was talking about the success of the facade there on the street, that it's actually kind of fitting in with the streetscape. But the thing that actually is striking to me is, and actually it was brought up by your thoughts, Mr. Cohen, about the other developments, is that the existing house that's out there is about 45 feet from the property line, or say about the sidewalk line. But the new facade is about 15 feet from the property line and 33 feet tall. I think it's actually, the facade is successful, but I believe that the distance off the curb line, the sidewalk, is going to make it unsuccessful. It's going to be too close. If you're looking at the aerials that were given to us and just street view, you can see that each one of those properties on the street are set back quite a distance from the curb line. And I'm just wondering if it's possible, like in building 3 and building 4, if the attic could be used to reconfigure the floor plans to move the facade of this building back off the street. If that's something that can be considered and looked at, I think it would actually might be more successful and make the street frontage of this something that's more accepted with the community.
I haven't heard any adverse comments, Mr. Macri, about the appearance of building number 1. It does, the way it's been configured does provide for a pretty nice landscaped area, as you'll note from the landscape plan, as well as a porch along the front of
Right.
I'm not.
1. I don't think my comment is too much about the appearance of the facade. It's the location of the facade in relationship to the street, and that the ratio of street curb to the ridge is kind of off. And
yeah,
I think
we've looked into the possibility of using the attic because it was an issue that was raised by ARC, and we looked into the possibility of using the attic and thereby, leaving the layout the way it is with sufficient parking. And if you'd like to hear Joe Pecor discuss it, but it's just not feasible.
Okay, I just wanted to kind of get that out there, and it's something, if you could look at that as you proceed with the development of the site.
We will.
We can continue on, I guess, with the traffic.
This is Joe Pecor.
Hello, Joe.
How you doing? 2 things to respond to that. One, the layout of the buildings are so tight that you can't really get closer to, get further away from the road. But if you could scroll down a little bit and you look at the other existing building, it's right on the road, right on the property line. So, I mean, if you're looking at an average, we're pretty close to being right where we should be. I think we're making the property less non-conforming than what currently exists.
Yes, I understand that, Mr. Pecora, but what I'm saying is that your existing commercial space, which is close to the street, is 1 story. The facade that you're proposing is 2.5. It's that ratio between the curb line and the top of the building that's going to be, I think, out of character on the street.
Yeah, and well,
But it's something for you to consider going forward. I think actually the traffic issues are probably much more pressing, so we probably should get into that.
So Mr. Canning
but-
gets to talk now?
Well, excuse me.
Sorry,
Mr.
Mr.
Alba,
Sorry,
before we
Mr.
do
Cohen.
that,
Yeah.
there were a few other photos in that suite of photos that Pat was helping us with that I'd like to include as part of the record. Basically, they show things like signage, which you at one time indicated interest in, as well as the appearance of a mailbox where that's going to be at the front of the property, and also a photometric plan. And I'd like all that to be a part of the record, but I will not trouble you with going through them right now. I would much prefer to let John take it over.
Okie doke. Mr. Canning. Thank you very much, Mr. Cohen. Mr. Canning.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board.
I think you could stop the share, Pat, so we can see Mr. Canning.
I believe Mr. Canning's presentation involves the images, am I right?
That is correct,
Yeah.
yes.
Okie dokie. Thank you, sir.
Okay, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's good to see you all under such trying circumstances. I'm glad to see you're all healthy. Just quickly on the parking, your consultant's suggestion that the parking be unbundled and spaces be charged for, it's my understanding that's not permitted for 830G, just to set the record straight on that. And also in our report, on our December report on page 27, we note that the flexibility of not having assigned parking spaces allows you to get more parking for your spaces, as indicated by Parking and Housing Best Practices for Increasing Housing Affordability and Achieving Smart Growth at page 26, which indicates that you get 1.17 parking spaces extra for every unassigned space versus assigned parking. So it's more efficient to have unassigned spaces, as Bruce indicated.
Okay, I thought it was interesting what they were saying, what Beta said, and we wanted to encourage the use of public transit, and I thought that was kind of cool. So coming back to what you wrote, Mr. Canning, I thought you did a really good job responding to what we had requested. I'm going to give you our takeaways as just to summarize what we talked about in the briefing.
Yes.
The most important thing we had raised to you was that we were worried about the safety of the children in the driveway of the school.
Yes.
And the data for your analysis of the accident history, what it showed is that the accidents occur with vehicles in the driveway and not coming from the adjacent buildings, the adjacent residents, or in this case, the commercial use. That what you found is that the 4 accidents had basically been caused with the pickup and drop off. So it is a management of the school driveway itself that has given that issue. The second big takeaway I had, and I appreciate you having done this for us, is that southbound intersection is in and of itself a bad intersection, regardless of what development comes here now, and that in fact you are proposing a less traffic intensive approach than what could be done here from existing practice. That because this is a non-conforming commercial use, if it went back to a fully active commercial use instead of the abandoned one it is today, you would have much more traffic than you do under your proposal for the 15 units. And so that in effect, if you were to do a side-by-side comparison in the future, this is a better traffic situation. Did I capture you correctly?
You did. I will offer that, I listened carefully to all of your comments and I tried to be as responsive as possible. And to that end, we provided you with two analyses. One is future conditions with the property vacant, and the other is future conditions with the property occupied as proposed with 15 units. And the level of traffic with the 15 residential units, there's a peak volume into or out of the site total of 8 trips per hour.
Right.
And it's about 12 trips per hour if the site were to be reoccupied for a successful business. That point can be disputed. What's I think important is the 8 trips per hour pales by comparison to the approximately 2,400 trips per hour that goes through the intersection of the Post Road and actually East Putnam Avenue. Sorry, I'm getting my municipalities mixed up. East Putnam Avenue and Orchard Street, Mead Street, which is admittedly a very poorly performing intersection. So with your permission, I'd like to quickly go through and highlight the issues that we have looked at and answer questions as they may arise.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So the first thing I would like to look at is blowing up the intersection. That was a comment from one of your board members. I took that to mean to look at all of the intersections in the area and how good they are or bad they are and how they may or may not function. So on the next slide, we show the projected traffic volumes in the peak hour from this project. You see site driveway, there are 3 trips going out and 5 trips coming in. This would be when children are being dismissed in the afternoon or in the 5 to 6 hour rush hour. And you can see that that's a total of 8 trips. 3 of the 8 trips head north on Orchard Street and 5 head south on Orchard Street to the intersection of East Putnam Avenue. So you have 5 trips going across the school driveway and 5 trips going through the intersection of East Putnam Avenue with Orchard Street. So that represents about 1/3 of 1% of all the traffic that passes through that intersection in the peak hour.
Right. And you, there was a comment you had in your report, and I'm going to cite it incorrectly. I was trying to scroll down to it just now. That if we had an active commercial use, the future delay increase at that light would be, was it 6.5 or 8.5 seconds?
It was 6.5 seconds more than it would be with the project, which would be 4.8 seconds more than what it is now. Actually, you're jumping ahead of me. My very next slide goes to your point.
I'm very sorry. Okay, that's exactly, but that was, there you go. Yeah, that was just very telling. That was very helpful that you gave us that.
Okay, no, I think it's important because look, it's important to me and to Mr. Pecora, who's going to own and operate this facility, that it operates safely. Because if it doesn't operate safely, everybody loses.
Yep.
So from an operational perspective, we looked at the 4 driveways, which is Putnam Avenue with Orchard Street, the school driveway with Orchard Street, the site driveway with Orchard Street, and then there's a little intersection above that, which is Orchard and the inbound lane to Valley as it goes northbound. So the analysis indicates that the big problem there is that there's just too many vehicles going through the intersection of Orchard Street with Mead Street and Putnam Avenue. And so you have to wait, for a couple of green lights sometimes to get through. You can see that it's worst on the northbound and southbound approaches. So you can see eastbound and westbound is anywhere from 12 to 40 seconds of delay, which frankly is not bad. But the northbound and southbound approaches, which are highlighted, it's on the order of several minutes. What's, I guess, important, and I'll just look at the biggest number, which is 259 seconds. And I should say that it's analysis comparing the volume of traffic to the lanes based on a software algorithm, and it tends to blow up the more traffic you put on it. So I don't think it really is a 5-minute delay, but it's indicative of the incremental increase.
Yeah.
So with the store vacant, which is no build 1 conditions, the northbound approach on Mead Street is a 259-second delay with the store vacant in the future. And that would increase if the store was occupied and successful to 271 seconds, which is something like an 11-second increase. But with the application, and there's a couple of trips added to the intersection, it goes to 265 seconds, which is 5.8 seconds, I believe.
Yep. Okay, gotcha.
So the bottom line, in my opinion, is that once the 8 trips leave this property and go onto Orchard Street, whichever direction they go, they'll become virtually indistinguishable from all of the other trips that are passing through the intersection. And yes, they will make delays a little bit better, but won't be noticeable because they're just so bad. You just not even going to notice this extra 2 or 3 trips per hour.
Okay.
So if
All
we
right.
can go to the next slide.
Am
which
I
is
allowed?
basic-
And then this,
Oh,
oh,
please.
yes. Oh, no,
Questions,
go
yes.
ahead. Accidents. That was really,
I'm reading your mind, or you're reading my mind. I don't know.
well, I did
Which
read
is
your excellent.
scarier?
I don't know which is scary, but I did read your letter very carefully. And I must say I got some chuckles from it on the accident data. One of the other conclusions, if you wouldn't mind commenting on this, and maybe it's not appropriate, but what struck me is forgetting this application, we have an issue with this intersection, and we should, because we have a level of service F and the town has a standard higher than that, that really what we need to do is try to address this intersect, that's what you've highlighted for us, regardless of this application. The residents of this neighborhood have a point. We need to go to our Department of Public Works and say, look, this intersection is really giving people a hard time right now. Has nothing to do with the 830G application. We need to work on this intersection somehow.
Agreed. Yep.
Okay. And if you had any thoughts on that, and this is, I know that's not what you're being asked to do, but we were looking at it. It's a tricky intersection. And now you're going to tell us about the accidents in the driveway of the school. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. So we asked the town for the last 5 years of accident data. We actually got 5.25 years. And we looked at data at the intersection of Route 1 and Mead Street, but then we really looked at close in at the data on Orchard Street back from Route 1 past the driveway. And we found that there were 4 accidents, none of which occurred at the site driveway.
Yes.
All 4 accidents occurred at the driveway that serves the Coscob School parking lot. None of the accidents involved injuries. None of the accidents involved pedestrians. One of the accidents basically was somebody turning left out and they didn't see somebody coming down Orchard Street. So that was your garden variety not looking. I don't like to say that, but it was somebody who wasn't observant. And then 3 of the accidents were involved when there was congestion on southbound Orchard Street, which is one of the concerning issues in this application. So those 3 accidents, I put up the details of one of them here, which was, it's kind of, why these things happen. There was a vehicle stopped at a red light. Somebody wanted to turn into the school and they decided that they would back up and let them turn into the school, and they backed up too far and hit the car behind them.
Yes.
So another one was even a little crazier. Somebody wanted to turn into the school and somebody was stopped at the red light, and they decided for whatever reason, they said they wanted to change lanes. They started to back up and they backed up into the car that was turning in. And the last one was a car that was turning out through traffic, and he was edging out, and there was a car coming north on Orchard Street, and they collided, but there was minimal damage. Typically minor disabling damage, or non-disabling damage.
Yeah, I
So
loved your line about for reasons best known to themselves. Okay, so basically the accidents are in the school driveway. They are just people doing sort of careless things, or whatever the polite word is for it. You're not seeing accidents as people access ingress along Orchard itself. A commercial use would be substantially more impactful than what is being proposed. And you think the non-assigned parking is the best approach for this type of housing? What other thoughts can I take from your head?
I would offer this, that I don't like to see accidents, and we've had 4 accidents at this location, but it occurred over 5.25 years.
Yeah.
The town nor the school district have taken any remedial action, so it would indicate that while it's undesirable, it has not risen to the level that there is a significant level of concern that it must be fixed. The proposed driveway, first of all, it has operated or did operate at some level of activity when there were kids walking to and from the school for many years. We're not aware of any problems associated with it. The level of activity into and out of the project will be 1/20th of the level of activity at the school driveway, so much less activity. It's also a little bit further from Route 1, which is helpful, though it's not that much further. And the applicant is proposing to improve the driveway. The existing driveway is narrow. It can only accommodate one direction of travel at a time. So it'll be widened to 20 feet to allow vehicles to enter and exit at the same time. And the sight lines right now, you come out from behind the building, so those sight lines will be cleared. So we believe that not only has it had a relatively good history where we've found no accidents, but that it will be improved. And we've discussed this internally, and we want to make sure this is as safe as possible. So we have proposed that we would put a sign at the driveway exiting, advising motorists that there's to go slow, that there's children crossing.
Great.
And
That would
I believe
be
that's on the next slide. Is that on the next slide?
Give it a shot. I don't remember seeing that sign. Oh, there it is. Okay, got it.
So,
Yep, got it. That's great.
So it's we maintain that the driveway is there. It has been used. It's low volume. We've looked at safety. It will be designed to the applicable standards. And we're going a little bit extra where we can to remind motorists, which they should do anyway, that there's children crossing, and we have improved the sight lines.
Well,
So-
yeah, that's the other point. I think that's a very important point that you made in your report, is that the sight lines exceed the town standards, particularly for both the left and the right turn coming out of this driveway. So you are creating as safe a situation as is possible.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
One of the other important issues, the next topic, Pat, please. I think Pat's in charge, right?
Yes, Pat's in charge.
Okay, is
Okay.
construction.
Yes, thank you.
If you can turn to the next slide. What I think an instructive model is the model that Bruce presented earlier, which is 180 Hamilton Avenue, where the applicant built 3 buildings instead of 4 in a relatively confined area next to the school where there were walking pedestrians. The applicant did that with the cooperation and consultation with the school. In the mornings, when children are going to and from the school, they station somebody at their driveway to make sure that the vehicles can get in and out only when the children are not crossing. They schedule their deliveries of larger vehicles, of which there are not a lot because it's a modular construction. They schedule them so that they don't occur during the morning and afternoon dismissal periods. And they did it successfully at 180, and they intend to do it successfully if approved at this location as well. They'll coordinate with the school district. So they have a track record of doing it well, and that is their intent, and they will take direction from the school district and the building department and the police department as necessary.
Perfect. And one of the things that we could do is, once this is constructed and operational and people are back to in-person schooling, all of those great things in the future, that we could revisit this and just make sure that the peak school hours are going smoothly as people leave and come in to the site, right? So, because right now it's so hard to know with all having gone all virtual again. What have we not hit on, Mr. Canning?
Well, we have a couple of quick things. We have some fire access.
Yes, sir.
We did design the site so that it has 20-foot fire access roads all throughout the site. And we did vehicle turning templates for the largest fire apparatus, which is the next slide, Pat. So that's the 100-foot tower ladder, which can drive in to the end of the site. That would have to back out, but we've been in contact with the fire department, and that's the same situation that was approved for other similar facilities, and they have not expressed any concern about it. Most of the pumpers and ladders are smaller. The next slide shows a 31.5-foot vehicle that can drive in, turn around in the middle parking area and leave. This vehicle is slightly larger. It's 31.5 feet.
Okay.
Delivery vehicles and garbage trucks are usually 30 feet or less, so they will be able to operate in the same way. They'll drive in and they can back into the middle parking area and then drive out.
Mr. Canning, was the fire department okay with the fact that they can't get around to the other side of the rearmost building?
I believe they were. We have done a code check requirement.
Okay, all right, as long as, go ahead, Katie.
I know you guys have met and you've discussed this. However, we do obviously need to wait to get their comments in writing. And Mr. Natale did note to me that that will be coming soon. He said there's some aspects. He said I need to do some code research on. So he's going to be getting back to us on that to get you an official comment. So I know that you guys have met and it's it was a good conversation, but we're not there yet. Totally.
Yeah, he may have comments, but we have certainly not heard of them yet. And we
have. All right.
We did a code. We did it. Before we submitted it, we made sure that we believe it complies with code, and we look forward to getting his comments.
Well, worst case, you could access from the school side, correct?
Well, there's a fence in the way.
Yeah, but okay. Yeah, okay. All right. So that's the only, so the fire department comments are still pending, but and you're just making sure that they have full access to the buildings. Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead.
So the next issue that we just quickly want to touch on is parking, because I know people are concerned that there will not be enough parking at this facility.
Okay.
That's down a couple at oh well, actually, is it this one? That's good enough. Yep. So we have designed it, and one of the benefits of the location is that there is room for a vehicle to wait. If it has to wait, if there's southbound traffic on Orchard Street to turn into the side, it won't block Orchard Street, which is a problem that they have at the Coscob School parking lot. You can see the road widens out at that location.
Yes.
We've based our parking on 2 independent estimates. One of them is local data, one of them is national data. We came up with similar answers, which is basically a peak parking demand of 21 vehicles, which is 3 fewer than the 24 regular spaces that are provided. This has been reviewed by your consultant, who said that that seemed to be reasonable. It's the same standard that we applied when we looked at 180 Hamilton, where there were 10 units, and I think there were probably 10 spaces or 11 spaces. And that facility, from what I understand, always has 1 or 2 parking spaces available. So we're confident that we will have enough parking to meet the needs of this development. We have provided the lease to the board, where it describes how the parking will be provided. I think basically everybody will get the offer of 1 space, and then if there's spaces over, the larger units will get the offer of a second space. So that's basically the way they're going to manage it. They manage it at the other locations. They have parking permits, which is on the next slide, I believe, Pat. Thank you very much. And so residents are required to display this permit when they park there. And if a vehicle is parked there for more than a couple of nights, then they will be notified and towed. And that seems to work. So they're going to stick with that plan.
All right. Okay.
The next slide, basically we have, I believe, responded, I think, to all of Beta's comments. There was a comment about bike storage, which has been provided.
Yeah.
And ADA requirements, and I believe that has been addressed. And as Bruce mentioned earlier, if you can just roll to the next slide, Pat, please. It is a tricky project, but I think all in all, it's a good project for the neighborhood because it is affordable. It's more transit oriented because there will be fewer vehicles than your average 2-family house. It's in an area where you can walk to the school, you can walk to the bus, you can walk to some of the stores and commercial facilities. So, you know,
I'm sorry, Mr. Canning, I missed one thing. Handicap access to buildings 3 and 4. I bet you commented on that and I don't remember what you said.
Yeah, I believe that all of the buildings are accessible, but I would actually turn to the applicant for confirmation of that.
Okay,
That's my
because that's
recollection.
just a question that Beta raised, that we just demonstrate that there's handicap access to the buildings.
And Mr. Canning, what about parking space number 1? So if you're trying to get in and out of parking space number 1 and someone's trying to enter into the site, is there a conflict there or is there enough room?
No, I think there's enough room for a couple of reasons. First of all, parking spaces 1 through 6, you will park in when you drive in, right? So you'll drive in and let's assume, first of all, we assume the best case scenario. There's nobody parked there. You'll drive in and you'll just park in any one of those spaces and be delighted and walk off. The worst case scenario is spaces 2 through 6 are full, but space 1 is open and you live in building 1. So what you'll do is you'll drive in and you'll stop parallel to space 2. Now, I mentioned before, there's 8 vehicles an hour, so it's unlikely somebody will be coming behind you. But if somebody's coming behind you, they'll either see you and let you park, or if they come in and you haven't started backing up yet, there's enough room for them to get off the street before you start to back up. There's also enough room for them to go around you. So I don't believe that it will be a conflict.
Yeah, as long as there's enough room to get around, that's.
It was to get around so that somebody doesn't hold up the traffic on Orchard.
Yes, well, the roadway width is 20 feet wide, so there is enough room to get around.
Okay. Okay. And your comment about the queuing in the morning as they try to exit the site, you said the tenants in your letter, you said the tenants are just going to have to wait. There will be queuing on Orchard southbound until and unless the town addresses the traffic issues. But in the meantime, they may have to wait to exit the building, as do the residents in the rest of the street.
Worst case, they will have to, just like the residents of the rest of the street, or just like people who are turning into or out of the adjacent school parking lot, which has 20 times more traffic than it.
Katie, did you hear back at all from DPW on the queuing issue on Orchard southbound, and if there's anything we can do to alleviate it for the residents?
Let me just double check.
Okay. I mean, it isn't really relevant to this application. It's just something that we should explore so that we can ease the burden for the residents all along Orchard, including these. Construction
I have a quick
staging.
question. I have a quick question about parking. Those 6 spaces, Mr. Canning. Is it possible to shift those 6 spaces inward of the property line and give more green space at the front of the site?
So I will say yes, and here's why. Okay.
Cool.
The street that I live on, I don't have a driveway. The houses are all old. You've got streets like that in Greenwich, and it's curbside parking. And basically what happens is you learn to park very efficiently. And even though the code says you have to have 24 feet for a parking space, you end up parking in 20 feet. So we could move those 6 spaces in. If you took 2 foot off of each one, we could move them in by 10 to 12 feet, but they won't be code compliant. They'll still work, but they won't be code compliant.
Well, I think you have to do what's most convenient for the residents. So much as we'd love green space, at the same time, if you're in space 1, you may want to have the ability to move back and forth more in order to pull out. So do whatever you think works best for this. You know how much I love planting and greenscape and trees, but I think, and so does Nick, but again, to this, it's what's the most efficient use for this property.
Mr. Canning.
Yes, sir.
The distance between each one of those spaces, front to back, is 4 feet, 18 feet wide, 9 foot wide, 18 feet long, 9 foot wide.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Right. And the space between 6 and 7 seems a little bit larger.
Yes.
I'm thinking, could that be minimized, to shift them in that way to get some more on the outside?
Absolutely.
That was my thought.
We can do that.
Folks, does anybody else, Mr. Canning, you're kind of done, right?
Well, I just had a comment from Mr. Michael. I did get the comment back.
Okay.
Madam Chair, he just says, when it comes to improvements that could be made It's a very difficult question and one that requires extensive work with the Connecticut DOT and also a policy decision related to pedestrian safety management that we need to come from the Board of Selectmen. There's not a quick, easy fix I can recommend that the project do in order to help the traffic at that location. He does have a couple of ideas and he'd be happy to discuss. So
Great. And I saw that Mr. Camillo is in the audience tonight, so maybe we can follow up with the Board of Selectmen that we would like to independently improve traffic at this intersection.
And since we're talking about boards, just quickly, the planting that's proposed on the Board of Education property, has a discussion been had with the Board of Education?
Oh, that's not Mr. Canning's question. That would be Mr. Pecora's. Let me just make sure Mr. Canning is done before we start asking him about where he's putting trees.
Unless you have other questions, I'm done. Thank you.
And nice job on your letter. Thank you very much. Oh, Mr. Yeski would like to ask you a question.
Yep.
Mr. Canning, I understand the traffic situation. You've made it clear that the issue is not so much this project. Parking, we heard from the residents before that they thought parking would be a mess. I understand that you believe you have enough parking and your management, et cetera. Embedded in the beta report was another concept. I wanted to ask you about your experience because you're an expert in this area. They talk about giving preference to leasing units to people that do not have cars. This is on the Post Road. It's next to a bus stop. I know people that do not have cars. Do you have any experience with that kind of a concept in terms of, and I'm not suggesting that's something that's a condition on this project. I'm talking to an expert. Have you had any experience on projects where they do give preference to people not requiring cars, which obviously would help the whole parking situation? Anyway.
I have not. I am familiar with the unbundling, which is basically making residents pay for parking, but I'm not familiar with any projects where they have had two applicants and they have rented it to one applicant because they didn't need a car. Although I could imagine such a case if they didn't have any parking or if they had insufficient parking and they had two applicants, it would make sense that they would rent to a tenant that didn't have a car as opposed to one that did.
Thank you. That's very informative. Okay, anybody else from the commission have any comments for Mr. Canning before we spring him free? No, and Mr. Canning, again, I got a couple of good chuckles and a lot of information from your report. Thank you.
Thank you all.
If everybody's okay, I'm not seeing, oh, Mr. Cohen, would you be all right if we turn to public comment now?
Absolutely.
Members of the public who wish to speak about this application, if you would raise your virtual hand, and we will call on you in sequence. In the meantime, our first speaker tonight is going to be Mr. Camillo, the first selectman. But before you folks, the rest of you speak, I just want to remind you this is an 830G application. Your comments should be focused on health and safety issues or anything of significance that under the law, and we can talk to you about it some more, would be greater than Greenwich's need for affordable housing. Greenwich only has 5.3% affordable housing. The state would like to see us, has a statute that requires us to be at 10%, and we are striving to get there. The reasons, your objections to this application should be based on significant health and safety or other major environmental considerations. And we were also going to limit how long people speak. Mr. Camillo, I'm sorry I went on. If you would go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Good to be with you. Good evening to everybody, commission members, guests, and residents. I want to acknowledge the good efforts of this applicant to try and address any and all of the concerns that the people of Greenwich and in particular this neighborhood are putting out there. Nevertheless, I do have my own environmental and public safety concerns here, just like the application before Hollow Wood and other ones. there's a growing frustration in town from residents who feel that they're under assault at times with all these applications, and whether they've lived there their whole lives or they bought a house there recently, they're seeing conditions change right before their very eyes. And usually 8-30G ends up being the vehicle that is being used by developers to put these projects forward. So, but I want to acknowledge that the commission is doing a great job to do, you have a balancing act to protect the town's, the way it functions, the public safety of the residents, the aesthetics, everything. And you're doing a great job, and it's not easy. And certainly we're trying our best to get to that 10% affordable mandate. And it's tough, it is, but you're doing a great job with that. But that being said, I'm not a paid consultant. I know this area very well. I grew up on this street. I also am very familiar with the business that's been there for at least since the 70s, since I remember, in the Leaves Florist. And I can tell you, without even hesitating, that there's never been intense vehicular traffic coming out of that driveway that would be comparable to a development of this size there. I grew up there, so I don't have to look at studies. I know what for decade after decade what it was like. Anytime you increase traffic at a very, very, very busy intersection, you do have a public safety concern. You're also going to have vehicles idling there because they have no place else to go. That means they're emitting pollutants there. That is an environmental concern. You're making what is a beautiful area, but that has been, unfortunately burdened by traffic concerns, worse. And there's no way around it. There's no way any traffic consultant in the world can tell me that by putting more units there and more people and more cars, that you're going to make a situation, keep it as good or if not better. As far as having, trying to encourage residents there with no cars, how are we going to monitor that? I would be all for that, but I just don't see how that was. And I'm not a negative person. I'm very open-minded, and I'd love to see some data on that because it'd be very, very hard to keep track of that. But this really is contributing again to a growing unrest in our town, and I know there are many other towns too. But I'm more concerned about Greenwich. And while I certainly understand the intent here, I do have significant public safety and environmental concerns, and want to thank the commission for allowing myself and others to publicly comment, and also again for the commission members' diligence in all these matters. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Camillo, spoiler alert, the commission's also working on some draft regulations and we're not all the way down the road with this, but what we want to do is give developers more options to diversify our housing stock that are small scale developments and that blend in with the architectural character of the community. And so we're working on that so that 830G isn't the only, the go-to if you want to add affordable housing or moderate income housing. And so eventually in the next few months, we're hoping that we're going to get some options that are really workable for developers as well as residents, and that residency is a positive. But thank you very much for making the time to come speak to us.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, take care. Have a good night.
Bye-bye. Our next speaker is Mr. James O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, if you would unmute. Mr. O'Brien, are you able to unmute? There, oh, try again. You had it for a sec. There you go. Perfect. Okay.
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 Thank you. Jim O'Brien, I have lived north of that intersection for 30 years and used it often, and I have a suggestion to help maybe alleviate those accidents that they were discussing on the entry into the Coscob School parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
The double X's, often people block them. I would suggest raising them, having DPW raise them as they do raised intersections and raised crosswalks, which will communicate further to people not to stop there and help alleviate this, thus help alleviate those accidents. Thank you.
Oh, Mr. O'Brien, before you leave, I was just reminded that you led the Safe Routes to School effort. When we did that, was that 2005?
About.
It's interesting. I was just looking for that report, Katie. I'd love, in fact, I wanted to resuscitate it for this Coscob area specifically because there was work done on the Coscob School. And what I'm hearing as this application has been discussed is that we need to think about the Coscob school approach itself and not so much an application. Katie can probably get her hands on it, but I would love to revisit that, that if you had the time ever to revisit that Safe Routes to School and what you uncovered for Coscob with you, if you would be willing to talk to us about that.
Yeah, it was definitely on in the town's website at one point.
Okay, I will look. I looked the other day and I couldn't find it. I looked over the weekend, I think it was, and I couldn't find it. I was just interested because I remember there were some things that we did not do and that maybe we should, put forward being done at this time. And there were more crosswalks and there were more speed bumps.
Well,
anyway, but go ahead. Sorry.
If I could add, the present DPW has eliminated some of the traffic calming, pedestrian safety initiatives that were built.
Yes. Yes, I'm aware of that. Okay, so if we could do that offline, I suddenly was reminded of that and I would love to discuss this as we've surfaced these issues with Coscob. Thank you so much for making the time to speak. Our next speaker is Lisa Seglem. Ma'am, if you would go ahead. You should need to unmute yourself as soon as you are up. Every now and then. Lisa Seglem. Not sure what happened. Ma'am? She's kind of there she is. Okay, just was lost in cyberspace for a while. Okay, ma'am, you're ready to, if you unmute, you're ready to go. There you go. Ms. Seglem, you should be able to speak now. Hello? Okay, you've remuted yourself, ma'am. If you would there, okay, you've got your vid going and now you just unmute. There you go. You're good.
I'm
okay,
sorry.
go ahead.
I'm sorry about that. I got kicked out. I was in too long. And just as you called my name, I got kicked out. So I had to join again. So thank you very much.
Oh, you're not really kicked out. As soon as we call your name, we bring you up as a panelist and you go into cyberspace for a sec.
What was that? Oh, I didn't realize. Okay, sorry about that.
It says you're now being brought in as a panelist. That's what happens and you get this like spooky cyberspace moment. Go ahead, ma'am.
So hello, my name is Lisa Seglem. I've been the owner of 50 Orchard Street for the past 13 years. I actually pass this intersection on my way to the Coscob train station every morning and every evening during non-COVID situation, right? Now I've been home since March 4th, like everyone else, you'll notice the train stations are empty. So this is, as everybody's saying, is a very busy and dangerous intersection already. When I drive there in the morning, kids are, when I come down Orchard Street, there's a stop sign that goes to, you can make a left onto Valley Road and then you go straight. The traffic is usually almost backed up to that stop sign going through the light. The light turns, you only have 2 lanes. People are gunning it to get through that light because you only have really, I don't know what it is. It's a very long light to sit at and you only have, you know, a minute or 2 to get through it, and everybody's trying to do what they need to do. So it's very scary. Kids are darting on their bikes by themselves, you know, young 7, 8-year-old kids are by themselves walking to school past this property. They're crossing the street without really not paying attention. And there are these cars that are just, you know, flying at high rates of speed. There's a lot of accidents. And I appreciate that you pulled out the applicant or the representative of the applicant has pulled out the accidents going in and out of the school, but there's so many more accidents right in that intersection with cars going from Orchard across into Mead because it's a very weird turn. So besides the fact that you're trying to put 15 units with, I don't think there are enough car spaces. If there are, 3 family units there, there's going to be a lot more than 20 cars sitting there, 25 cars coming in and out of there. And the reason why there are no accidents coming in or out of there is I've lived here 13 years and I pass that flower shop multiple times per day. I walk there. I have never seen the door open, the lights on, any cars going in and out of that driveway, the 13 years I've lived here. I always thought it was just closed for good. So my main concern is really the kids and the traffic that's already there. And these young kids going to school, the parents don't necessarily walk them. And so that's really my concern. I love the redevelopment. I don't mind if you put 2 or 3 affordable housing units there, but 25 units we're talking at least 25 cars. The other cars will probably be parking on the street and blocking our view to the kids so we can't see them. It's a very scary situation. It scares me every day driving through there, just wondering hoping one day that I'm not going to hit some kid that kind of jumps out of me. So really that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for making the time to speak, Ms. Seglum.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marina Vaninsky. Marina Vaninsky, if you would unmute. There you go. You should be all set. Ma'am, you should be able to speak now. There you go. Hello. I can hear you a little bit. Try again.
How about now?
Yeah, that's better. Can you keep turning up your volume?
Sure. A second.
Yeah, that's pretty good. If you lean in that way, I think, can everybody hear Ms. Vaninsky?
One more time. Is this good? I guess stop me if you don't hear me.
Okay, that's good. If you talk loudly, we're good. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, great. Okay. Well, good evening, everyone. Thanks for giving us an opportunity to speak. I've lived in Cos Cob for about 13 years, and I also go through this intersection all the time on a daily basis. And I can also attest to the fact that it's an extremely dangerous, one of the most overdeveloped, dense and dangerous intersections in town, probably. I thought that it was interesting that the applicant was just showing 5 years of data. I think this is not sort of statistically credible. I happen to know of very serious accidents in that intersection, probably older than 5 years. So I think we really need to look at 15, 20 years of data to really assess the impact of the danger, right? And not just in that particular spot, but the entire intersection. I personally feel scared every time. I still feel scared every time I pull out of that gas station. I really never know if I'm gonna get safely to Orchard Street. And my feeling is that adding even a minuscule amount of traffic is a serious impact to public safety. However, in this case, it's going to be a very serious, not a minuscule, but a very serious addition to traffic, right? Again, we have to remember here, sorry for stating the obvious, right? We're talking about roughly 30 cars, 15 units, 30 cars, and each unit has visitors, right? Guests, friends, contractors. So let's just think in these terms. As has been mentioned before, the current flower shop, I think we're all in agreement there, generates no traffic whatsoever, so it can be treated as an empty lot, right? So it's a very important point to make. So just to say that there's going to be no impact on traffic the way the applicant has stated by showing a couple of exhibits, I think is very misleading, right? So we just need to remember that. And the other point I want to make, you know, I was a little bit confused, and maybe Miss Elba, maybe you can help me understand it better. We were comparing, or I think you were talking as if this development is not going to be built there, there's going to be another busy, I guess, flower shop, something like Sandbridge. And so this is a real comparison. I don't think it's a fair comparison because every application should stand on its own. We don't know what would happen here if the development, as I'm hoping, will not go forward.
So, ma'am, I can answer that question for you. We have to look at what, Pat, could you stop the clock for a sec so I can answer her? We have to look at what the existing use is on that site. What is the use there now, and what traffic that generates. Now, it happens to be that use isn't operating right now, but what we're required to do is to look at the fact that that is currently a commercial use and that it could go back to a commercial use anytime somebody wants. And therefore, what would that generate if it went to what it has always been? And we compare that to the proposal. So it's actually the process that one uses on a proposal in terms of what that will generate. But you've got to look at what is currently approved for a place. It's just how it goes. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, oh, okay, yeah, sure. I guess I was going to suggest that, you know, if another proposal comes into play, let's say another commercial use, I don't think it's an automatic. I was hoping it wouldn't be an automatic approval, right? I think it should be debated just like this development is, and the dangers of the intersection to public in general and school children in particular should be discussed. So,
what the law would require us to do, this is currently a non-conforming use, is we would only be allowed, our limitation is it can be no more non-conforming than the present. So we can't say, no, you can't have a viable flower shop here. Does that make sense?
I see.
Okay, you can't deny someone the right to do business on what has previously been a business site. So that's the thing. Now that said, because it's an 830G application, unless the traffic is really dangerous to life, and there are major safety issues, the fact that you're increasing traffic does not rise to a significant enough consideration.
I'm sorry, I guess that's my other question. Why do you think, why did you conclude that it's not significant enough of an increase in this particular case?
Because the data, what's called the trip generation, and there's books that give you that, of what 15 residential units would give you in terms of traffic, would be eight cars in the morning exiting, and that is not a material impact on the overall volume of the traffic. And that is the numbers that Mr. Canning showed us in his presentation, the traffic
I want to
guy.
say it had 11 cars. Maybe it just had a range, maybe 8 to 11.
Yeah, 8 to, it may have been. I remember the 8 from one of the tables. But so that's the way you approach it. And I'm spending the time to make sure you know about this, because I know there's other people listening, and I just want folks to understand how we look at it and what we're required to do.
Sure, I know I'm out of time. I'm just, 10
Yeah.
seconds, my very last comment.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
know, those studies are great. You know, I think every time we look at an exhibit, you know, we feel like it's got to be right. But there is a ton of variation, and I can tell you that just from working with statistics myself,
Good for you.
so much variation in those types of studies. I mean, you can
Yes, I know.
easily, you can easily double or triple it, you know, for any kind of standard error. And, you know, we as residents have to deal with all scenarios, right? Not just the average, you know, taking, you know, some town in California and averaging it with, I don't know, some other town in Minnesota.
Exactly. Yes.
So, you know, I would just ask you to consider the much longer history of accidents, much more serious accidents that have been presented here. I would encourage the applicant to submit a much, you know, fuller history, as well as those standard errors, which are very, very significant. And
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vaninsky. Our next speaker is named Anna. Anna, would you kindly identify yourself? Please spell your last name for the court reporter.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. If you would kindly
Yes,
spell
sorry.
your last name because it's not on your screen.
Sorry, you say my first name wrong. That's why it took me a second. My name is Eve Chen, Evechen. I'm an Orchard Street neighbor, and I'm also a COSCOP school parent. Now, I appreciate Mr. Canning saying that the developer in a previous project next to Hamilton Avenue has watched out for the children and had implemented traffic control measures during school hours. I do appreciate that. But at the same time, to me at least, it wasn't very clear whether those traffic control measures was just during the time of construction for the project, or if it was going to be long lasting way after the buildings were done and tenants have moved in. And again, as a school parent, I really want to know what the traffic control measures will be like during the morning and afternoon school hours. And then another thing that I don't think anyone has mentioned yet, as a COSCOP school parent, pretty much once a year or more, we get an email from the principal, Mr. Smith, begging all the parents to not park at the school parking lot and drop off their children because it's not officially allowed. And every time after such an email, I will see cars just parking right in front of the forest, still illegally, and dropping off their children in the morning. Right now, it's not an issue because there's no traffic in front of the forest, as we've all established. But when there are people living in that lot, 20, 25 cars coming and going, when parents are passing in front of that driveway, dropping off their children, it's going to be a giant traffic congestion issue. I would love to know how the developer plans on dealing with that. And again, as a parent, my concern is just about the students' safety. I want to make sure my children can walk to school safely without having to worry about costs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shen. Our next speaker, now we've got two people waiting to speak who have the same last name. I'm assuming you live in the same household. We give you a choice. You can each talk for 1.5 minutes, or one of you can talk for 3 minutes, but we don't usually have two people speak from the same household. And so the first one is Rachel Santayana. If you would go ahead, and if you would represent Naren Santayana's point of view, that would be terrific. Thank you.
Hi, I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. You're good.
Okay, so it's actually two different households. So one on 6B Orchard.
Oh, okay.
So two
Good to
different houses. Anyway, so I just want everyone to know I totally appreciate everything Mr. Canning kind of, expertly said. But we've lived here for 30 years. And along the same lines as Mr. Camillo said, that traffic consultant can do the best study, possible, but it's really hard to convince me that, after this project, the traffic is going to be the same or better. You know, as he said, you know, the intersection is already a bad intersection. You know, if we already know that and it's already a concern, to me, in my mind, it kind of just doesn't make sense why you would place 15 more departments with 24 more spaces at an intersection everyone knows is really bad. So, I mean, I can tell you, you know, even in my driveway, you know, I'm not a negligent driver, I'm always watching for kids. But I can't tell you how many times, you know, a child has run right by my car, either running or on a scooter or on a bike. And it has been so close, you know, to becoming, you know, an accident. So those things aren't recorded in data, and those things aren't going to be included, you know, in a traffic study. And, you know, in addition to that, you know, traffic isn't only 24 parking spaces. You know, each apartment is going to have deliveries. It's USPS, it's UPS, it's FedEx, it's Instacart, groceries, it's repairmen, it's visitors for every single apartment. That's way more traffic than, you know, 24 cars. And, you know, I would just say, you know, in terms of accidents, you know, again, I think the data that Mr. Canning showed basically showed that we've been lucky for the past 5 years, because we know it's a bad intersection, but nothing really crazy or nothing really serious has happened. But I don't think that we should take that evidence of luck as evidence that we should, you know, push our luck and add all this additional, you know, congestion and safety, you know, concerns, you know, to this particular intersection. You know, this particular spot, I honestly feel like it's really, really a tough place to place a project like this. I'm really, you know, supportive of, you know, converting this into a, you know, a project with, you know, a couple housing units, you know, I'm all for that. But, you know, it really shouldn't be at the expense of safety next to a school and also the lives of residents, you know, here on this street. As I understand it, you know, only 4 units are affordable housing. So if the, you know, if the owner, you know, lessened the number of units, okay, to try and alleviate some of those traffic concerns, you know, that wouldn't affect the amount of affordable housing that was being offered to Greenwich. And, you know, I would just say, you know, I would kind of caution people that, you know, this is a bell that can't be unrung. You know, it only takes one accident. I mean, again, we've been lucky the past 5 years, and I agree with that data. It's been pretty uneventful, but it really only takes one accident, and it's something that once it's built, it can't be unbuilt. You know, you're hearing from people who live on Orchard, not from people who live, you know, half a mile away. You're hearing from people that live on 6, 8, 10, 12, you know, 50 Orchard Street, and they have the same concerns.
Thank you very much, Ms. Santayana. Our next speaker is Naren Santayana. If you would go ahead.
Yes. Hi, folks. Thanks so much for the time. Just a quick question, just a follow up to Rachel's question, actually. It's what are the steps in place to remediate in case the 4 Orchard Street scenario becomes an outlier in comparison to the studies that the committee has reviewed? You know, in the best case scenario, the development will produce exactly what is projected to be produced, but what do we do if it doesn't?
Well, see, here's the thing. I said this before, and
that's it. That's all I
yeah.
actually,
Okay.
just a
So
question.
I'm gonna.
You know,
I'm gonna,
what are steps to remediation at that point?
Okay. So here's the thing. What we saw in the traffic report that was really the eye opener for me, because I'm like you guys, I'm on Orchard Street a lot. Orchard Street standalone needs to be looked at, regardless of whether you have 15 more units on it. Orchard Street needs to be looked at because of the level of service. Pat, you can stop the clock because he's already said what he was going to say. That's the thing. So there are a couple of things we would do. One of them is that after the project is completed, we could have a look back once it's 6 months after completion and school's in session and see how it's comparing and whether there's anything that can be done to alleviate the traffic at that time. But what we were talking about on the commission yesterday is that we need to go to the Department of Public Works, maybe to the State Department of Transportation, and talk to them about how we make this intersection better, regardless of what goes in here. That's really the challenge before us right now. You all are telling us it's bad right this minute. And you're right. It's what we call a level of service F, which is, as the letter would indicate, It fails. It's a fail.
Understood.
So so it's a fail. We don't like the level of service F, but it's not because of this project. And it's good it's brought this to light. Okay, so with that, our next speaker, thank you, Mr. Santayana. Our next speaker is EJG. And again, you will have to give your name and spell it out for the court reporter since you don't have it on screen. EJG, I've asked you to unmute. If you would unmute and then give us your name.
You guys got me now?
Yeah, we got you now. If you would kindly spell your name.
It just reconnected. It totally just reconnected on me.
Yeah, that happens when we move you into panelists. Go ahead, sir.
Gotcha. Okay, my name is Ernest Gentile. I live at 6 Orchard Street, which is obviously right next door. I have a few concerns. I think everybody's covered the traffic concerns.
Good.
My concern with the traffic only is that island. That thing is like the Old West. The island in the middle between my house and the gas stations. It's like the Old West. You got some people going left, some people going right. The head-on collisions I've almost seen there are it's hard to explain how many times I've seen sit on my front porch, and it's it's like 4th of July. It's just it's a party watching people avoid act. My biggest concern is I have a feeling that we know what's going to happen here, and we know this is going to. And now my children will be playing in their backyard next to 12 parking spots that will be idling, and there will be noisy. And we're talking about carbon monoxide emissions that we have not gotten ever. I mean, has that ever been brought up? Is the carbon monoxide emissions? Is that something that we can even discuss at this point?
Garbage disposal.
I don't know the answer to that question. We'll talk to the environmental folks about it.
Because if the rhododendron is now what's in place there, is what we're planning on, that's not enough to be safe from noise and from pollution. I really don't understand how, these plans as submitted are feasible. I mean, I'm looking at on page 3, I'm looking at the fire hydrant that's in the corner there. I mean, how can we safely fit a full-blown fire truck back there in case of emergency? Okay, where are they going to put the snow? In a storm like this, where are they going to put it? Because I know it was already stacked up this past storm, which was that crazy. It was an average storm, and now you're looking at 15 more units. I'm speechless to think that as constituted, this can go down. I just don't see it. We've seen since they brought the trees down, we've lost complete protection from everything. Our kids' trampoline ended up in our neighbor's yard in this last windstorm. That thing moved because there's no protection now with lack of trees, because we live on a prairie at this point. So you're starting to see this old tree that we've had there that is healthy and that's older than all of us starting to just shed and fall to pieces. This project has already taken a toll on the neighborhood without even having laid its first brick. And this is a major problem. I don't want my kids breathing in carbon monoxide while they're jumping on the trampoline, as long as that trampoline stays in my yard. We're really at a loss here, and honestly can't believe the depths that we're looking at with this project. It just doesn't seem right, and it doesn't seem feasible. And with 23 seconds left, I'll revert back to everybody talking about the traffic issues. And I'm speechless to think that this is considered safe by any standard. That's all I got.
Thank you very much, Mr. Genta. With that, oh, we have one more speaker. Okay, this is the last speaker, Mark Lissauer. If you would go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, that was a surprise. Hello. Would you please give us your first name and last name just to confirm? Because
Yes,
it's not what's on your.
My first name is Georgianna, and my last name is Lissauer.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Court Reporter, I assume you have that. Go ahead, ma'am.
Sure. In respect of health and safety, I wanted to briefly touch upon a topic that none of the other speakers who participated from the public have brought up. Perhaps I missed this, but to Mr. Gentile's point about the safety of the children in terms of what they're breathing in, what is the consideration in terms of all the impermeable surface, whether it's asphalt or some other type of material that could, when it gets wet, emit some chemicals or fumes, certainly during the construction phase, as the other speaker from the public mentioned, what if there's remediation that needs to occur. Again, we're talking about right next to a school. And another item of consideration is the volume of garbage that might be generated. There are quite a few wild animals in the area. I've personally seen raccoons, deer, and even coyotes running through that intersection and in the morning hours. And so that's another item that I wasn't sure was covered.
No, we have not discussed that issue about the impervious. I'm looking quickly at the impervious data. Katie, do you have it to hand? Because I don't think we.
Off the top of
the
my
coverage.
Head, I think it was 80% off the top of my head.
And I don't think it's, well, I guess
50% green area, but.
Now, and again, they put in drainage to compensate for that. That's required by the town. And that is something that's followed in an 830G application, is to follow the drainage regulations. Thank you, Ms. Lissauer. Okay, folks, it's getting, people keep raising their hands. This, I think I'm going to go with one last person, and then I think we really got to stop, okay? Peter Haberland. And again, if anybody wants to speak, raise your hand now, because we keep getting about to move on, and then somebody new raises their hand.
And just for the sake of the audience, Madam Chair, we're going to be keeping this open tonight, right? So
well, we don't have the fire department sign off yet. So Mr. Haberland, please go ahead.
Or sewer.
Or sewer.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission. My name is Peter Haberland. I'm the senior legal counsel with the Open Communities Alliance.
Oh, so that's why you kept.
And
yes.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And thanks for the opportunity to address you this evening. And thanks for your seriousness and diligence in assessing this application. I really just want to note, first of all, that I have submitted a written comment letter a little while ago. And I understand that'll be made part of the record. I understand from your comment just a moment ago that you'll keep the hearing open. And I would ask, I know that you have a huge volume of things to look at. I would respectfully ask that you take a look at our comments. I do want to just very briefly highlight a few key points. And the first is just to urge the commission, as I think it is already doing, that in assessing this application, you should remain mindful of your legal duties concerning multifamily and affordable housing opportunities in town. And that, 830G is a part of that. And I guess it's understandable that it gets a lot of attention, but that's really not the foundation of the duties that the town has. The Zoning Enabling Act specifically identifies the duty to encourage the development of housing opportunities, including multifamily dwellings for all residents of the municipality and the planning region in which the municipality is located. So it's absolutely vital that the commission should be proactively welcoming opportunities to provide housing for low and moderate income households, and not simply those who are already living or working in Greenwich, but households throughout the broader region. I want to respond to some comments that were made earlier with regard to sort of this perception that Greenwich is besieged by developers who are being abusive of 830G. And I just have 2 points in response to that. The first is what I said earlier, which is that towns in Connecticut have duties to be proactive to promote with their zoning and planning opportunities for housing for low and moderate income families in the region. So if a town is doing what it really should be doing with its zoning and planning, 830G shouldn't be an issue. You shouldn't have these situations of towns being reactive or defensive to developers. But let me move to the second, perhaps more important point. And here I had to read this a few times, but I'm looking at the state of Connecticut's Appeals Act listing from 2019, which says that Greenwich has 25,631 total housing units.
And 5.3% of those are affordable. Yes, sir.
And the number of units that would be 830G set aside units are 33, or 0.12% of the housing stock of the town.
Well,
So-
sir, we can approach affordability in a myriad of different ways, and they don't necessarily have to be 830G. And we see it as a very broad brush, multi-prong approach. The Housing Authority does some of it. And we are also seeing, as tonight, we're seeing these small scale proposals that blend into communities. And we are working on regulations that will continue to encourage those. Tonight, we have 2 different 830Gs on our agenda, plus 2 moderate income housing proposals. So at this point, we look at total affordability, and we look at the fact that 6.6% of our population is below the poverty line, and that we have not even met in our affordability the needs of our own population. But we agree with you that to attract more people is an excellent idea, to attract more residents, especially families. In addition, I would point out to you, as you are probably well aware, that Greenwich has a fairly significant minority population that deserves to be accommodated as best we can, and that is often low income. And we are seeking opportunities to do that. Now, I know that every single person in the world feels uncomfortable when they see their neighborhood change. It's just a fact. People worry about it. And that's what you're hearing. We are not being accosted by 830G applications. We have 2 tonight, but we don't feel like we're being accosted by them. But if you're in a neighborhood where it's next door to you, you might be, you feel like there's development around you. And that's what you've heard tonight. So I'm sorry I interrupted you, but we are well aware, I believe, of our responsibilities. On the other hand, if you would like to join us sometime, we have an affordable housing task force that's an offshoot of our POCD, and we would love to have you come talk to us and us share with you all the different initiatives that we have relative to affordable housing. As I said to you, we're looking at a multi-prong approach, all different types of price levels, and also who does it, housing authority, private developers. And we would love to have you come speak if you're interested.
Madam Chair, we welcome that opportunity, and I certainly applaud your intentions as you laid them out. That's great to know that these efforts are taking flight, and would welcome the opportunity to consult, to chat I want to just point out, I don't think I was responding to a comment made by you or any member of the commission.
No, I know.
I think it was a member of the public. And I think it's important to just put things in both the factual and the legal
Yeah,
context.
and I got to protect my people. I understand that it's scary to see development. I understand people always get nervous when they see development, and we've got to hear out those concerns and address them as best we can. And as Mr. Camillo, our first selectman, said, we have to find the balance that grows our housing diversity, and yet residents feel that we're maintaining their quality of life. But if you represent open communities, we follow you guys. So would love to have any of you come speak and talk to us about initiatives, because the price of our real estate can make some of them quite challenging.
Yes.
And so we'd love to hear ideas.
We'd welcome that, Madam Chair, and I do appreciate that opportunity. And thank you for engaging with me and hearing me out. I'll stop here and just note that I've also summarized some fair housing concerns in the letter for the commission to be mindful of, as I believe it is. So I do appreciate that, and certainly welcome opportunity for further dialogue.
Great, thank you so much. And I'm sorry I scolded you for raising your hand right at the very end, but we've been here since 5 o'clock and we're dying to take our 10-minute break.
Understood.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Anybody on the commission have any comments at this point? Otherwise, we'll turn it over to Mr. Cohen, who has been waiting patiently. Mr. Cohen.
I think actually something that was brought up right towards the beginning was actually the discussion of having the Board of Education opine on landscaping on that side. I would appreciate it that when application comes back, that's been done and settled. I know there were some issues at another project, and it seems that actually the success for properly screening this project kind of hinges on that issue. And I'd like to make sure that the applicant takes all the opportunity and time that they can to have that worked through before they come back.
Great. Thank you, Mr. McRae. Mr. Cohen?
Star 9, Mr. Cohen. I'm sorry, star 6.
Don't worry. If you mess up, and then poor Mr. Cohen apologizes when it's really your fault, Pat.
I know, bad instruction.
Okay, Mr. Cohen, ignore Pat and just talk to us.
How's that?
That's good.
Okay. Well, what I was starting to say, Ms. Alvin, is that I appreciate what Mr. Halberlein had to say, but from a personal point of view, I'm not really crazy about zoning decisions being made from Hartford. I'd much prefer to see them made in Greenwich, and I'm very hopeful that the efforts that the Commission's been working through on affordability in our housing stock come to a conclusion that will encourage developers like my clients to adhere to Greenwich regulations and not look for assistance in Hartford. Having said that, all I want to do is correct a couple of misstatements that you may have picked up in the course of the public comments.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell me I was misstating. I was like, Mr. Cohen, go ahead.
No, you did fine.
All right,
I
okay, go ahead.
appreciate your response. Yeah, and shut up, right? Okay, I got it. There are 15 units in altogether, not 25. Only 5 are affordable. Our hard surface in the parking lot not only has been approved from a drainage point of view, but is all consists of pervious surface. So our issues regarding what happens to drainage and water have been reviewed. Regarding the trustworthiness of Mr. Canning's report and assumptions, we are fortunate in the fact that we've got a project at 180 Hamilton for which he provided similar information, all of which has proved to be accurate in terms of parking and traffic. And we anticipate now that leasing is going on at the 8-32 project at 303 Hamilton, that we'll find the same is going to be true. So the numbers that you've seen don't come from California, Minnesota. They come from not only national figures, but local experience. And so far, Mr. Canning's experience has proved very, very valuable and accurate. The comments that were made about the landscape business, the florist, it is true that the business is not operating at full capacity, far from it, but it is operating. It has been open, notwithstanding the fact that not a lot of traffic is seen there. The owner is elderly and is selling the property. We were fortunate in being able to purchase the property. We've entered into a contract for that, and hopefully provide some housing that will help fulfill the town's goal of reaching the 10% required affordability, while being perfectly situated in terms of the bus line, public water and sewer, closeness to shops, and immediate adjacency to a school where we would expect to find several folks that were interested in these apartments. So we believe that based on all the information you've heard tonight and the materials that we filed, this is a good project. It's not, and the issues that we've heard from the neighbors, while accurate, have very little to do with this project. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
So Mr. Cohen, your homework, you know what your homework is, right?
Well,
we're looking for your
I heard some.
fire department sign off, sewer.
Sewer.
You're good with
Mr. McRae's point.
Well, and we'd love, if you could, we're always looking for greenscape. If there's anything, the neighbor that was concerned about having the cars adjacent to his property, I believe that you've got enough screening going in there that it will mitigate that. Again, if there's anything that can be done to address that, we'd be appreciative. What else you guys am I not forgetting?
Mr. Cohen, with looking at the site plan, I think actually taking a very hard look at the refuse areas. One of them is in directly to the back of the building where I think you have a window. And one is behind a parking space. So you may want to just kind of think about that, make that actually work correctly.
We'll look at that, Mr. McRae.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'd be, Margarita, I'd be
Yes, sir.
interested, maybe the traffic consultant can help us with this, about what estimate might be of reduction of out-of-town traffic as a result of having these units in this location and at this price point. I do think developments like this tend to reduce the amount of traffic coming in and out of town. And granted, people will be making intra-Greenwich trips, but my hunch is the total duration of those trips and the amount of time spent on Route 1 and the resulting emissions, probably less than it would be if that resident was commuting into and out of Greenwich on a daily basis.
Mr. Hardman, this is Mr. Canning. I am of the same opinion, but I don't have any hard evidence really to support it. It's just based on my experience with the level of activity and the type of trips associated with lower income housing units versus higher income housing units. So I'm of the same opinion of you that it will likely be shorter trips and more in-town trips, but I don't have any hard evidence to support that.
I don't know if we could find that data from anybody who thinks about this. I think we've unfortunately priced a lot of people out of being able to live in Greenwich. And you know, to me, I know we have seen traffic studies that a large part of our congestion is out of town traffic. And some of that's people coming in to work in the office buildings. Katie, I'm trying to think back to the plan of conservation and development, but Mr. Canning, if you could help us, I mean, I think it might, assuage some of the concern about emissions, which is certainly something we should all be aware of.
I'll certainly look into it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Yeske, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, picking up on that thought, I wasn't going to bring this up, but I got to. Mr. Canning, the big issue here is that intersection.
Mm-hmm.
We can ask the town. That may take a while. It's been our experience. We're not asking, we know you're not obliged, but you're an expert in this area. If you have any suggestions about that intersection, not that you're going to be held to it, but we're looking for input, because if you boil all this down, it comes back to that intersection. And if there's any thoughts you might have in your application, not that you're obliged to do anything, but we've had other candidates suggest things to intersections to improve the traffic flow. In some cases, they were significant suggestions. So I'm just throwing that out there. I wasn't going to bring it up, but it just seems like someone needs to say it.
Well, I do have an answer for you, or at least the beginnings of an answer. And I haven't studied the intersection in enough detail to provide a fully informed answer. But what I will say is that around the region, transportation agencies are moving to upgrade their traffic signals to what are known as adaptive traffic signals.
Yes.
Basically an adaptive traffic signal, and it's usually a system, it's usually more than one signal. It has, all of these signals have some level of vehicular detection. So if you're on the side street, there's a loop in the ground that knows that you're there, and it sends a signal to the controller, which gives you a green light. And then when you're gone, it's gone, she's gone, and it goes red. Some of them have even got those loops on the main line. So adaptive traffic control systems basically have loops on all of the approaches, and they monitor in real time the level of traffic activity at the intersection and on the various approaches and on the corridor. And then they have an algorithm that adjusts the signal timing to best fit the traffic patterns in that instant. So a lot of transportation agencies are doing that, and they're getting some marginal increases out of their intersections.
And we looked into a little bit of that on the POCD, and I won't go over all the background, but is it local? You're talking about that intersection, maybe one intersection on either side, or do you have to go much wider? Because it obviously gets much more complicated when you go to more and more intersections. And I mean, have you seen it done just for a intersection, or maybe one or two, or do you have to go to COSCOB as a whole, that kind of thing?
Well, a lot depends on the proximity of intersections. So if you have intersections that are a mile or more apart, which, in Greenwich, that's not the case. But if you have intersections that are a mile or more apart, it doesn't really matter whether they're connected or not. But if you've got 2 or 3 intersections that are all in a row, and I'm going to say North Street and Millbank, is that right? Or Mason, whatever it is.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the next street is Greenwich Avenue. So if you pick like 3 intersections like that and you put a system in there, the benefits at each intersection, they sort of add up or accumulate. So I'm not familiar with how close the nearby signalized intersections are at this intersection, but you could certainly get some benefits. There's probably a couple of intersections just on the other side of the river there.
Okay, just curious. It does follow some thoughts. So thank you. I don't know who that was.
I don't know, but okay. All right. So are we good? We've got some basic things that need to be addressed by the applicant. The applicant will come back when they can. We've got some stuff to think about, and we can take a break now. So this application remains open. Anybody into a 15-minute break, or are we going to do 10 minutes? Katie?
15.
15. Okay, that was 10. Okay, we're
10.
taking a 12-minute. Oh, okay, 15 minutes. We'll be back at 9 o'clock, folks.
Thank you all. Stay safe.
Bye-bye, Mr. Canning.
Bye-bye.
All right, I just wanted to comment on the very last speaker on 4 Orchard Street.
Well, we're done with that part of the testimony, ma'am. So that if you have a comment, you can write in or wait till the next meeting. But that item is now done, so we're not taking testimony on that right now.
But ma'am, what you can do is you can just send an email to Katie or Pat. And it's easy to do. It's katie.deluca. You see it on the screen at greenwichct.org. And just if you write either one of them, anything you want to say will go right to the whole commission.
Okay,
They'll distribute it, and just tell us what you thought. Yes, the Open Communities Alliance is an interesting group. Okay.
Very much so. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All righty. We have a whole lot of people here, Pat. Is that everybody who's supposed to be here?
That is the applicant list of consultants that they'd want.
Hey, you guys are outnumbering us, so we're gonna go home now.
Sorry, we have Katie, so she counts as 6 of them. So.
Oh, buttering up the boss, huh? Dave Hardman, are you there? You know, what time is it Dave Hardman, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okie dokie. Just wanted to make sure you don't have to, I just need confirmation. And what about, there's our court reporter. And so with the public hearing, we continue. And our next application is 100 East Putnam LLC for a final site plan and special permit for a mixed-use moderate income housing development, 22 units, where 5 are moderate income. And this is probably why people were getting confused as to how many we had. Okay, so looking at this wonderful cast here, who's gonna be lead batter? Okay, Mr. Haslam.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're at bat.
Thank you. Good evening again, members of the commission. Yes, I asked everybody pretty much on our team to join tonight with my client, Andy Toth, with the hope that we could tie up whatever loose ends were still on this project and you could close. But it sounds to me like we're not going to be able to do that tonight for a couple of reasons I won't get into at the moment. But so I've got my 2 architects, Eric and Chris, my landscape architect, Jeff, my ecologist, Carolyn, where are you? Somewhere around there. And my engineer, Charlie Mills, should be on as well. And my traffic engineer, Chris. So you've got, I think, all the people that have worked on this project with you tonight, so that if you do have specific questions to address to them, we can do that. I did notice while I was preparing that it's almost a year to date that we first appeared in front of you on this project. It was January 7th of 2020, after having gone to a workshop in October of 2019 with various department heads, et cetera. So we've been at this for a while, and I thank you for staying with us on it. We met with you 3 times before you gave us preliminary approval to move forward to final, with the direction to go to ARC and have them work with us on their architecture, and which we did. And over the late spring and summer, we met 3 more times with ARC. The project has gone through, I think, 5 different iterations that Grand Office worked on at any given time. We did put together a little package for you tonight that calling together various exhibits that we have either presented or filed in the past, or both, and that might help you in making comparisons to where we are now, how we got here. And I heard, for instance, in the briefing session yesterday, there was some members that wanted to see renderings that were colored to give a better sense, et cetera. Obviously, as we've gone through every iteration, we haven't put in the same level of detail in every single part of the plan. We were focusing on the individual aspects of the plan as we went along. But I think Grand Office has done a good job of a little presentation for you tonight that might help in that regard. After we came back from ARC, and they basically said they were done with us, and any tweaking they felt they could leave to the commission, which we're amenable to, obviously. We then filed a pre-app with you folks to just make sure before we filed for final that everybody in the commission was on the same page with the ARC and with us as to where we were on the project. And I think that went well, gave us good sense. And what you saw on the pre-app is pretty much what's before you tonight. So there's a comment made the other day that I think you hadn't seen these plans. I don't believe that's the case. You saw those back in July when we did the pre-app with you. It was suggested at that pre-app meeting that we should look again at seeing whether we could preserve more foliage on top of the ridge to the west and a little bit to the north as well. And that we meet with Dr. Kramer and Jackie Pruitt as well, and have members of my team. I did not join this walk, but walk the property line up there and try to see if there are other things of value that could possibly be saved. And since I wasn't on that walk, I'll let Carolyn, who was our ecologist, talk about that a little bit, and Andy might want to discuss that as well. But we did look into that, made some modifications, some changes, et cetera. Reached back out to Dr. Kramer and wanted some additional input. But Jackie indicated that Dr. Kramer felt that he'd done what he had been instructed to do, which is identify things of value, but that both he and Jackie recognized the fact that some things that were of value weren't necessarily savable because they were within either the footprint of the building or within the envelope of the construction. So I'll let, again, Carolyn talk about that a little bit more. We haven't heard back from sewer yet. Rich Feminella was actually at that workshop meeting in October of 2018 and brought up the fact that there was an issue possibly of capacity for the sewer. We still haven't seen those comments, so we're awaiting those. And obviously when we get those back, we'll respond to that, but it's unfortunate because that may be one of the things that keeps us open. There were some additional beta comments that we have now responded to. We just got recently, to the extent that we were under the impression that we had responded to all betas comments in the past. And if we did not, apologize for that, but we have now responded to those and their additional comments which came in. I can have Chris address that as need be, but we did do a writing that we submitted to you folks. And other traffic issues just generally. My understanding from Charlie Mills, who talked to our engineer, who talked to Scott Marucci, is Scott is basically okay with all the engineering issues other than traffic. He wants those traffic issues addressed, but otherwise it's fine. So that's certainly good to hear. And then that just leaves the architecture, which, as I said, I think we're pretty much done with, except I heard Mr. McRae make some comments. Some of those I think were maybe ran a little contrary to what ARC had asked us to do, and which we thought were responsive to, particularly like delineating those different buildings without making it look like Disney World or Land. So we can address that. And I'll have one of the architects get into that as need be. So that's the team tonight. That's the things I think are up for discussion, other than some minor other loose ends that if you want to bring them up with us, we can address as well. Is that fair, Madam Chair? Do you think
That is fair.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Pat. Maybe you just go to the next page. Although Grand Office is getting a nice commercial break here. So this is the proposed tree canopy kind of collage that was prepared. Carolyn working with Jeff. And maybe Carolyn, you could discuss this a little bit more and in the context of what the commission was talking about in the briefing session yesterday, what they're looking at.
Yeah, absolutely. And for the record, Carolyn Matthews, arborist and ecologist with William Kenny Associates. And just by way of background, I was at this site in April of 2020 to do my initial assessment, which I believe Andrew read into the record at that time of the first hearing. And just for the overview of the site again, the trees on the site are primarily the invasive Norway maple, primarily located along this western steep rock ledge that we've been discussing. And some of my initial comments, which I believe are on the subsequent slides, discuss those defects, yeah. So if you want to go to the next one. Yeah, perfect. That kind of summarizes the existing conditions. The red circles indicate any tree that, just based on existing conditions, I felt should be removed, either due to an elevated risk of the tree to the existing building, people walking on sidewalks, parked vehicles, any other structure, or the poor condition of the tree. And the poor condition of the tree is largely due to this steep rock slope. It has a very, very narrow, limited rooting zone for the trees. So the trees are showing defects. If you go to the next slide, it's kind of a zoomed in part of my assessment. You don't need to look at it closely, but it shows the defects that I observed on these trees that I said should be removed. A lot of this was basal decay, hollowness of the tree, which you can tell through sounding it with a rubber mallet, torsion cracks, which is the tree being stressed because it's trying to grow vertically on a slope when gravity is pulling it down towards the ground, and broken limbs, missing limbs within the canopy. So if you hit the next slide, yes, these are some images. This is taken in the winter. It's not much you can see there by way of canopy. You can see the trunks of the trees. Maybe a little bit hard to tell there on the bottom picture. Some of those trees are in fact leaning towards the building. And this is notable because over time, though the trees are there today, the bigger the tree gets, the larger the load is going to be on the tree, causing more stress to the tree and elevating the risk of the tree to any other structures around it. So that's just something important to keep in mind for any structure that's there today or will be there in the future. The next slide, I think, is another aerial, again showing, you can see here clearly there's vines existing on these trees, which are also suppressing the canopy of this rock ledge strip. And if left on.
You can have the vines removed if that's an issue.
I'm sorry?
You could just remove the vines.
You could.
If that's a problem for the trees, that seems like a much easier solution for everybody than taking them down.
Madam Chair, you're kind of coming in a little soft. I don't know if.
Oh yeah, it's because I moved the mic to drink my coffee. Sorry. So yeah, okay. So so you guys are going to take the vines down on the trees so you can save more of the trees, right?
I would say the vines on the trees are certainly a problem, but not as problematic as the defects that are observed at the base of the trees, carrying the load of the tree, what I talked about before, the basal defects, the basal decay, the torsion cracks, the hollowness located at the base of the tree. So the vines on top of it is another stressor, which could be handled separately, but that doesn't mitigate the risk of the defects at the base of the trees. So to the next slide is kind of a close-up of this rock ledge. Very limited root zone here. You can more clearly see these trees leaning towards the parking lot in this case. You can also see the understory, which maybe is hard to tell here, is also invasive multiflora rose, oriental bittersweet, mugwort. So that's just kind of a picture of what exists today. And then as Chip talked about, we went back out to the site with Dr. Kramer and Ms. Pruitt. Also with me was Alan Fenner, another consulting arborist. And we all walked the site, and following that, we received the comments from Dr. Kramer and Ms. Pruitt about trees to look at a little bit closer. And as Chip said, they did indicate that they recognize that some of these trees are unlikely to be preserved. You can skip to the next image. Yes, unlikely to be preserved because they were in the footprint of the existing structure. So what we were left with of that subset was 10 trees, which was outside of the footprint of the proposed structure. We looked at those trees more closely. 6 of those trees are along the western property boundary, which has been a focus. Though they're outside of the footprint, they're actually within the limit of disturbance. We're talking about a few feet away from the proposed building. Excavation is going to be occurring very, very close, if not within those trees. And again, the root zone is already very stressed. Adding more disruption to that area will not help the trees in the long term. And as such, I don't recommend that we preserve those 6 trees along the western bank. So then there were 4 more trees, which are in the northwestern corner of the property, farther away from the existing structure closer to the parking lot. Those 4 trees do have the potential for preservation. One of them being a 39-inch northern red oak, which is a native tree. So that's great. And that tree should be preserved if possible. I will say, again, of those 4 trees, 2 of them are the invasive Norway maple. I don't recommend preserving those trees. If the town wants to preserve those trees, we can make every effort to. But I recommend removing them in favor of the native planting plan that Jeff will discuss to provide higher ecological value to the property in the long term as compared to these invasive trees, which don't offer much ecological value right now.
Okay.
Ms. Matthews,
Yes.
of all of the trees that were surveyed on the site, how many are actually staying?
Thank you, Nick.
Sure. So through that assessment from Dr. Kramer and Ms. Pruitt, we identified 4 trees which could be preserved.
I see. And so
And
that
where-
long list that Dr. Kramer had of trees that should be saved, you whittled down to 4?
Yes, he indicated in that email, or Ms. Pruitt did, that many of those trees were within the footprint of the building. Those trees, they indicated, had value. And there is value to trees, yes. I consider that the trees have risk and are in poor condition, and therefore that risk should be mitigated on top of it being within the proposed footprint of the structure.
Ms. Matthews, where are those 4 trees that could be saved?
Sure. In the northwestern, very most, like that triangle portion of the property, right there. There's 3 right there. That includes the northern red oak and 2 Norway maples. And then if you go down to the bottom of the property, right about there, there's a existing black locust, which also has vines on it. It could be replaced, but it could be kept if desired. It's an existing tree.
Can I point out too, Carolyn, if I may, that, or ask you probably better, of the trees that were identified as having value, it would look to me that all but about 5 were actually Norway maples, according to Dr. Kramer's list.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And the largest.
But does this suggest that we are eliminating all the trees along the ridgeline? To the
No.
west?
First of all, there's another layer of canopy behind these trees as well that's shown on this plan. And maybe, I'm not sure if it's Jeff or Carolyn best to explain that, but so if you're talking about the aesthetics, the visuals when you're driving west on the Post Road, there's another layer behind this. We're talking about the trees that are pretty much on this ledge overlooking the job site and on a very kind of precarious steep slope. So that's the area that we're discussing. Am I right, Carolyn?
Yes.
Well, where are these trees to which you are referring, Mr. Haslam?
You can see the green area. There's a balloon of them on the Post Road on the to the west, on the top of your screen, and then that whole layer over to the west again on the top of your screen and to the right. Right there, that exists. So the concern of the Green Space Committee was talking about the aesthetics of losing the sense of canopy behind the building. There are trees that are going to come down that add to that, but that is not the extent of the canopy. The canopy is actually contributed to by the rest of these trees that are in the area that are not going to be impacted at all. So we're just talking about this corridor.
And how many of those exist?
Oh, hundreds.
Mr. Lowe, I think actually to probably to answer your question, from what Mr. Haslam just told us, that this existing tree canopy to remain is not on the site, it's adjacent to the site.
Correct.
So in a sense, all of the trees except possibly 4 would be removed.
I understand.
Yeah.
And we're talking about a fairly narrow strip, as I said, fairly precarious too, but you would not have aesthetic loss. And in addition, as Jeff will explain in a moment, we would be replacing them obviously with other trees that would have better survival rate in this location. And also are more native to this area.
So you mentioned that you're going to replace these trees at what ratio?
I did mention a ratio. I don't think that all these trees are contributing trees to this canopy. I think you're talking about, Carol, maybe you can help me here. Of the trees that are going to be moved up there, what would you say are substantial trees that have a circumference of above, 10 inches or 15 inches, whatever it is?
Sure, I'm trying to get that real quick for you. The majority of the trees were under 10 inches. Just looking very quickly, looks like the larger ones are 10 to 14 inches. There is one 18-inch Norway maple.
But isn't it true that if you remove a large number of arguably smaller trees in the 10-inch area, that the overall effect may be significant, even though that they are less than significant trees in and of their individual selves?
I would kind of like to break down what we're talking about when we're talking about the value of trees, just so I'm understanding you and you're understanding me. From an ecological perspective, if we're talking about the value of this strip of trees, there's actually many studies that go through the exercise of comparing native trees to invasive or non-native trees. And just one example of that is certain tree species have the ability to provide support to certain insects. So we're talking about moths and butterflies, the pollinators that are providing food for us and our food in the food web for birds. Just a quick statistic for you, a native northern red oak, which like we're preserving, can host up to 500 different species of butterflies and moths. In contrast, a Norway maple in this area can provide support for 2, just 2. So when we're talking about the ecological value of these trees, a native planting plan is vastly more superior to a non-native or invasive plan. So there's the question of the canopy for aesthetics and different reasons, but there's also the ecological value and replacing that with something that's going to be in the long term providing ecological benefit and will have the advantage of better growing conditions. And I'll let Jeff talk about this, but it'll be more well suited to survive into the long term, as opposed to these Norway maples, which again are fighting gravity constantly and already have defects that are posing risks to any structure that's there.
But that is one criterion that you're citing.
Yes.
And the fact that if you factor in CO2 and the benefit that the foliage provides, it might tip the scale the other way, wouldn't it?
I don't know that it necessarily would, and I think we're working towards replacing some of that. So I don't have those figures in front of me as far as CO2 sequestration or foliage.
Ms. Math-
Okay.
I'm sorry. Is when you say 4 trees are staying, is that 4 trees sum total of what's existing, or 4 trees from the list that Mr. Kramer identified as being trees worth saving?
4 trees from the list. If you look in the, where are we? Southwestern corner of the property, you see a part of the existing canopy. Sorry, go up. Yep, right there, where there are a couple trees that exist today. That
And there are a few along Taylor Drive. I know one of them is off the property, but these 2 here, and then you're talking, and you already identified the ones over on the north side. But I just want to make sure I heard you correctly, right? That
Yeah,
there's more than 4 trees, but it's of the list that was identified by Dr. Kramer. Those are the 4 that you were speaking about.
Correct.
I'd like to just clarify too, Pat, if I could. When you say that, or maybe it was Mr. McAvoy said that Dr. Kramer said we're saving, that's not necessarily what he said, if I understand it. He said that he identified trees that had value. And when we got back, we wrote a letter back, Carolyn did actually, asking him, did he consider whether the trees were in good repair, shape, whether they constituted a threat to buildings surrounding it, whether they were invasive or native, all those things. And he basically got back to Jackie and said, I've said what I'm going to say. I'm not going to comment on the rest of it. I have nothing more to offer. So what we then did was we went through what he identified as having value. And again, Carolyn looked at it again and said, okay, what trees have value of that list? Because they're native, they're in decent shape, worthy of preservation. They're not threatening any buildings. All those criteria that she was looking at initially and went back and looked at again. But I just want to clarify the has value versus we're saving. Certainly they all have value in some capacity. Even a tree that's fallen over and rotting on the ground has value, which is why the land trust lets them lie there when they collapse. So I think that was where we were trying to get clarification from him, and he didn't feel that was any further necessary to do. But in addition, I think it might be a good opportunity to segue to what Jeff's been working on as far as providing some mitigation efforts and bringing in native plants and beneficial growth that would help not only the aesthetics, but also the ecology. Jeff, you want to go from there?
Sure. Thank you. Jeff Scherer, landscape architect with Granoff Architects. So as Carolyn and Chip had stated, the existing understory is currently largely invasive along that western and northern property line. What we would look to further develop in here would be non-invasive columnar and pollinated plants, which I think that we have done here. We had originally Norway maple, which columnars, which are sterile cultivars, but we switched them on the basis after meeting with Greg and Jackie on site to a columnar oak. We could also do a poplar, which he suggested, but we felt that the root systems on the oaks were more narrow. And also the current existing of the slope, the current slope of the existing area along the western is significantly steep. We would be bringing the grade up a bit and providing a cleaner planting medium to go in there. And then on the adjacent neighboring property, we would be suggesting planting 2 significant caliper Acer, these are sugar maple, Acer saccharum, good Green Mountain, which are native, and they would fill in over time the void of the existing Norway maples that were there, while also providing a native canopy to start to mitigate and suppress the existing invasive. And then the understory would be non-invasive, and just establishing that would suppress any sort of invasives coming back up. Then as you come along the northern side of the property, we would be filling in selectively, planting with a native spruce tree. It's a white spruce, I believe, and that would help screening and noise of the parking lot along the northern neighbors there. Then as you come down to 8 Taylor, this would be an arborvitae hedging, tall, 12, 14 feet tall. So we would block the view of the buildings and any sort of adverse views into the parking lot from the neighbor. those would be just trimmed up and, and managed accordingly. And then as you come down, we would be providing, so the entire streetscape, new suggested trees would be Nyssa sylvaticas, which, as Carolyn was mentioning before, provide, we believe, greater ecological value in the sense that in the late fall and winter, it provides a berry for mammals, birds, and that sort of thing. And it also will provide a flower for pollinators. And then just to continue along the pollinator ecological value, just site-wide in general, as drawn, or we received comments from conservation that they'd like to see 25% or greater native species. We will surpass that as drawn. We're about 42% native currently drawn. We can add more to that, but like I was saying before, the more native, the better. But we are currently surpassing the 25%, and we can add more diversity and more native species in. But just these swaths site-wide of perennials and herbaceous plants, evergreens, and the shrubs and the trees, all are in efforts to, one, create a green buffer between the streetscape and the patios leading to the front of the commercial spaces, as well as being in compliance of the 6-161 to screen the parking lot, but also we feel is just a continuation of the greenscape subcommittee that further along down the road in East Putnam Avenue, they wanted, the efforts is to have a initiative of pollinator gardens in the pollinator corridor. So we felt that by adding these large swaths of perennials, the Nyssa sylvaticas, and the shrubs and the non-invasive shrubs and trees on the western property line and throughout the site would just sort of solidify that corridor. So that was our position on that. And then as far as landscaping goes, a couple other comments. There was just the brick piers at the Taylor Drive. We switched from a granite pier to brick piers. But as far as planting goes, that's sort of the overview of the site and what we're doing to create more ecological value than what is there currently. So.
Okay, so you've been hearing about this from us, Mr. Scher and Ms. Matthews. I mean, every single time we look at an application, where we come out, we want it to fit in with the neighborhood. We want the architecture to have similar characteristics, and we want to keep lots of planting and green. And the loss of the trees is making us really nervous. And we always get a little bit, we push back when people start saying to us, oh, these trees, they're doing so badly, because we do hear that. And it's, sometimes the trees are going to be okay. Bottom line, we're looking for planting. We're looking for it to be greened up. I mean, we've been saying that consistently. I'd like to save as many of the trees as we could. I think the commission, are you guys comfortable with how this landscaping plan looks right now? Nick?
I have a question for Mr. Scher.
Peter Lowe, you're the one who's most interested in right now. Could you just, so as we probably should move on to other issues.
I have a question for Mr. Scher first.
Yes, sir.
The site plan shows two maples behind 82 East Putnam Avenue. That's on the neighbor's property. Maybe this is for Mr. Haslam. Have you talked to that neighbor? That's something that's been broached with them, and you have some kind of an agreement to be able to plant those two trees?
I have not spoken with him directly, but Mr. Toth has. And yes, and we have actually something in writing from him. Maybe Andy, you could comment on that.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
I've met several times with Dominic, who is the owner of those 4 condominiums, which is also in the LBR zone, and he also has a detached garage. His feelings are he would like to see the trees come down, and I think I went on record in a previous meeting saying this, because he is lacking light and air because of the height and the close proximity. So he would endear having the trees removed, but he is also in favor of proper screening, more seasonal screening. As you can see from the photos that we took, during the wintertime, the canopy goes away and there's not really 12 months of screening there. So Dominic is in favor of us doing plantings there in close proximity and on his property. We have not finalized the plan, but he is definitely open to it, and I have emails to that. Why I have you, M&T Bank is the tenant there, and just to give you an idea, to reiterate what Carolyn is saying, Jim Roll, who is the head of real estate for the bank, has several invoices of trees falling on the roof of the bank, which I can provide to the board. So there is some danger there. So I think Carolyn's report has a lot of validity to it. So I just wanted to make that point.
If I could just expand on that just very quickly, and I'm happy to get into the report in more detail, but just from a tree risk assessment perspective, I have gone through certification training to assess the risk of trees. This isn't really a qualitative, subjective thought that these trees might fail one day. Every tree is going to one day fail. This considers the site conditions, where the defects are in the tree, and what it is likely to do over time. And these trees being in poor condition, while they might have some sort of value, ecological value, the value that Dr. Kramer is talking about, it's my opinion as a professional that these trees pose a risk to the structures, and therefore we're starting at a point where the trees could be mitigated and replaced with native trees or another planting plan. So we now have the opportunity to act on that. It's not just that these trees are okay and they're not our favorite, so let's just take them down. They are hazardous trees as they stand today.
And I think the other thing, correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, you're starting a whole new site here, and those trees have a certain look and feel it looks like they were just part of succession, that they weren't necessarily planned or thought out. And obviously you've got a very, very detailed and manicured landscaping plan here. So it seems like it's, you're going for a different look, which is in some ways more robust because you've got thick screening and in the correct areas, and then beautiful flowers and the rest of it in the front, which is important. And we've discussed that in the beginning, going back a year ago, that one of the key things here was going to be the streetscape, and the commission talked a lot about that streetscape along Taylor Drive also. So it's I mean, when you look at a plan like this, it seems to me that you're going for a different, a manicured look, really, and that you're starting anew, and that these will be stronger, better trees in the long run. I mean, is that fair to say or no?
Absolutely, from an arboricultural perspective, yes.
And can I ask, just to say manicured, for what's shown on here, we're not going for necessarily like clean, crisp hedges along that repetition on the western property line. Those are just ilex evergreen schwebels, the 5 to 6 feet in height. They will stay more narrow and more compact as they grow, but the intent is that they'll grow into one, as well as the circles, the more olive green circles. Those are oak leaf hydrangeas. So the intent there is that those won't read as individual plants. They'll read as larger swaths and understory plantings. And then just the repetition is because those are in areas of windows. So we're trying to screen them as much as possible while also allowing light into the units, while also providing little vignettes of shade gardens and native and non-invasive little shade gardens that the residents can look out onto without feeling like they're looking into, let's say, someone's backyard. There's also a wall there, a stone wall that would remain. And I think by sort of lessening the slope along there and providing a better medium for planting along that western property line will just ultimately attribute to this planting success. And so it looks manicured, but the idea is more loose and grassy and airy, with, sort of trees coming up there. And then along the streetscape, again, just pollinators, swaths of a couple of different plants coming up in a mix of grass, like a lower grass, understory planting, and then just taller Calamagrostis plants sort of going in the wind underneath the trees to buffer out the street as people are potentially sitting there, whatever goes in the commercials areas there. And then it provides a nice entry into the new bank location. So that it looks manicured, and part of it is, but it's sort of intended to be a bit looser in reality.
Yeah, I probably used the wrong word. I meant more planned out, manicured, whatever. Like, in other words, this is a new plan for the entire site. Like, you're starting from scratch, really.
Correct, right. Well,
Mr. Sherritt, the date on the drawing we were just looking at was 11/11. And the date on the conservation comments was back to December. So it came after, I guess they were looking at this. I think maybe there's some kind of to reconcile between what they're talking about as the native potentially drought resistant species and what you have on there. Have you had any discussions about that at all? You were telling us that you have 40% native species, but they seem to be looking at only 25.
Well, as drawn, so the quantities of planting, I believe there's about 1,821 plantings. The quantity of that's maybe it's not indicative of the species that are shown here, but the quantities of the plants that are native going in attribute to 47. For instance, the Carex Bell's golden isn't a native species. We can easily swap that out to Appalachia Carex, and that would be a native plant, and that number just will rise. The hydrangea could be switched to the arborescens, which is a native, and again, that would, I believe the goal was to have 25% native from conservation. That was the comment to meet, and just as drawn, we already surpassed that. And then by introducing just simple, species swaps, we can achieve, I believe, almost over 50% native on the site, which I believe is in the town's intentions, but correct me if I'm wrong on that. And then, we can always add more variety throughout the site as well. In the perennial, we would obviously, before permit, submit a final planting schedule with species, sizes, quantities, and all of that. So that would be in consideration.
So folks, are you okay with where this landscaping plan is? Do you want to change it? Are you ready to move on?
I'm okay with as we see it now.
Peter Lowe, you were interested. Any other comments?
Yeah, maybe I missed it. It seems to me it was stated that we're saving 4 trees, but it didn't say how many trees we're getting rid of in total. Do we have that number? I'm just curious.
Ms. Matthews?
Yeah, I think there were 50 total trees that were looked at.
So you're getting rid of 46 trees? No.
No.
That can't be right.
How many trees are we preserving in that corner? Jeff, do you have that number?
I believe there's 4 that he stated, but there's a potential for 6 in the northern corner. There's one along East Putnam Avenue that we can remain, and then the one along Taylor Drive, the maple, that would remain. And then we have notes on the plan. Obviously, we would take our absolute best care to save as many trees along that western property that we see fit. But if we're looking to create a native or jumping off point or non-invasive jumping off point from the site, then I don't know that it would be in the best interest to remain. And then just the disturbance to the roots potentially could further detriment the trees. But we could, I think we took a closer look at that, Carolyn, but maybe you can further that discussion.
Well, of the 4 trees that you articulated earlier, I believe you said 3 of them were invasive Norway maples. Is that correct?
2 of them are.
2. Yeah. I thought you said 3. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
And
One,
you said one was a red oak, or what did you say?
one's a 39-inch red oak, one's a black locust, and 2 are Norway maples.
Got it. Thank you.
And for the record, the black locust is not in great condition today either. We can preserve it if you guys would like to, or it could be replaced as part of this new planting plan.
Okay. Peter, Lowe? Oh, well, the other one's not here anyway.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't have any other questions.
Okie doke. You've got an elephant in the room right now, which is you've got outstanding comments from Beta that had not been addressed at this time. DPW has left you with a resubmit because of the outstanding Beta comments. How would you like to move forward with that? Because without you addressing them to DPW's satisfaction and getting that issue off the table, you're kind of stuck right now.
Yeah, I'll take responsibility for that since I am quarterbacking this project. I thought we had responded to all the Beta comments, but obviously going through the various stages of this hearing and presentations, et cetera, part of it must have slipped through the cracks. So I apologize. I thought we had responded to all those. There were additional comments too from Beta, which we just got in the past couple of days. So Chris has been responding to those. You have a submission with his responses. If you'd like to hear from Chris right now, that's great. I think those are 5 out of the 9 or so that they had. And Charlie Mills was going to address a couple of the other ones too, but we can address all of them. It shouldn't be an issue. And some of them just don't pertain to the project anymore. I did want to make one comment though, which I think is kind of critical before we have Chris speak. There's issue of Taylor Drive and the extra lane. That came up initially in our first workshop back in October of 2018, when DPW said, you are going to add a lane there, aren't you, for an additional traffic? So that's the first time it ever came up.
Right. And we didn't like it so much.
You didn't like it. So we're okay with that. We presented it because it came up in that context. We thought it might help a little bit in getting traffic flowing out of that intersection, but you have not liked it. And I'll tell you that the Costco community didn't like it either because they want to keep this as pedestrian friendly as possible. That was the only real strong complaint they had when we met with the community back a year ago, was that we want to make it pedestrian friendly. Please don't do that. Keep it one.
Yeah. And I think the associated with that issue was this question of associated with that is this question of what the commercial use was going to be, the second commercial use you're going to have, because I think DPW was of the notion that if you were going to do a donut shop, which Beta refers to as well, that you would need the third lane because you were going to have high intensity traffic. Now that's a Dunkin' Donuts kind of use, and we all know what that looks like. But if you're not going to do a fast foodie commercial, which we also weren't real supportive of, then your incremental traffic just shouldn't be that great.
I just want to point out, I think that's a misconception, Resolvent, about that lane. That's not connected at all. The reason why we had modeled a donut shop is, as Chris can tell you, or told me, is that in the industry standards, that's considered to be the most intense use, a donut shop. So when he was presenting traffic numbers to you and doing his calculations, he wanted to be the most conservative he could be and say, okay, we'll take the worst, most highly trafficked retail shop, and that's a donut shop. It had nothing to do necessarily with the introduction of the other lane, nor did DPW have anything to do with the donut shop either. But in any event, it's not intended to be a donut shop at this time, but I can tell you that's why we threw it in there so we would have the most intense use. And maybe Chris, when he speaks, can.
Okay, got it. Yeah, and I know you guys keep saying that to me and I'm like hung up on that donut shop. Okay. All right. So we're good there. No third lane. And let's just say it's a retail use. Can we say that? Just leave it at retail use?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. So the beta comments, you can address them with us, but the real issue is you need to close the loop with DPW. Now, I'm not finding any updated sewer. Do we have updated sewer comments yet?
We don't.
Okay, so we don't
No,
know where, no, so we don't know where we stand on sewer.
Well, I will say there was an email this afternoon that I believe I forwarded to you that we apologize that the analysis wasn't here tonight, but noted that there's some study that needs to be done with the sewer division's consultant CDM Smith, and that the main issue is that there's capacity concerns with the pump station in Cos Cob, that they want to make sure that this is not going to exacerbate or create an issue. So that's the latest from sewer.
I'd just like to say, with apologies accepted, nonetheless, this came up in October of 2018 with sewer, that they thought there might be capacity issues and they had to talk to their consultants. So hopefully this can get addressed sooner rather than later so that we can move forward on that aspect of the project.
Great.
Okay, yeah, because I almost asked if you guys really wanted to come forward tonight because we're waiting for sewer. You need to get the DPW loop closed.
Right.
And we were going to look at landscaping and we were going to say, talk to us about the traffic questions, but you need to answer both us and DPW. And sadly, they're probably asleep right now. So I don't know what you want to do about that. I know Nick had a couple of questions on the long side of the building yesterday, but what we had asked, Pat, were you able to confirm with ARC whether the changes to the architecture were consistent with their recommendations at their last meeting?
I was not able to get an answer from a member of the ARC.
Okay.
I will just reiterate, and I think Martin Marisa may have said the same yesterday. This is the plan that they saw post their decision and with the pre-app that we talked about earlier in the year. So we have seen this. It was based on the ARC input. So, take that what it is. It's a post discussion design. So it's not that the same thing that the ARC said and then fix those things. It's not that kind of request. This is that plan.
Okay. All right. So, Nick, if ARC if they've done what ARC, I mean, I do think we need to only have one drummer. If they've kind of done what they need to do, are you good with the new articulation for the entry and all of that? Pat, do you want to throw that up again so everybody can look at the same thing?
I think it's the next slide in the.
There you go.
I don't know if Eric or I think Rich is here from Granoff, if they want to go through it, Chip or.
Just briefly, if you could. I think it'll only take about 5 minutes, but I think it might be helpful, particularly because some of the members were talking yesterday about wanting to understand how it's going to fit in the site and also what changes have been made since our last ARC meeting. Did you do that?
Yeah. Well, we did. We have the discussion that you have of it. But I think, and we've got the ARC minutes. So I think if you not as concerned about I think we got the street facing right. I think it's going to work great. And then the ARC issues seem to be on the Taylor Drive facade.
Maybe if you could just scroll up again, Pat.
Yeah,
to
you're
the-
making me not,
I'm
no,
sorry, scroll down a minute, scroll down, yep.
no, one more. I don't think it's here. Oh, well,
No.
then there's another one after. There you go.
Okay, that's what ARC saw and basically approved July 1st, and then said tweak it.
Right.
And then one more again, Pat. Scroll down, I guess.
And then
So-
you opened this up, and this is where
Yes.
you made the entrance more significant, and you added the little brick things in the front of it.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And then if you go one more, Pat, I'm sorry, two more. I think it is. Again.
No, this is not one that makes me
No,
happy then.
no. Well, that's the one against the western wall.
Yeah, no, that's,
So here's some comparisons. There's the changed entrance. It's not colorized, but we've shown you the comparison between the two.
yeah.
And then the next one. And this is, again, it's superseded by the changes we've made, but it places the building on the location as you'll see it going west on West Putnam Avenue, which was a couple of members yesterday said they'd like to see what it looked like. And this is what it would look like.
Yeah, and if I could just interrupt you, Mr. Haslam, one of the things that you've added in your landscape plan that I think is going to be very effective is along this Taylor Drive where the cars are going to be parked, where the street, where the cars are right in front. Of course, I'm using my cursor that you can't see.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Pat. That I think is going to be very effective to have those cars screened. So then all you see is the architecture of that building. And I think it's going to work well. Anything else, you guys, in terms of the architecture? Nick?
Can you go, Mr. Laurel, can you go back to the Taylor Drive elevation? From reading the ARC comments, it was, I'm not too sure how definitive they are, or maybe I'm misunderstanding them. They talk about the spine, what's the thing? They talk about the residential entry, which it looks like you've revised. Let's see. They were talking about a white band or cornice or other architectural element on top of the second floor, not necessarily adding a parapet, so on and so forth. And I'm not too sure how these have been addressed. Maybe we can hear from Mr. Zambell about this to see how this works. But what I'm seeing here is to me, and maybe the ARC saw this and had a different way of saying it, there's kind of an inconsistency between south to north. The windows, the window division, the window sizes, the gable end in the south has got returns on it. The gable end at the north doesn't. Those kind of things. So I think if we can hear from Mr. Zambell, maybe he can explain what ARC had seen or had discussed at their meeting.
Mr. Macri, I would appreciate the opportunity. This is Eric Zambell. I'm a partner at Granoff Architects. So, you know, as having been on the ARC in the past, that sometimes it's hard to get a consensus from that board. In one of the discussion points that we've had, I believe, with both your commission and the ARC is not to be too Disney with the project. But at the same time, the ARC is asking for a little more variety. I think Chip has that note, you know, that there's maybe a push more towards it. I think the discussion that we've had with the boards are, you know, we don't want to be, you know, too much like Mill Pond. We want some consistency, so we were keeping the brick. We were giving a little variety in the window treatment. We were providing hints of similarity as you see gables that are on the commercial street side versus the more northerly residential. If I said north, I meant south for the street, and then north for the more residential aspect of the building as it goes back further into Cobb's residential areas. didn't do an exhaustive look into this, but we did take some empirical drives through the neighborhood and through the Google Earths and try to, see if we could get a more, a more Cos Cob feel for the residential. And while I would say that the brick may be a little is probably off and more with the street commercial district, that the trim and the stuff that you're seeing at the gables are a little bit more in keeping with some of the more historic homes in the area. So we took that as the direction for why you're not seeing a copying of those Eve returns, so more of a simplified version on the north side. If it was something that made you happy, Nick, we would be happy to make all these windows the same. But we felt that one of the responses to a few of the members on the ARC that they wanted to see a little more variety, and it's hard for us to get much variety on this because we really only have a 1 foot setback between our facades. We've made an effort to get a little relief there. But one of those is these different windows, and we did not apply a trimmed a wood trim parapet at the top here, as you go back, which we could have, but it didn't quite feel right as we mixed it with the roofs, the shingled roofs that are adjacent to it. It felt like getting that little variety. You called the one piece in the meeting yesterday like a bridge piece, and we've thought about it that way, and that's one of the reasons why we introduced the panels into that. And that's sort of the big overview of where this and the west side elevation came from.
I think that if I could, I think to summarize, Granite was put in a tough spot because they were told by the ARC, we want to see variety, but not too much variety. And so we went back and forth a lot. And I think this is a good response to where they're at. And I think that's where they felt we were getting to.
What we're going to do and what we had tried to do between the briefing and today, and we'll just do that informally. Katie and Pat, one of them is going to just validate with the ARC chair, co-chair, that what they're seeing. So you don't have to go back to them or anything like that, but that what they're, this execution that they're seeing that you've done now that integrates their comments is that they feel it is exactly what they had indicated to you that they wanted to see happen. And they'll do that. Katie and Pat will do that. So by the time you've got the DPW and sewer things straightened out, we should have all the ducks in a row and you're going to be in good shape. Because I think that's the key. I've actually, as you all know, have observed some of the ARC meetings, and I just want to say very gently to you that I feel they are very good these days at expressing their direction and that they reach consensus. And I find that they are being very clear nowadays. So I'm a little bit concerned that you're still seeing them as not reaching consensus, because that has not been my perception at all. I've stopped attending, but I did attend also quarantine and observe the process they had. So if you are still seeing an issue with them, if you would kindly take it up with Katie and she'll give us the feedback.
I didn't intend that as to impugn them. I do think that they are working on a consensus that they issue.
Good.
At the end of that meeting. It's, you get, in this case, I think we've had as many as 11 people on the board, sitting on one of these boards once, that, they're not in 100% agreement, and you're hearing that, but that's not necessarily when they wrap it up at the end, which they do a nice job of, and I think we addressed that to the extent that we could.
Okay. All right.
Hello, can I just make a couple final comments, please?
Well, of course,
Quickly.
Mr. Toth, this is your application.
Well, I just want to thank everybody. I think we're at the goal line here. I think it's going to be a very good project. I know Katie's team, P&Z, ARC, my team, we worked very hard to get to this point and portray the best building as possible. I just wanted to get back to some of the comments. The reason why we weren't able to finalize some of the betas is we were trying to seek finality from you guys with the turning lane. There was another comment that the width of the sidewalk along Taylor Road was decreased. And, I think we all agreed about that. We had a meeting with the new streetscape and we decided to, I think collectively, to narrow that sidewalk so we would have more greenery and screening along Taylor Drive. So unfortunately, we needed reassurance from you guys that that was in fact correct. And I think Chris has addressed all the other comments as well as Eric and Charlie. The one thing that I will say I'm a little disappointed in is the sewer. Like Chip said, we started this back in 2019, October, 15 months hence. And, Rich's original comment was we need to check into that. So I don't understand why it's taking 15 months to check into it. And, right down the street, I hear in another hearing at Fort Orchard that the sewer department is, I guess, signed off on it. That's literally less than a mile away. So, and then I get an email at 5 o'clock today or whenever it was this morning that he doesn't have time to get his comments out. This seems to be a reoccurrence in that department. So the only thing I'm asking, if you guys could please light a fire in that department so we can get those comments, complete what we have to so that we can get this to the goal, into the end zone.
Okay, I don't know what we can do, but Katie will reach out and I know and see what the issues are. I just volunteered you, Katie, sorry.
Yeah, just quick, the Fort Orchard, that was left open also for sewer, just so you don't feel like we're picking on you, Andy. But I understand your point, and unfortunately for the sewer department, they've had terrible staffing issues for a considerable amount of time. That's unfortunately become your problem. So I know that they are trying very, very hard. But like you said, we're at the end line here, so we'll do what we can to help get it over for you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot. Yeah, sewer was left. Yeah, sewer was still open, Mr. Toth. I forgot. Fire and sewer were the two things that were open. Yeah, it's a problem. They've got a staffing issue. I think you had, there were other departments that were not an issue that you still have, but your DPW thing can be fixed. I mean, at this point, you're down to traffic with them.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, and I think we've addressed it what Charlie has. So we're there. Whatever we can do, I would appreciate their responses to us. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Toth, while you're still online, just one quick thing. Page 511 of our staff report has a comment about the wall treatments haven't been finalized. The building is brick. The piers on Taylor Drive are brick. It might be a great idea that you consider some kind of a brick veneer on those site walls in the back to really tie everything together. I think actually it might be the simplest solution and the one that might be the most elegant, especially if you're going to have stuff growing over top of it.
Yeah, I mean, we discussed that internally, and due to the height of those walls and the building being all brick, we kind of wanted to try to get something that would soften that facade of those walls, because if we added more brick, we just thought it would be very bricky, for lack of a better word. So we're somewhat open. I'm not saying no to the brick. I think Jeff was going to give us where vines could come down perhaps, or, somewhat camouflage it and also soften it. But I just think adding more brick to this lot of, 3/4 of an acre may be too much brick. But I'm willing to work with our team and your team to finalize those walls.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Macri, can I just, I'm afraid the building is perceived as long in its brick, and to introduce brick into that wall as opposed to a material that might go away a little bit more could be problematic, or might be, just exacerbating some of the concerns that we've already heard.
Just to piggyback on that, brick, we wanted the building to be special, and then the landscape to read differently, and so that we could explore brick, but we've had the feeling that a more natural rock veneer, or even the potential of it being ledge, we have to check that out in areas, would be more soft, for lack of a better word for rock, but to kind of go away and disappear into the landscape. So.
Okay, guys, everybody ready to move on? I think we've worked the issues that need to be worked. And we still got night ahead of us. And
Do we have
okay.
public?
Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? Please raise your virtual hand. Going once, going twice. Okie doke. So there's no one from the public. We're going to leave this application open. Whenever you guys can get your issues resolved, we can move ahead. Our next and last item on the public meeting is 585 West Putnam LLC and Putnam 600 acquisition for a final site plan and special permit at 581 and 585 West Putnam. It is followed by 3 items on the regular agenda. Does the applicant have any objection to us combining all the items and having the record? I think it's what we've done before.
Mr. Tessie's coming up right now, Madam Chair.
Okie dokie. I'm just getting the cast of thousands. Oh, no, I almost kicked you out.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And the answer is absolutely.
Okay,
fine.
so we will,
Yes.
Mr. Court Reporter, we are now combining agenda items 6, 7, 8, and 9, with 7, 8, and 9 being part of the regular meeting. But the preliminary application for this was also a combined record, as I recall, right, Mr. Tessie?
Yes,
Okie dokie.
that's correct.
So you're on, and it's
Thank you.
10:14 p.m. and we've got people in different time zones, some of whom need to sign off soon. So we would like to try to get out of here by 11. Do you think you could shoot for that?
A new problem that Zoom has created. Mobility.
Well, let's see, we've been on this application. Actually, we started working on it internally since 2017. We've been before you in 2018, 2019, and 2020, and 2021. So yeah, I think we can move it along pretty quickly at this time. I think we all agree. I think what's most important about the application is where we were and where we are today. Originally started out with an application to this commission, totally compliant with the Planning and Zoning Commission's regulations, the building zone regulations, a 0.9 floor area ratio, 67 units, a 250 some odd car 5 level parking garage, and a supermarket and a potential restaurant or a gym, which is interesting either or. Since then, in working with the commission staff and actually listening to neighborhood comments and talking internally about what does make sense overall in the spirit of community, really, because it has been John's vision, John Ferrari, my client, who is here this evening, as are our consulting team from traffic, engineering, surveying, and also my really right hand, or perhaps boss, Kevin Molnar, who's been our team leader in working with the staffs and working with ARC.
Do we need to find Mr. Molnar and bring him up?
They're coming in, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Oh, you're doing your job there? Okie dokie. Go ahead,
Trying.
Mr. Tessie.
And
I got Molnar.
As John had indicated, his goal was really to create a hub or a community area for Western Greenwich. And there are bits and pieces of it. And you all know what John's done across the street on West Putnam Avenue on the south side. And obviously, this is a gateway in this project into what we call Greenwich Park, historically known as Office Park. But it was actually part of a cohesive plan for the benefit of the town of Greenwich in terms of basically both business and residential uses in buildings, essentially an upgrade. So therefore, as we worked with the commission staff and took into account neighborhood comments on this particular project, we reduced floor area by over 15,000 square feet to now we're 0.74, which is probably going to wind up being, although this commission hasn't passed new regulations yet, but when the moratorium's lifted, something that's probably going to be in the neighborhood of what you're thinking about for a type of project that brings in either moderate income or affordable dwelling units. In terms of the other zoning statistics, again, we're in total compliance. What we've done with this application as it's evolved over this period of time is address each and every one of the modifications, quote, modifications that the commission brought to fore when it granted a preliminary approval, and also addresses comments made last year by the commission members when we first made a final application pursuant to the preliminary, where there were more comments brought in by staff, by commission members directly and indirectly, by your DPW, and also to some degree by your independent traffic consultants. So at the end of the day, we took those into account. So if you add them all up, we actually have made 15 significant changes. We've substantially reduced the amount of site work on the property. We substantially reduced, in fact, cut in half the bulk proposed for the property. We've maintained a streetscape now, which you all wanted with this project by keeping the rock outcropping in place and enhancing it with Craig Studer's fine help, our architect, our landscape architect. I can't remember if I confirmed Craig, but Kevin, is Craig here? He was. So I'm not sure if Craig's here, but he
is, John.
His plan, and Craig usually is here and can answer questions. But the whole point I'm making is this is what we've tried to create. The vision that John wanted for this property, but doing it in a communal sense and in a cooperative sense with this commission. We were able to listen, at least I was, to the briefing yesterday. I think it's important to note that as you want us to move things along. And we are heartened by essentially the consensus opinion of the commission members, at least as I read them, in terms of both our architecture and our thought processes here for our site. Appreciated Mr. Macri taking us, which is totally amazing to me, on a Google tour on the streetscape, and appreciating the fact that he saw what we were trying to accomplish with the ability to landscape in front of the building, which will hide some of the bulk and open up a corridor very similar to what we do on the other side, which would be the east side with building number 9. Building number 9 of Office Park is an office building. I think it's important to know we've cut down curb cuts by reducing the curb cut conflict, literally a conflict between what we have in 581 West Putnam Avenue in Building 9. We combine it into one curb cut. I think that's a safety feature here where we have a fair amount going on, as we all know, through that corridor between the lights at Valley Road and down at the end on Holly Hill and Weaver. So we look at it, take a step back. We feel good about the application. We know there were a few comments from sewer, which we can easily address. We can explain those to you. Mr. DeAndrew can, Kevin can, or I can. There are some questions on traffic, and we have Ron Riemann here. These are basically cleanup comments as far as we're concerned. We appreciated DPW's suggestion regarding the right-hand turn in, right-hand turn out. that that's something that let's all agree we may need to get to in the future, but we don't know if we really will. So, but we're happy to have, I think the suggestion was I'll call a modification or.
Yeah, well, they're just
continuing
asking
approval.
us to put a condition that we would revisit it with you if
Yes.
traffic issues arise. So,
Right, and
you know,
that's
okay.
fine with us. That's similar
Okay.
to what we did on the parking issue comment back when there was concern about parking and how it would all work out on Old Track Road with the J-Lofts. So with that, again, I threw out to you the general points. I'm happy to get into specifics. And maybe the best thing to do is to answer any questions, and you should feel free to direct them to myself, to Tony, to Kevin, or to Ron.
Okay, yeah, we've got, so on the DPW, what they've got you as a resubmit still. I don't think we have anything more recent. Is that correct?
No, DPW has indicated that we are good to go with you. And that we can.
Okay, I'm
we can
sorry.
Clean up, which is their normal comment.
Yeah,
Anything,
110. I'm sorry.
Prior to zoning permit.
Right, I'm sorry, my bad. I opened the
That's
wrong
okay.
one.
It's late in the evenings, equivalent the old days of 2 o'clock in the morning. So.
Yeah, well, I know, and we do try, but then we start talking about a tree. All right, so you're good with DPW. You've got to address the sewer concerns.
Yes, the sewer concerns I can explain.
But explain, the real issue is, you know, they've got it in bold here. Don't tell me I'm looking at the wrong one again. Am I?
You talking about?
No, I've got the most recent one for sewer, and they have in all capital letters that you've got to address it with them, not with us.
No, it's fine. The sewer comment is there's a major sewer line that goes through the property. I don't know if Kevin could put the sketch up, but a portion of that sewer line clips the corner of our building. Kevin's putting it up that way. It clips the corner of a building, basically underneath what we'd like to have there, which is a balcony. We can either whatever Rich wants us to do to work with them.
Okay.
We can get rid of the balcony, or we can cantilever the balcony, and that'll still give them 9 or 10 feet to work under it. To us, it's a tweaking point. We're not worried about that. We can solve the problem. The issue is classic issue with sewer department. Just get them to focus a little bit on it. Tell us which way he wants to go, and we go that way.
So,
it's
but
very simple.
Mr. Tessie, what I'm puzzled about here is they're saying that they still haven't gotten the flows from you, and I could swear that you submitted
We've
them.
given those. Tony's addressed those many times.
Okay.
Many times we've addressed that, whether it was for 500, which is not on the table anymore, or for this project. And a lot of those flows came from his department, and he's signed off on that. And it's one of the frustration parts here. And I love Rich to death. He works hard. They're overworked there. I get that. But all we need is 5-10 minutes with them, and we'll be fine. We're not worried about sewer. We'll take care of sewer as we deal with ARC. And ARC is an interesting point. We can tell you again, John's probably listening and fall asleep. But at the end of the day, we think this building works the way it's supposed to work. We've had discussions actually with you all along the way. The idea is it is a complement to Office Park, but it has residential characteristics. We worked very hard with them in the original iteration, and we came to the commission, and there was a lot of pushback. What we'd really like to do after going into our 5th year of working on this project is to have a consensus. This is the one thing we ask of you, direction from this commission that we work with the ARC in terms of what we've presented to you. And it's a matter of detailing in that regard. Of course, they also have jurisdiction over lighting and also obviously landscape, which we're happy to work with. But we'd like to set the table here, set the tone that this is the architecture, the inherent architecture of this building. We've been through this for 5 years. I don't think any applicants cooperated as much as we've cooperated throughout here to get to a point where we scaled it down. We're acting within the regulations. You know, it is, and so I don't know what else more to tell you, but we are asking that we please come to a consensus on that, so we're not going back and forth with them.
Two of us spoke out at the briefing pretty clearly that we saw the architecture as being complementary at this point to the office park. Does anybody have a different viewpoint on the commission? That's a good way to ask it, I think. No. Okay, nobody's jumping in, so I think you do have a consensus.
Thank you.
The commission sees this as being a complementary. I think your key right now is, since this is new, this is really a new application, is we have a significant, as you've probably noticed, we have a significant number of people from the public who are waiting to speak on this. Is anybody from the commission, is there anything anybody wants to jump in with?
Yes, I have one or two questions, just real briefly. Mr. Molnar, in the renderings, I'm getting gray hues in the palette. I just want to make sure that is that what I'm actually seeing and it's actually proposed, or is the brick colors and the palette going to be similar to the office park buildings?
No, we're proposing a gray, a coal tar colored brick with a fiber C cement panel as an accent on the entry element, which will be a soft tone gray. So what you're seeing in the rendering is what we're proposing.
Okay, great, thank you. Now, in the landscape plan, significant amount of landscaping happening here, but Studer Design has a significant amount of landscape on the rock at the street. And I'm just wondering or concerned, is any of to make that actually happen on top of that ledge, does any of it have to be removed, or will this all be able to survive on the ledge?
I don't know if, I thought Craig was going to be here tonight, Mr. Macri. He is getting over COVID. So
okay.
He may have had to tap out. I did speak with him though about the comment and the concern, and he's not worried about the plantings that he's proposing as the under canopy to the existing trees that are going to remain, which are quite significant there, that he feels there's enough soil there to hold what he's proposing.
Okay, great.
Am I heard?
Oh, there he is.
Okay. Thank you very much. But very briefly, and it's all works out mathematically. The front of the building to the back side, the closest part of the sidewalk at the street, is about 65 feet. The first 25 feet from the building to the street, which is, the building is parallel to the street, is being excavated or over excavated for the construction of the building. Within that envelope of 25 feet, we're pulling out maybe rock, but soil, and putting soil back in. So we're going to have 20 to 25 feet right up next to the building where we'll have plenty of soil to build. Now, and plant, I'm referring to, and plant sizable material. The remaining 40 to 45 feet again, I'm not even going to the edge of pavement. I'm going to the face of the back side of the sidewalk. 45 feet in, 45 feet in is going to remain. That existing ledge is going to remain. Large trees are going to remain. There are 3 substantial size oaks, I believe they are, that are right there in the facade. They are going to remain. So our disturbance, and it sounds like we're doing a lot of disturbance, and not having room for planting. Those trees are already thriving. They're doing well. They need some safety pruning. That's normal. They are living on that ledge and have soil to grow and sustain themselves. We are not going to be excavating within 20 feet of those trees and within 20 feet of the building. Any soil or unsuitable soil that comes out is going to be backfilled with fine soil that we can plant. So we are not going to have an issue with maintaining or creating new plantings between the building and the street.
Great. Okay, thank you very much for that. Just one more question. In the new driveway leading into the back of Building 8, you've got a series of new trees on either side, creating kind of an LA there. Had you considered or possibly planting additional similar trees someplace on the site in case one fails, or you need to replace one in the future? It's something that Mr. Maitland had brought up many years ago about having a series of trees like this in an alley, and then one of them dies, but you have to wait for the new one to grow into maturity while the other ones are already mature. Is that a consideration, or will you consider that as part of the work to be done?
Well, it is something we can take under consideration, but design intent was to create this alley of trees or arcade of trees that as we come in, we're creating a statement of an entry point of flowering trees. Now, I know you're concerned of a monoculture is what you're referring to, and or the fact that if one dies. Well, if we're worried about one tree dying and not being able to replace it, then we shouldn't put street trees or alleys anywhere. But as far as the monoculture is concerned, we are creating a series of different trees as well, creating that pocket, for example, where the round form is and the drop off to the other buildings and the first going back towards the office park. There's a different set of trees that kind of celebrate that node and around that center portion. So no, I'm never afraid of creating street trees. No, I know how the Ferrari organization maintains their trees and their landscapes. And so I don't think, we have 10 trees on one leg and 4 coming in on the other. So 14 trees, I don't think is that substantial of a problem that can't be maintained and won't be, it will be maintained by this organization to create the statement we want to make.
Okay, great, thank you. Just one final thing, and I think this is probably more for Mr. Molnar. The landscape design for the roof is significant. You'll consider actually the structure of the rooftop to accommodate that? Seems like there's a lot of planters and trees and things happening up there.
Yes, Mr. Macri, we're accustomed to having to overdo the structure a bit to take care of our rooftop plantings.
Great, thank you very much. I'm good, Mrs. Alban.
Thank you, Mr. McRae. Anybody else before we go to public comment? Okay, Pat, we may have to time the public comment. It looks fairly significant. We have about, yes, there, we've got several people who've raised their hands already. The first person is Annette Wilson, and Ms. Wilson is now doing her journey through cyberspace.
Travel safely.
It's really, hello, Ms. Wilson, you should be all set to go. Feel free to start your video if you want, but you are unmuted.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Hello.
To the commissioners. Hi, it's good to see you again. I am interested in speaking tonight in concert with a couple of other residents so that we don't duplicate
Thank you.
our comments. So we had all agreed that we would raise our hands.
Okay, I
happened to
see
get in
we've got Diane Fox, Sean Reed, and Lynn Lavery.
Yes, and we were interested in seeing if Lynn Lavery could speak first.
Okay,
with
I can.
myself following her.
Got it.
Diane
Okay.
Fox and Sean Reed.
Okay, that's perfect. Lynn Lavery is up and ready to go.
Thank you.
And then we'll just keep you here, okay? Hello, Lynn Lavery.
Hey, Ms. Alban, how are you?
We're good here. Thank you for keeping us company at all hours.
So you have a daunting task. I'm really impressed, and we thank you all.
We bore people. Go ahead.
I don't know. I'm pretty impressed here, and thanks again. So, your goal as a commission has been to increase affordable housing, and as a community, honestly, this is a laudable goal. But in this case, I really feel, and my neighbors feel, and I speak for them, that the scale of the building is particularly too big. It's too tall, and it sets a dangerous precedent for Western Greenwich, and for all of Greenwich for that matter. You know, right down the road from this, we have a sign that says, "Welcome to Greenwich." This current plan, 5-story building when only 4 are allowed, is overpowering the road and the neighborhood. At this height, it will encroach on the neighborhood. I know the developer wants it to be that high, but frankly, it's massive and it looks massive. It's, you know, and I don't agree with the comment. You asked the commission if they were okay with it. I was listening in on that call yesterday and I heard mixed feelings. So I'm a little surprised. Secondly, the design that we see is, you know, must be modern. I get that, but it should be inspired modern. You know, last night, one of my neighbors called me after your Zoom meeting and said, "This looks like the old Greenwich Hospital." I mean, it's just not, it doesn't have depth. I don't know how else to put that because I'm not an architect. I don't understand why you'd want it to complement the office park when the office park is 50 years old. You know, a comment I made about 2 years ago on this is that this was an urban solution to a suburban environment. And Mr. Levy made the same comment last night. He has also articulated before that he felt that it should have more dimension to it. You know, I just looked at the other building at 100 East Putnam. Boy, that's really lovely. And I don't know how we got where we are now. And so much of the current office park is very pretty and the landscaping is pretty. I'm hoping that you can get the Architectural Review Committee to get on this for their January 19th meeting, and they can help a little bit on this. But the other problem with this, there's no green space. And I know you don't want us to consider the other side of the road, but when the green space goes from over there, I don't see where the green space is here. I don't see a community gathering space. I don't see it anywhere in the Western Corridor. You know, if you think about what it could be a park, it could be an area where the community would go. There's not even a lobby in this building. There's only a mailroom. You know, a plan that would encourage green space, a place for even a farmer's market. January 2020, this is my list of things. In January 2020, our neighbors expressed concerns of the lighting and the noise on the rooftop, and we wanted to know the plan. We have not had a response. We've repeatedly asked for drawings showing the views from the north where residents of Alden Road, Weaver Street, Pheasant Run will see this building. We have not seen it. We have not, even if you look at the drawings that I saw after going through 200 pages, it isn't quite clear what we will see from the northern side. Basically, when you think of Greenwich and you think of a neighborhood in Greenwich and you think of, yes, this commercial corridor, I don't see this as a vision that is really appropriate. We want to get this right. We all want to work together to get it right. And I think it's just too big and it's massive and the design is not great. Tough comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lavery. And now, Ms. Wilson, you're next.
Okay, thank you very much.
Right? I've got this right?
Okay.
And I'll go get Diane Fox as you're speaking. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm in agreement with Lynn Lavery as to what we do not believe meets the goals of what the town and the residents really want to see in the Western Corridor. But to speak about it specifically, I'd like to address, what are the concessions that the commission is considering giving to Ferrari and Associates in order to achieve 6110 housing? And I believe that there are overly significant concessions that are being given. I'd like to talk about the massive size of the building, 2, the traffic, and 3, the parking. John Tessie refers to the fact that the size of the project has been reduced significantly in scope over the last 2.5 years. And I understand some of the points that he is making. However, if you really look at it, it is basically the same size in FAR. It started out, it was a 0.88 FAR, and it's basically the same size. The only thing that has changed from the first original proposal was first, they simply eliminated a 5-story parking structure. That was really the only change from the original proposal. And now you have a building project that is 77,000 square feet between the two 581 and 585. And it does not actually add into it all of the underground, parking, surface level parking, which is 57 spaces that are underground. That has to be another 10,000 square feet. So you basically have a building between 581 and 585 that are the same size as where you started. The implications of that are that as the townspeople and as the residents, we are going to feel the actual size and scope and massive size of 581 and 585, which I refer to as the black box building. They're both very, very tall. They're the tallest elevation buildings on the Western Corridor. And we're talking about building a residential building to match the size and elevation and impact of all the rest of the office buildings. This is supposed to be a residential building, and I would like to think about what's the quality of life for the residents who will be living there, all of the residents who will be living there. So I really believe that it should be reconsidered as to what is the appropriate size for 581 and 585 combined. Now, looking at 581 and 585 combined leads me to another issue, which is the parking shortage. The two are being considered as a mixed use. I brought this up at the last meeting in January of 2020. There is nothing mixed use about the two properties. They are being built and developed separately. There is no physical connection between their parking lots. There is no way that they're contiguous. They are borrowing from each other in order to be considered a mixed use property. I think that is totally inappropriate. And Beta, which is the commission and the DPW's own consultant, said in their last report in January that it is inappropriate to consider it mixed use. It is not legitimate. And therefore, if you looked at it as a standalone, if you looked at 581, the residential side, what should be the appropriate parking for that building would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 93 spaces. And on where you have the legally non-conforming parking at 585, you only have 37 spaces when it should be 54 spaces. You have a shortfall of over 20 parking spaces in two properties that are not contiguous and are not physically joined. So that does not meet code. It is a violation of code. And yet the commission is considering overlooking that and considering it a mixed use. And then third, we get to the traffic implications. I went over to 581 yesterday to go on site to take a left out of the property onto West Putnam. And it is a dangerous it's a dangerous proposition, and it's not occupied. You have the sun setting coming on the starting to set on the western side. All you see is that glare. Mm-hmm. And you can't see very well. You have traffic coming from the left-hand side, and you've got traffic coming out of Citarella. It is a serious, dangerous intersection. And to talk about the fact that DPW just wants to make the comment that perhaps we want to revisit this in the future if there is a problem. I would argue it is inevitable that there will be a problem. This should be solved now as looking at what is the final condition. The final condition involves 500 and 600 across the street, which was also brought up in the traffic report by Beta and by DPW that you need to be looking at the final condition and what are the traffic implications. I believe that we've asked numerous times for an updated traffic impact study, and we have nothing that we have seen has been forthcoming. And there are implications for with the traffic that's going to end up exiting onto Valley Drive. And I don't believe that there's been a real study on what are going to be the implications for there. I see in the last report from Mazer, dated November 18th, that they show only 18 cars going in and out onto Valley Drive at peak AM and PM times. I found that the chart to be very confusing and difficult to understand. It looks like they were using the exit in the afternoons as to what is actually exiting onto out of number 1 building, which is Weaver Street, not Valley Drive. So I don't believe it actually addressed the question that was asked by DPW as to what are the entries and exits onto Valley Drive. So I believe that the traffic really needs to be studied carefully with its final condition before a final site approval could be made. So I look at this as one, the size and elevation, the impact that it has on the residents from a layperson standpoint. I don't care if it checks the boxes. I'm talking about what the people long-term that live in the area and the residents of this future building are going to actually see and feel on a day in, day out basis. And to have to ask ourselves, does it actually enhance the character of the Western Corridor? And does it improve the quality of life? And we have not heard any mention about the quality of life. There is absolutely zero green space that is being allocated. If anything, the rooftop, they cut back the size of the rooftop terrace, but that was only because we were asking for green space on the surface level, not to decrease the size of the green space on the roof, but not give anything to the townspeople on the surface, at the ground level. There are no parks. There is no walkability where this is located. The nearest park is about a 30 to 40 minute walk away. There are no local restaurants to go see. There are no playgrounds. And let's not forget that as much as they want to say we have withdrawn the application across the street, it is there. It is looming large. This is incrementalism at its worst. And if we allow this to happen and we do not consider what's coming, let's say a year later across the street when they're going to eliminate the only green space that's on the entire Western Corridor, we are really shortchanging the town. We are, and I want to emphasize, we are not objecting to development. And we are all for responsible development, but it has to be done as a collaboration where we believe it is also enhancing the town, not just for the people who exist here, but for the future residents. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson. I thought you made some excellent points. Thank you. Our next speaker is Diane Fox. And Ms. Fox, you've unmuted now. And if you would go ahead. There she is. You're unmuted. You've remuted yourself somehow. If you would try again. There you go. That's good.
Okay, good.
Great. Thank you.
Couple of points. First of all, I'm representing Whitman and Ransom and Breed and Abbott, which represents residents on Alden Road. And I did submit late, I apologize, a 4-page memo for all of you to look at, which I'm sure you haven't had a chance to. So I'm going to just try to highlight some of the key points. First of all, we're raising a legal issue with regard to this application being heard during the time of moratorium. And I know, having listened to the briefing yesterday, that the feeling was that because you heard a preliminary plan, you could go forward with this as a final site plan. There is a legal issue, and the commission should expressly provide the exception to the moratorium that allows it to receive and act on this application, and explain why the moratorium does not apply to this application. That's a legal issue that is strictly coming through the Whitman Reed people. Number two is the size of the building and the number of stories. As the ZEO has indicated, it appears to be a 5-story building, and it has not been adjusted to be 4 stories. And I'm assuming, given what you said yesterday, that the old regulations apply because there are no new regulations at this point.
Exactly.
So, yeah. So looking at that, a 5-story building is still not permitted under the old regulations. And the ZEO has said that this is considered a 5-story building. So that needs to be addressed with the ZEO. The ZEO also said that the areas of the parking level that are not storage, parking, or mechanical needed to be included as floor area. Areas in the parking level appeared to be omitted from the gross floor area. So the question of the floor area comes back up. And I would just note that the very first application with 67 residential units, it was only 2,000 square foot larger than this residential development with 44 units. So there is not just the FAR issue that the ZEO is raising, but the building itself is still pretty big. And I think we've heard a couple of points on that from Mrs. Wilson and Lynn Lavery. So that needs to be addressed. Lot coverage calculations were not submitted and need to be provided the ZEO. These outstanding issues need to be addressed. Lack of adequate architectural plans in ARC. The problem is that we see a rendering, but we really don't have details of the materials. There's no specific listing on that. It leaves the neighbors on Alden Road, quote, in the dark, if I can use that word, as to the aesthetics of the building, including colors, materials, and there's no real reason to not have the ARC do a review and give you input and feedback so that you have a better idea and the neighbors have a better idea on what they're actually buying into. What I heard tonight was that it's gray materials. Well, that's nice, but a little more detail would certainly help. One of the other things that's not represented on the plans is the horizontal dimensions on all of the elevations. We know the building is big, but how big, how long, very difficult to figure it out. Those plans at the scale that they were drawn are not clear, so I would ask that those elevations, the horizontal dimensions be put on the plans. The other issue about the lack of detail lighting has not been provided. This was an issue that was raised back in 2018, 2019, and 2020. And we also feel that there is a need for some additional residential types of planting, not just the rock outcrop planting, which is very nice. And I think that has addressed a lot of the concerns that the commission had at that point. However, that needs to be addressed. One of the most important and I think most serious issues that for the neighbors at least has to do with the fact of the terrace up on the rooftop. It now shows a pavilion and a bar and 3 barbecue grills, all of which are located on the north side of the roof building, adjoining the Alden residence. These activities obviously involve partying, noise, fumes, smells and lighting, and these should be relocated to the south side of the building terrace. The residents along Alden will be greatly affected with this, and we're not even talking about the issue of lighting at this point, which adds to this. The neighbors on Alden look down on the development and the noise, the activity, the light, the smells of the barbecue, etc. And with 44 units, this will be a very active place, including cooking in the wintertime. It isn't just 1 or 2 seasons. So there's strong concern and opposition to this noise, the smells, and the location of a bar and a pavilion and barbecues adjoining the north side is almost insulting to the neighbors. In the past, the commission has limited hours of use, noise, music, and lighting on rooftop terrace, even in developments in the adjoining railroads. This should be done by the commission as well. The plans also show inadequate landscaping on the rooftop, and I'll explain that in a minute. No rooftop, no recreational outdoor space is shown on the plan. So we've got a couple of issues that represents. The rooftop terrace has some plantings, but maybe a living wall, and I think we all know what that means, an evergreen living wall, might be a useful tool to do some of the screening along that northern and southwestern area. That would be at least some additional advantage, not just planters with a tree stuck in here and there. The lack of outdoor recreational space for children is especially important. These have 3 bedrooms. There's 13 3 bedrooms, 13 2-bedroom units. You can expect to have families here. In fact, some of the site plans show a school bus exiting onto the post road. So the assumption is that there will be families. So where are the children supposed to play? Up on the rooftop terrace? I don't think so. I don't think that's safe. And there's really no place to go. And I know the issue might come up about, can they not use the office park walkways and all of that? For scooters, you could. For playing ball games, no. And there's no place for the children to go. So I think that's an issue. But I think also for adults, that's an issue as well. Issue of parking. Technically speaking, there are 83 bedrooms, and normally 106 parking spaces would be required for the 18 1-bedroom, 13 2-bedroom, and 13 3-bedroom units. We have a total of 82 parking spaces. And that is definitely going to be a problem because nowadays, as we all know, more and more people are working from home. So the cars are not going to be leaving the site as they normally would have in the past. We assume that there's going to be a change in the direction of how people work. And therefore, the question about the parking spaces is definitely inadequate and has not been adequately addressed. The DPW comment about at some future point of time, maybe left-hand turns should be prohibited, or we should take another look at it. I suggest that the commission address that issue right now. One of the plans shows a school bus coming out of the site, making a left-hand turn, crossing 3 lanes of traffic in order to go eastbound on that road. That is definitely a hazard. And that's at peak times of the day as well. So my suggestion and what the clients and what the law firm feels, do not make a condition into the future because you don't know what those conditions are. You don't know when they'll happen. You have no means of enforcing it, and there's no standard by which to evaluate it. Therefore, it should be only right turns in and right turns out from a safety standpoint. That also will help in the future when 500 or 600 West Putnam comes back in. At least you'll have a more manageable control at that point. So we feel that's a very strong point. The new circular driveway at the end, it's not clear. It appears to be replacing what is considered to be a circular drive serving buildings 5 and 8 right now. I think it would be helpful to get a better handle to see whether or not this new circular drive will actually address the office users coming out of those buildings who can get onto the post road coming in through this driveway. Again, it might increase the traffic coming onto the post road, but it's just not clear because when you look at the existing conditions of the circular drive that exists there now, but this one seems to be overlaying that. So if the plan was not clear, I would like to have clarification. Construction worker parking. We raised this before. Again, many of these issues we're raising again. The Greenwich Office Park and 644 West Putnam garage parking. Is this where they're going to be parking construction workers? I would assume there would be a condition on that as well. We're appreciative of the fact that the number of units has decreased, the no commercial space. However, there are still these major outstanding issues that should be addressed prior to the commission making any approval or moving on to the next level. Again, I thank you for the opportunity, open to any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Fox. Now we've got one more speaker, Sean Reed. Are you ready to go?
I'm ready. Are you ready?
And then Ms. Fox, I'll leave you up in case anybody's got questions. Go ahead, Mr. Reed.
Hi, thanks again for taking time. I really appreciate it. I'll try to be quick. I know we're at past 11.
Thank you for burning the oil with us. Go ahead.
I wanted to mention, my family and I are relatively new to Greenwich. We moved here about a year and a half ago, purchased our house about 2.5 years ago. We moved from California one of the driving forces why we chose Greenwich, we've been on the East Coast quite a bit for business, was the architecture of the town. And it's remarkable and it is notable, it's distinctive, it's a draw for many people. We did not choose White Plains simply for the fact that the architecture is very much homogenized. We didn't want to live in a business park or in that sort of an area. And I noticed earlier you mentioned that the building is complementary to the office park, but not so much to the community. It does add to the office park, but not to its surrounding areas. It's not something I want to drive past every single day, which we will as I drop my kids off at school. And I know earlier in the 100 100 East Putnam, West Putnam that we were talking about, you noticed or you mentioned the street face was fitting to the community. This one is not. The street face is not fitting to the community. It does not add to the aesthetic of the overall community. And again, it's the architecture, it's not distinctive, it's not special. It doesn't read anything into the rich history of Greenwich and Connecticut. So I would implore you to go back and take a look at the aesthetic of it and what that's going to say when people drive in. That was when we first drove into Connecticut, we came in on Putnam and we drove past that building, the old building they just demolished. I think that's the first impression people are going to get when they drive into our city. And this city is amazing. It's one of the best moves we've ever made.
Town. It's a town, Mr. Breed.
I'm sorry. Town. Which
I've
actually,
never
Where's my
used
point?
the C word.
You know what? You probably spoke more to my point than I did. It is a town. And unfortunately, the architecture that they're proposing really speaks to it being a city.
No.
It does, the architecture they're proposing speaks to more of a city. It does not speak to the quaintness of an East Coast town and the architecture that is here that we offer. I mean, this town it's enchanting. We love it. And we don't feel that the architecture that's proposed really speaks to that.
Okay. All right. Mr. Ferrari, I take it that you wish to reply to this?
Yes, I would. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the board. We've been working on this project for 4 years. We've made major concessions. Okay, we've tried to address everything that was previously addressed. We've spoken to the neighbors. I'm quite surprised. We've had a couple of meetings with Miss Wilson, Miss Lavery, and they never brought up a lot of these issues. And I'm actually shocked. We still want to address the issues. And let me just go over some of the things that I noticed. As far as green space is concerned, the adjacency of the Greenwich Office Park, I don't think there's any building in Greenwich, okay, at least not downtown, maybe in backcountry by the airport, but there aren't any buildings that have more green space than Greenwich Office Park and the surrounding area, which will be connected to Greenwich Office Park. I disagree totally. You find neighbors, particularly from Weaver Street, walking their dogs and taking walks through Greenwich Office Park. As you know, it's very scenic, and I think it's appreciated by the community. We embrace the fact that the community uses it, so I totally disagree as far as the green space. Ms. Fox mentioned about noise on the roof. That's absolutely incorrect. Okay, we have a rooftop at J House. There hasn't been one complaint, okay, from that, and it's quite honestly, it's underutilized. I'm very surprised about that. You could speak to the neighbors on Spring Street, and I'm sure they'll agree. Again, we made major changes. We reduced the the size, the number of units, and, you know, Kevin can go over all the statistics as to how we reduce that. As far as the height of the building, okay, height of the building is consistent. It's within zoning. Number one, it's consistent with 500 across the street and very close to 585. Contrary to Ms. Wilson's comment, it is a mixed-use project and it is contiguous. No question about that. As far as traffic impact studies, we've done so many studies. I bet we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on studies, and they were submitted to the town. But you know, those are my comments. You know, I think we worked very hard to address all these issues. It's taken a lot of time, and I think as you can see in town, all of my projects have been a significant improvement, and I'm very proud of them, and I'm sure I'll be proud of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrari. I'm going to address this to both Mr. Tessie and Mr. Ferrari. The zoning enforcement comments do need a response. And I'm sorry, I blanked. I knew about them. I just didn't. And the other thing is,
I would like to address them, yes.
wait, before you go there. And then the second thing is, Beta did raise this issue about the parking and about the mixed use concept. It's at the very end of their memo. So go ahead if you want to, if you would focus on those. I think those are two very salient issues that our neighbor.
Yeah, they're two non-issues. First of all, Jody never said in his memo that it's a 5-story building. That's absolutely false. Let's be clear about that. What he did say, which is his typical comments, and it's come up before, is that when it comes to the basement, if it's not parking, how can it be a story and also a basement at the same time? That's a new one. Okay, the answer is it's a basement, qualifies as a basement. Jody pointed out the areas that are not storage or parking or mechanicals have to count against FAR. What we're talking about is the lobby too. We're talking about the lobby area for the stairway and for the elevators. We're talking about a few hundred square feet. And to suggest that it's the same size building as what we had before, and somehow magically 0.74 turns to 0.88 is disingenuous at best. Okay, so those are falsities, flat out and simple. And so far as parking is concerned, that's laughable. Office Park has probably in any given, well, not right now, it probably has 800 empty parking spaces. Office Park is overparked. This commission in the past has approved expansions at Office Park that John didn't even implement, that didn't even require more parking because it was shown that it had 400 on average empty parking spaces per day when it was full. So how much more parking and how much more paving do you want us to put into Office Park? Pick a number, because it's only going to add to unused areas, flat out and simple. Those are the facts. We technically comply with the zoning regulations. You're allowed within 1,000 feet, if you have co-ownership, by the way, of properties, to share parking. So to talk about, where do you think the people are going to park? On the Post Road? Think they're going to park on Valley? We've got parking. There's no parking issue there. It's a red herring for people who insist upon constantly attacking John Ferrari for trying to do the right thing. John won't say it, but I'm going to say it. That's what this is about. It's about a small group of activists who talk about things that just aren't true. Another thing that's not true is that they cannot, I'm sorry, I'm going to tell you the truth, okay?
You can tell me the truth in a better way because
well, I'm going to tell you the truth because it's late and you told me to go quickly and I had to listen for a half an hour of made up things, okay? So it gets tiring. I'm sorry. So I'm the bad cop. The truth of the matter is Office Park 1 building, if you look, and we showed this before and Kevin can put it up again, okay, there's a building between the Alden Road properties and this building at Office Park. So it's actually blocked, number one. Number two is there's an 800, I think it's about 900 feet or three football fields away. That's what we're talking about for a building that they can't even see because there's another building between. And John pointed out at J-Lofts, where we have people on a whole string of people, as you recall, on Spring Street, whose properties are probably about 200 feet away, who've never complained once about what's going on, who actually have direct contact with the building. There are a lot of red herring points being made. That's all I'm trying to say, and I'm saying it definitively. And I want everybody to understand this property has been approved twice by this commission for 30,000 square foot office buildings on its site. That would generate, statistically speaking, more than twice the amount of traffic per day than the 44 units would in fact generate. So when we add it all up, it gets very frustrating. John met with these ladies, as he said he would do. He's a man of his word. He spoke to them. He's opened his park up. So he talked about community efforts and being attacked because there's no community space. He's opened up all of Office Park for his neighbors to come and enjoy. Yet he's criticized. So it gets tiring. I'm sorry, Margaretta. It gets real tiring when you're trying to work with you and with the neighborhood, with the commission, and you get a small group of people who've taken it upon themselves to be self-appointed representatives of the entire west side of this town, which absolutely is not true. Now we have to watch. I had to sit here and listen almost every application. After every evening, we have an application of 830G before this commission. And what you have to unfortunately tell everyone in the neighborhood is that, sorry, there's very little you can talk about. You can't talk about the aesthetics. You can't talk about parking. You can't talk about this. And we come in totally compliant with the regulations, reducing the size, and we're criticized because we reduced it, but they really didn't. All of a sudden, we really didn't. So yeah, I'm gonna get it off my chest. It's late, but I'm tired of seeing John get sand kicked in his face. It's not right, it's not fair, it isn't justified, and every one of you commission members know it. You should stand up and put these people in their place.
Thank you, Mr. Tessie. Mr. Ferrari, would you like to add anything? You're muted, which is probably what, anyway, you're muted, Mr. Ferrari. You're still muted and you're smiling.
He probably wants to yell at me, so keep him muted.
Yeah, no, yes. I'm trying to get you unmuted. Are you good? Can you find a button? Where's Yolanda when you need her? There you go.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay.
I think John should not get his blood pressure up, he should calm down a little bit.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. Okay.
But everything he says is true. I mean,
okay.
I don't know how much more one can do, I really don't know how much.
You've got, okay, so I'm going to just go ahead and answer this. And you've got some open issues. You've got some issues that have been laid out on the table that you do need to address. You know what they are. We talked about that. You've got some stuff that's outstanding from Beta. I think we went through the list. I do think you need to address the ZEO comments. The noise issue you can easily address on the roof. We can look at the planting. I don't know quite how to go about this issue that Beta raises with the parking. This is where we first saw this cool idea about the unbundling of the parking spaces that they raised, and that they keep talking to us about it. But what they say is that their comment is just that it's probably not appropriate to apply the mixed use standard for the development.
We've always done that before.
Yeah,
and it works, and we could physically connect.
And you've got extra.
This is the point I was
Okay,
sorry.
Mr. Tessie, you're okay. I let you do your thing, and we heard you out, and that was it. Okay, you got one shot at that. Okay, now, yeah, okay, you're laughing. Okay, that's good. We go back to courteous. Okay, so you've got some stuff to work on that I think you all buy into. I hope you took note of the neighbor comments and you, once again, as you always do, will try your best to respond where you can. Ms. Fox, just so you know, regarding your comment on the moratorium and us proceeding with the final under the basis of the old regulation, we will get a memo. This has been reviewed with our counsel. He has supported our approach and we will get a memo on that. So just so you know, we didn't just decide willy-nilly. Katie and Pat had discussed it extensively with John Wetmore. But we'll get a memo from that can be put into the record. Okay, guys, so
No, it won't be put into the record, actually. We usually keep those.
Okay.
But
well, in this case, I think it's just a pretty straightforward interpretation of
well,
of
he's
case law.
advisory to you, and then you make your
Okay.
own interpretation
Okay.
based on you.
That's,
can
I'm
agree
good
or
with that
disagree.
too. But in
Yeah,
any event, we'll do something to clarify that concerning your objection, but we certainly interpreted it the same way. Okay, so we've got some stuff still to do. And how about we see each other soon again? I don't think, does anybody else from the public wish to speak? Please raise your hand.
That's not appropriate. That's not appropriate.
No, what's not appropriate? We've got some homework.
Well, then
in
I
front-
want to respond to whatever they have to say.
I'm sorry, to what, who's gonna say?
You just said is that you asked the public if they wanted to speak.
Oh, no,
more.
I'm just making sure that I've got, no, we're only letting people speak once, just so you know. Nobody gets to speak more than once because it makes the night too long. I just made sure, I just want to make sure we've got 12 people still in the audience, but one of them is Tony DeAndrea. So I know two of them is Tony DeAndrea, and I know you're not going to let him speak, right?
You're just here.
I got you to laugh. Okay. All right. You guys know what you need to accomplish to move this forward. You know the concern the residents have raised. Mr. Tessie finds it frustrating. I believe Mr. Ferrari does too. But we need to try and get to a point where we can work with this. What else can I add here for people? Does anybody in the commission
Look,
want to add?
just to be clear, to help things out, very common. We're
Okay.
happy to address all constructive comments.
And I
We
think
don't have
we've
a
given
problem,
you.
as John said, to address all constructive comments.
Okay.
And we've all been down, the problem with this project, it's been around too long. A lot of these points are raised, addressed. But anyway, so it gets frustrating. I don't mean to really offend anyone, but it really is just not fair the way John is being treated here. So I'll leave it at that. We're gonna
Okay,
address
all right. So,
constructive
okay,
points.
Mr. Tessie, we heard you on this already
Right,
once.
and we're
Okay,
authorized to
we're
move
good.
on to, and we're authorized to move on to ARC.
We'd like you
right?
to move on to
thank
ARC.
you.
We would like you to move on to ARC, address beta, the sewer department comments. I don't,
Zoning enforcement.
the zoning enforcement comments. On the ARC issue, I reminded the commission that we had in fact thought that this would blend in better if the architecture was consistent with the office park, that although people may not like that style, that is something that will make this less obtrusive. And that was the take of the ARC, as I remember when on the preliminary, that would make this blend in better. And that is why the design looks the way it does. I believe that was the goal. I know that a lot of people may not be crazy about the office park, but when was it built, Mr. Ferrari?
In the 70s. But
Yeah.
again,
You know,
have
you
to-
never know. It could become stylish again. You can address your noise issue. You can easily address that relative to your compliance, that it'll comply with the ordinance. That's
Do we,
really all.
do we want to send comment to ARC about scope of review?
About scope of review.
So if they're going to want them to look at the landscape, the lighting, and maybe notes on our findings on the architecture?
Well, I think that the key here is to go back to what they did with their architectural comments, Nick, at the time of the preliminary, and review what it looks like now based on what they did at the preliminary. So that's their mandate. What did they say at the time, when we did the preliminary? And does the final work with all the comments that have been out there for the preliminary? Because that was the guidance we gave the applicant at the time. Katie, I think the easiest thing to do is to just make sure that the ARC has the decision letter for the preliminary, because I
Well,
think.
the only issue, Madam Chair, is that the building was not this building, but they saw the
But that's-
mixed building, so.
But that's the point. The decision letter had guidance on what the final building would look like.
Okay, sure.
That's my point.
Well, I
That
think
incorporated what ARC said, and this is, go ahead, Mr. Tessie.
I
know
think
you-
Kevin can speak for himself. I was talking to Kevin about it. Kevin feels he can work with the ARC, so I felt better anyway. So it's fine.
Yeah,
He's got the pulse of the ARC, and he feels that given the commission's guidance, as you articulated it, he's happy to work with ARC.
ARC has made a huge effort to be very clear and build consensus and gives good, solid guidance. I think they've really been working on their process, and I'm enormously proud of what their leadership is doing. Okay.
Ms.
Yes, sir.
Alden.
Mr. Molnar.
I did like Mr. Macri's idea, though, about the kind of scope of review.
Okay, we could do that.
When we had our preliminary meeting, that was in 2017 in November. The building has, and the site has changed since then.
Yes. Yes.
And, you know, so for them to refer back to a 4-year-old idea might not result in something.
But Mr. Molnar, what I remember from the time that we were doing the preliminary is the comment you kept getting is that the structure that was being proposed at that time, even when it was being moved forward to final, that people wanted it to blend in better with GLP. And that's my strongest recollection of
But
how
the
so
previous submission was ARC approved.
yes,
And we've
I know
already
that.
got
I
that.
realize that.
And
But
that
as we
building was a little different.
as we did that approval, I have a memory, and I could be wrong, I have a memory of us commenting that we still wished it blended in better with the office park. That we still felt that that structure was not exactly, but now we can easily confirm my memory. I may be wrong, but that's what I remembered as I was reading all this weekend, and so we'll check it. That's what I think you're going to find, that we were still foot dragging because we wanted it to blend in better.
But you felt, based on what you were saying yesterday, at least listening in, you felt that this building was on that track.
I indeed do. I indeed feel, and I'm going to put it out there. I know that the residents disagree with me, but I indeed did feel that this was more, that it fit in better. Dave Hardman, you have your hand up.
Yes, I'm going to switch to my phone. If
Okay.
I show up as a 646 area code, if you could switch me. put me
Sure.
on.
Thank you, sir. And thanks for sticking it out with the time difference. Really appreciate it.
No problem.
All right, so Pat, if you would watch for that. Okay, so yeah, I personally, I think this is more consistent. I think that it'll blend in, but it's not my call. There's 5 voting members here, and we have to reach a vote. Anything else, you guys?
Did you want the ARC to just react freely, though? I mean, I think that was, or are you saying, or do you want them, are you saying you like this design and you want them to work within that concept? I mean,
But that's what.
Yeah, I think it's actually providing them the scope of their review, the landscape, the lighting, as they're supposed to do, but providing them also our findings on what we perceive the architecture to be, what's being represented, and our thoughts behind that. Because my biggest concern would be is that we're looking at a building we believe blends in the best possible way. And I'm not too sure, if we kind of relate that to them, they're not going to go back and start to reinvent the wheel. Maybe there's some design details they can that may have better ideas on, but again, I don't want them to go back and start redesigning the whole building ground up after we've kind of come to some kind of consensus here.
Yeah.
You know what, there's a point that we made at the briefing that I just want to remind Mr. Ferrari and Mr. Tessie. The residents asked you for a visual. One of the things that the material you submitted does not illustrate is the fact that you kept the escarpment. That's why Nick McRae did the Google tour yesterday, that you kept the escarpment and that the building will be landscaped in a way that it does get obscured. I'm sorry, Mr. Molnar, to use that word for your architecture, but I'm
I've
sure
heard
it
worse
offends
tonight.
I'm sure you don't want to have your building obscured, but there you go. But that it'll reduce how much it stands out. So I think if you could give the residents that, they said, could we have what it's going to look like as we're driving by it, as we're approaching it? If there's a way you can do that, I don't mean to get you to spend a bunch of money, but if you could illustrate that for people, it would be helpful.
We've already rendered all 4 sides of the building and have perspectives as part of the package. If you're asking for me
My
to
package didn't show the escarpment and how the building set behind the escarpment. Did I miss that somehow? Because
yeah, images were produced. I could certainly produce those
I
images again.
couldn't find it. I couldn't find it in my package and I looked at every single one. So let's not do it now.
All
I
right.
just think it's important for people, what the comment, residents want to be able to visualize what it's going to look like, to have a good visualization. I could not find that. And that's why Nick did the Google tour for everybody, because nobody else did either.
Yeah, if Pat wants to flip through the slide deck, you'll see an image from the north, kind of standing in front of GOP 5 looking at this building.
Pat, can you find that, do you think? Or, I mean, it's 11:30. And they've got other work to do, so we could do this at the next meeting. We don't have to do it right now.
It's fine if you want to wait. I don't want you to think I didn't listen.
No, I would only say that to Mr. Tessie, Mr. Molnar.
Well, that's okay then. That's okay.
Mr. Molnar, I think the point that Mrs. Malvin saying and the neighbors saying is, what if you're on the other side of building 5?
You see building 5.
What's that?
You see building 5.
Well, that's the thing. If that's what it is, I think that's the question: is how much of this building could be seen around that building from neighbors to the north? So essentially through the property of the office park to this was the question, I think. So if the answer is none, then I don't know how to represent a visual of that, but I think that's the question that was being asked.
If you go forward a few slides, you'll see a section that Nick had asked us to cut through the site. Keep
Yeah,
going.
I think it's the rendering from the street. You had done one.
Exactly. That's exactly it. Do you see what I mean? I want to move back for the neighbors. I want to move back. What's that, 40 feet from this?
Yeah.
I think I couldn't find it. And yeah, but I think that'll help.
Stop there, Pat. Go back.
Well, let's
one
just, what the residents want to see. Let's just put it together in a way that everybody can find it.
Look at the top drawing here. You see the section is cut through the proposed building. On the left-hand side, I'm looking at the upper panel. On the left-hand side is a section through GOP 5. You have West Putnam where you see the 2 little tiny cars, kind of drawn there with the escarpment coming up to the building, and then 500 West Putnam across the street.
Yeah, I think it's the color, it's the renderized.
Okay, you know what we're looking for. I think it'll address people's concerns. And I think that's it. You guys know what the homework is. You've got the neighbor comments. And we'll see you. We'll leave this item open. And
Madam Chair, I'm interpreting your directions that go to ARC.
Go to ARC.
Got it.
I believe that the consensus of the commission is to give guidance as to the commission seeing this as consistent with the GOP. But you could do you guys have the the lighting and et cetera. Does anybody, I guess I don't know what to do about the neighbors objecting to the style of the building because
Let's hash it out at ARC.
I thought
Hash it out.
ARC was going to take care of that.
yeah, that's a good plan. Okay, we're gonna let you guys talk to ARC. That's a good plan. They don't stay up as late as we do, Mrs. Fox, so you and your team can move forward. Okay, so there you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrari.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
I'm having no further business. That ends the public hearing.
Thank you,
Mr. Court Reporter, you can go home now.
Can we go home?
Yeah. More importantly.
We can go home too. And I got some quadrupeds with crossed legs downstairs. All
Yeah.
right. Bye, everybody.
I think I already may be home.
Bye-bye.
Good night.